안녕하세요. 2024년 북한 정치범 수용소의 반인도 범죄에 관한 국제 모의 재판에 오신 여러분들을 환영합니다. 북한의 인권 침해에 대한 기념비적인 유엔 북한인권조사위원회의 보고서가 발표된 지 10주년을 맞이해서 우리는 북한에 점점 더 심해지는 상황에 대해서 이야기하고자 합니다. 오늘 이 자리에 전 세계 전명하신 법률가 분들을 모시게 돼서 영광입니다. 오늘의 행사가 가능하도록 후원해 주신 통일부, 외교부, 대한변호사협회, 대한변협인권재단, 서울지방변호사회 그리고 법률시민사에 진심으로 감사드립니다. 이번 모의 재판은 사단법인 북한인권, 성공적인 통일을 만들어간 사람들, 한반도 인권과 통일을 위한 변호사 모임, 올바른 북한인권법을 위한 시민모임, 미국의 북한자유연합, 북한인권위원회가 공동 주관합니다. 그럼 오늘 인사말 들려주실 사단법인 북한인권과 성통만사의 이사장이신 김태훈 변호사님의 인사말을 읽겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주시기 바랍니다.
안녕하십니까. 저는 이번 행사를 주관하는 사단법인 북한인권과 성공적인 통일을 만들어가는 사람들, 즉 PS코의 이사장인 김태훈 변호사입니다. 한반도 인권과 통일을 위한 변호사 모임과 올인모, NKFC 및 HRNK와 함께 이번에 북한 반인도 범죄에 관한 국제 모의 재판을 열게 된 것을 영광으로 생각합니다. 이 행사를 후원해 주신 통일부 등 여러 기관에 감사드리고, 또 오늘 이 자리에 참석해 주신 송상현 전 ICC 소장님을 비롯한 여러분께도 깊은 감사를 드립니다. 지난 20일 제79차 유엔 총회 제3위원회는 20년 연속 북한인권 결의안을 채택하고 다시 한번 2014년 2월 발표된 역사적인 유엔 북한인권조사위원회 즉 COI의 보고서에 따라 북한 상황을 국제형사재판소 즉 ICC에 회부하여 북한의 반인도 범죄에 대한 책임 규명을 할 것을 촉구하였습니다. 그동안에는 유엔 안보리 상임이사국인 중국과 러시아의 반대로 유엔의 책임 규명 절차는 답보 상태에 빠져 있었습니다. 그로 말미암아 북한의 인권은 북한 2,500만 주민의 인권은 악화 일로를 걸어왔고, 나아가 일반적인 북한의 핵 미사일 개발과 우크라이나 파병으로 세계 평화가 위협받고 있습니다. 이에 COI 보고서 발표 10주년을 맞이하여 최초로 저명한 전직 국제재판소의 재판관, 법률가 등이 한자리에 모여 북한 김정은 국무위원장을 피고인으로 하여 북한 인권 침해의 상징인 정치범 수용소에서 자행되는 반인도 범죄에 대하여 엄격한 ICC 로마 규정에 따른 모의 전심 재판, 즉 Moot 프리트라이얼 히어링을 개최하기에 이르렀습니다. 이번 모의 재판의 재판장을 맡아주신 주광일 전 IOI 부회장님, 실비아 카트라이트 전 ECCC 재판관님, 검사를 맡아주신 자레드 겐서, 브라이언 트로님, 이영현, 김현기 변호사님, 변호를 맡아주신 제임스 코넬, 마셜 아모어 변호사님, 증인으로 참여해 주신 강철한, 이일규, 김국성, 이병림, 김정아 허만호 교수님께 감사드립니다. 특히 이번 행사를 시종 일관 격려해 주신 실비아 카트라이트 재판관님께 각별한 감사를 드립니다. 모쪼록 세계 최초로 열리는 오늘의 국제 모의 재판을 통하여 세계 최악의 북한의 인권 침해에 대한 국내의 관심이 크게 제고되고 한국의 북한 인권 재단의 설립을 비롯하여 북한 인권 개선의 새 이정표가 되기를 희망합니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. 다음 기조연설로 전 ICC 국제형사재판소 소장을 지내신 송상현님을 모시겠습니다. 박수로 맞이해 주십시오.
Since I reckon the non-Korean participants slightly outweighs in number the Korean counterpart, I would like to speak in English. The translated Korean version is in print in the small booklet, so you can follow that. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is great pleasure for me to welcome the world premier tourists to Korea and offer my huge congratulations to the first Moot court ever held in Korea. I cannot tell you how happy I am that the first Moot court of the ICC has opened in Seoul. The newly created ICC, the global champion of the world peace through justice, has influenced the international law and order and shaped the legal scholarship throughout the world. I'm sure that the eminent panel of judges, the prosecuting team, and the defending attorneys would operate a mock trial superbly and demonstrate how effective the ICC would be in shaping a new international legal order. It is just timely and meaningful to start an ICC Moot court in Korea in commemoration of the 10th anniversary of the UN Commission of Inquiry, or COI, report on human rights in North Korea. As Kim Jong-un, the North Korean supreme leader, has done many heinous things that would destroy the global peace by dispatching foot soldiers to the Ukraine at Turkey, among other things. Mr. Kevin Kim, the chairman of the board of Peace Inc., has been promoting the North Korean human rights and Korea's unification throughout his entire life. Mr. Kim ought to be highly commended for his tireless effort to make this Moot court possible. I also thank the Ministry of Unification and Ministry of Foreign Affairs and etc. for its support and cooperation. We therefore attach great importance to the ICC mock trial held in Seoul. It will be an unparalleled opportunity for all those attending in many ways. First, because this mock trial will be an extraordinary forum to discuss and debate the latest thinking on human rights, the rule of law, international criminal justice, and peace. Second, this occasion will be an invaluable momentum for Korean jurists to enlarge their networks and showcase their scholarly and practicing expertise. Third, this movement will help us achieve the sustainable development goals of the 2030 UN agenda to build peaceful, just, and inclusive societies, and to insist that strategies to achieve the SDGs respect SDGs goal, respect human rights, and leave no one behind. I believe that the event of the International Criminal Court 22 years ago has changed the way the world has come to think of and respond to international criminal justice. This is not a task for the justice sector alone, and international development agencies such as World Bank, IMF, UNDP would have to play a more positive role, such as sharing the initial justice costs with the ICC. It is also a great goal that can be achieved only with the simultaneous strengthening of democracy, development, and the rule of law. Unlike in the past, the domestic criminal justice procedures of each member state become all organically connected with the ICC at the center. A global and comprehensive international criminal justice system is thus emerged with close cooperation of various international or regional agencies and relevant non-governmental organizations or civil societies. If ICC has investigated and punished victims for the four core international crimes, such as aggression, genocide, war, and crime against humanity, and the entire criminal proceedings came to an end. It is said to have ultimately achieved what is commonly known as retributive justice. Its remedial nature is not much different from that of the domestic court. The international criminal trial should also show the need for deterrence and necessity for securing peace through justice. In fact, the establishment of the ICC was driven by the zeitgeist of the 20th century, which emphasized the sustainable, more sustainable peace is secured without international criminal justice. Indeed, the creation of the ICC has made broadening of the fight against impunity possible. The ICC has a unique feature that goes beyond the conviction of perpetrators, reaching out to the victims and their families
그
with
가족에게
preventive relief and
예방적 구제
protection
및
through the
보호를
trust fund for
제공하는
victims.
피해자 신탁
No matter
기금으로
how severely
피해자들이 손을
a
내밀 이러한
perpetrator
결정을
may
가지고
be
있습니다.
punished, the miserable situation of
아무리
countless
가해자를
victims
엄하게
would not improve.
처벌하더라도 수많은 피해자의
Although the
비참한
ICC is not
상황은
an
개선되지
international economic
않습니다.
aid program, it has
ICC는
started
국제 경제 원조 사업 내지 프로그램은 아니지만
introduce mechanisms
전통적인
that protect and
형사
support
사법을
victims
통해
and their
피해자와
families
가족을
beyond the
보호하고
traditional
지원하는
criminal justice.
메커니즘을 도입하는 인간
Prior
역사상
to
처음으로
conviction, the
선구적인
ICC
실험을
reaches out to
시작했습니다.
millions of victims with various programs
유죄 판결 전에
for psychiatric
ICC는
and medical
정신적 및
rehabilitation,
의학적 재활,
children's education,
아동 교육,
supply of occupational
비수제,
and peace education,
평화 교육
etc.
등 다양한
Therefore, the ICC is not another
피해자들에게 손을
criminal
들고
court
있습니다.
for the international
따라서
community,
ICC는
but far more than
국제사회를
that.
위한 또 다른
This
일반적인 형사 법원이
epoch-making
아닌
experiment
그
of
이상의
humankind for the
문제입니다.
first time in history
인류의
cannot and should
획기적인
not fail.
실험은 결코
It
실패할
is a
수
new
없고
path
실패해서도 안
to
됩니다.
create the victim protection
네.
programs and various
ICC
outreach
체계에서
programs.
피해자 보호
And
프로그램과
the ICC
다양한
system.
아웃리치 프로그램을 청출하는 새로운 길입니다.
The concept of criminal justice that
따라서
the ICC seeks to achieve
ICC가
includes
추구하는
not only
형사
retributive
사법의
justice by
개념은
punishment,
처벌을
but
통한
also restorative justice and reparative justice by protection
피해자
of
보호를
victims.
또
Just 30 years ago, who would have thought that the international war crimes would be prosecuted by an independent, permanent international institution,
국제기관에 의해
and that
문제 핵심
investigating
문제가
such
소될
crimes would
것이라고
become the
생각하지
expected
못했으며
norm
이러한
rather
문제를
than a
조사하는
rare
것이
exception.
드문 예외가 아닌
Here
예상되는
lies
규범이
the
될
monumental
것이라고
achievement
생각하지
of the
못했습니다.
Rome Statute. It set up
규정의 기념비적
an entirely new paradigm of
것입니다.
international criminal
이것은
justice,
국제
which
형사
has
사법의
made
완전
accountability for
새로운
atrocity
패러다임을
crimes
설정하여
an integral aspect of the
잔혹한
rule of
범죄에
law.
대한 책임을 법치의
I hope
도덕적인 측면으로
that the states
만들었습니다.
will take the active part in the collective efforts of the international community
법치를 강화하기
to
위한
strengthen the
국제사회의
rule of law,
노력에
which is one of the most effective ways to increase the chances of peace and stability
세계 평화,
and well-being of the
안정
world.
및 국제의 가능성을
There are many
높이는
things,
가장
many
효과적인
challenges.
방법 중 하나입니다.
Competing interests,
많은 도전까지가
limited
할 수
resources,
있습니다.
political
상충되는
opportunism,
이해관계, 제한된
cultural
자원,
differences,
정치적
different
기회,
visions, and so forth.
문화적 차이, 서로 다른 비전 등
But
여러
At
가지가
the end of the day,
있지만
there are also
결국에는
undeniable shared values
어디에나
and common goals that humans everywhere hold dear.
가치와 목표가
Men,
있습니다.
women, and children everywhere want to live in a world of peace,
하고
security, and harmony,
평화,
without
안정,
fear of
조화로운
violence and
세상에서
suffering.
폭력과 고통 없이 살고
International
싶어
arenas in the 21st century is
21세기에
very dynamic and crowded by various international organizations and more.
봅니다.
The actors are many and
주제는
various.
많고
This
다양합니다.
mock trial should encourage
이번
and
모임
inspire
제안은
the next generation of leaders and actors
보편적인
for
형사
universal
사법을 위한
criminal justice.
차세대 리더와
As the
주체들에게
ICC
영감을
will
주고
continue its mission from now into the future
ICC는
as giant leap forward in the global fight against impunity.
무책임과
I
싸우는
also encourage all of the eminent guests to look around you and learn more about your host country, Korea.
이 최고가
its fascinating past, its dynamic present, and its promising future.
현재 그리고 유망한
I
미래에
hope
대해 더 많이
You will
배우시기를
also experience
원장합니다.
for yourself the results of Korea's remarkable transformation in the last few decades.
10년 동안
From a very
매우
poor country
가난한 국가에서
receiving international aid to a
국제
thriving
원조를
open market
받는
economy that is
나라에서
now an international
완성
aid donor.
개방 시장 경제를
I hope
열어간 한국의
You
놀라운
can also experience a bit
경험하시기를
of the vitality, dynamism, and drive of the Korean people
한국 국민들의
that brought
활력과
about this transformation.
추진력을 조금이라도
But please do
경험하시기를
not
바랍니다.
leave Korea thinking
하지만
Korea is all work and no
일만
play.
하고 놀이를 즐기지 않는 나라라고 생각하며 떠나지 않기를 바랍니다.
We see that Koreans
한국
for
고전
millennia
문학에서는
enjoy the drinking,
수천 년
dancing,
동안
singing,
한국
talking,
사람들이 먹고 춤추고
and drinking.
노래하고
Today we
노래하고
see a modern day incarnation of Korean creativity and originality
오늘날
in
우리는
K-pop,
K-팝,
K-beauty,
K-뷰티,
K-food,
K-푸드,
K-drama, K-movies,
K-드라마,
K-music,
K-무비,
K-sports.
K-뮤직,
Enjoy them all.
K-스포츠 등 현대 한국의
And
창의성과
to my
독창성의
colleagues in
공연을 볼 수
Korean
있습니다.
community,
모두
I
즐기시길
ask,
바랍니다.
please,
그리고 한국 법률
let's take advantage of this
부탁드립니다.
extraordinary
이
moment
특별한 순간을 활용하여
to learn from
세계
the world's
최고의
leading jurists
법률 전문가들에게
to
배우고
contribute to learning by others.
타인에게 배움의
Please do
기회를
not hesitate
제공합시다.
to ask each other
서로에게
hard
어려운
questions.
질문을 주저하지 말고
Listen generously
너그럽게
and disagree
경청하며
respectfully.
존중하며 의견을
In
나누십시오.
closing, I wish all of you a rewarding and enjoyable
하나님께서
stay in
보람있고
Korea.
즐거운
Thank you very
시간
much.
되시길 바랍니다.
지금부터 이제 영상 축사를 듣도록 하겠습니다. 그 사이에 중간에 말씀드리면 우리 재판 원래 9시 30분에 지금 시작하려고 했습니다만 지금 이제부터 두 영상 축사를 보시고 나서 진행이 되겠습니다. 첫 번째로는 통일부 장관이고요. 축사를 보시겠습니다.
여러분 안녕하십니까. 통일부 장관 김용호입니다. 2024 북한 정치범 수용소의 반인도 문제에 관한 국제 모의재판 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 먼저 의미 있는 행사를 준비해 주신 김태훈 북한 인권 이사장님과 관계자 여러분들께 각별한 감사의 인사를 전합니다. 송상현 전 국제형사재판소장님, 실비아 카트라이터 전 판사님, 주광일 변호사님을 비롯한 모든 참석자 여러분께도 따뜻한 환영과 감사의 인사를 드립니다. 인권 침해에 고통받는 북한 주민들을 위해 가장 우선해야 할 것은 그 실패에 대한 조사 기록과 책임 규명 노력의 것입니다. 대한민국 정부는 2016년 북한 인권법 제정 이후 북한 인권기록센터와 북한 인권기록 보존소설을 통해 책임 규명의 기반을 마련하였습니다. 이를 통해서 작년에 이어 올해 2번째 북한 인권 보고서를 발간하며 정치범 수용소를 비롯한 북한 인권의 실상을 기록하고 알려오고 있습니다. 북한은 그동안 정치범 수용소를 부인해왔으나 얼마 전 제4차 보편적 인권 동맹 검토 회의에서 그 문제를 간접적으로 인정한 바 있습니다. 북한 정권이 아무리 반인권 문제 행위를 숨기려 하더라도 수많은 증거와 철저한 조사를 통해 진실은 결국 드러나게 될 것입니다. 우리는 북한 인권 침해의 책임 규명을 위한 모두의 흔들림 없는 노력이 유의미한 성과를 거두고 있다는 것을 잊어서는 안 될 것입니다. 그런 의미에서 오늘 이 자리와 북한 정권이 저지르는 반인도 문제의 실상과 이에 대한 책임 규명의 필요성을 다시 한번 상기시킬 수 있는 뜻깊은 기회가 될 것이라 생각합니다. 통일부는 앞으로도 시민사회, 국제사회와 함께 북한의 인권 침해에 대한 책임균형을 위해 최선을 다하겠습니다. 다시 한번 북한 정치권 수용소의 반인도 문제에 관한 국제 모의재판 개최를 축하드리며 북한 인권 정신을 위한 지속적인 관심과 노력을 당부드립니다. 감사합니다.
네, 김 장관님의 인사 부탁드리겠습니다. 다음으로는 유엔 북한인권 수요와 위원장이시고 마이클 커비님의 영상 출세를 기억하겠습니다. 잠시 재판에 대해서 안내 말씀드리면 이 재판은 축사를 보시고 나서 전체 사진을 찍고 나서 진행될 예정이고요. 그리고 주재판관이신 주광일 나사면 발언으로 인사드리고 오늘 모셔주실 수 있겠습니다. 그 후에 12시 반까지 법정하는 분들의 직접 신임이 있고 그 후에 점심시간 있고 6시까지 재판을 듣게 되겠습니다. 네, 영상 보도록 하겠습니다.
I'm Michael Kirby, and I'm speaking to you from Sydney, Australia. I regret that I cannot be with you in Seoul on this important occasion. We are living through a period of great danger and extraordinary concerns in the world, but we must never forget the issues of North Korea. I was the chair of the Commission of Inquiry appointed by the Human Rights Council of the United Nations in 2013 and 2014. And here is the report which the Commission produced, the report of the COI, which was delivered to the United Nations in February 2014, 10 years ago. And the question is therefore asked, what progress have we made in that 10 years, and what can we do to secure progress? I honour the participants in Seoul and joining online who have made it possible for this pre-trial inquiry to take place under the rules of the ICC. I honour Kim Jong-un, who has helped to organise this session. If people do not do these things, nothing gets done, and that's why it depends upon the initiatives of citizens concerned about the situation in North Korea. I honour my friend and colleague Dan Sylvia Cartwright, who will be taking part as one of the participants in the pre-trial tribunal, and also Kwangil and Moot, who are also taking part in the tribunal. This is not a game. This is something serious, and it is an attempt to do what the international community has so far failed to do. Because of the controls that exist under the Charter in respect of the Security Council, the key recommendation that was made by the Commission of Inquiry has not been implemented. That recommendation concerned putting on trial those who could be shown on credible evidence to be guilty of serious human rights crimes. Crimes against humanity. Crimes against humanity were devised by the United Nations in 1948, and they were to be crimes that were so shocking to the international community that they disturbed the conscience of mankind. And the international community, when it established crimes against humanity as a crime in international law, said that we would never again turn our backs on international crimes against humanity. This was because in the 1930s and 1940s, the world did turn its back against the terrible crimes that were committed by the Nazis and others at that time. And so this is the challenge before the pre-trial investigation, not to turn our back, to look and to see and to report. And that is what I encourage the pre-trial Moot court to undertake. This is a new milestone on the journey towards justice and fairness and truth for the people of North Korea, and particularly those who, with their families, have suffered in the prison camps that were disclosed by the witnesses who came before the Commission of Inquiry back in 2013 and 14. Their story is told in this record. It remains before the United Nations, it remains before the international community, and we must fulfill the promise. When crimes against humanity were devised in 1948, we must fulfill the promise, we must disclose the crimes, we must record them, we must record our response to them, and we must get the international community in due course to give response and to bring those who are responsible transparently and lawfully into accountability. So I express sincere appreciation and congratulations to those who have organised this session in Seoul, in the Republic of Korea. May it lead on to markets open, curtains lifted, and new attention by the world and by humanity to the crimes that have committed against humanity, and ensure that there is a response.
그럼 이제 본 세션을 시작하기 전에 오늘 이 자리에 참가해 주신 모든 분들과 함께 사진 촬영을 진행하겠습니다. 그 이후에 모의 재판을 진행하겠습니다. We are going to take a picture with all the participants today before the actual trial starts. So please come out. 모두들 이 앞쪽으로 나오셔서 사진 함께 찍어주시면 감사하겠습니다.
파이팅 하겠습니다. 파이팅!
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to greet the Council for Prosecutors and legal representative for defendant. I welcome as well the courtroom staff and those in the public gallery. We are grateful for full attendance and participant in the international Moot tribunal. I hereby declare this hearing open. I will now turn to the court officer and ask
자, 그러면
that he calls the case. Please.
법정 관계자에게 개회를 공식적으로 선언하기를 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다.
This is the prosecutor versus Kim Jong-un
네, 지금은
in the
조선 인민공화국의 상원을 밝은 사건 심리에 접촉하고 있으며 본 사건은 검찰 대 조선민주주의인민공화국 최고지도자 김정은으로 정치범 선고 제도 위반에 관련된 반인도적 범죄
I
혐의에
will
대한
now ask
재판입니다.
the parties and participants in this hearing
자, 그렇다면
introduce
지금부터
themselves,
우리의
beginning with
당사자께서 소개 말씀을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 먼저 검사 소개 부탁드리겠습니다.
Your Honors, and may it please the court, my name is Jared Answer.
재판장
I'm a prosecutor in this case,
제로드 캔서로 현재 검사로 임하고 있습니다. 이근현 형사와 김현기 형사와 함께 하는 검사입니다.
I will be forward
감사합니다.
to the representative of the defense
자,
counsel
그렇다면
to
이제는
present the
변호인단
members.
소개 부탁드립니다. 저는 제임스 윌맨 헌을 3세입니다. 저는 미국 대법원 그리고 미국 메릴랜드 버지니아의 변호사로서 관타무노 베이에서의 재판부에서 변호 역할을 맡아 있습니다. 이어서 영국과 웨일스의 변호사이자 파키스탄의 변호사인 마샬 아마일과 함께 하고 있습니다. 몇 가지 디스클레이머 말씀을 드리고 시작을 하도록 하겠습니다. 우선 첫 번째, 북한에서의 인권 상황을 조망하기 위한 중요한 자리라는 점을 말씀드리고자 합니다. 또 법치라는 것을 기반으로 해서 진행이 되는 그런 내용으로서 이것은 실제 고의 재판 내지는 대한민국에서 현재 변호의 역할을 하지 않는다는 점을 분명하게 말씀드립니다. 현재 우리가 맡고 있는 이런 역할은 지금 변호를 하고 있는 입장이긴 합니다만 사실상 피고와의 변호 또 피고인의 관계는 성립이 되지 않은 점을 말씀드리고자 합니다. 현재 국방부와 함께 관타무노 베이에서의 변호 관련된 법률 서비스를 제공하고 있긴 합니다만 저는 미 국방부 내지는 미국 정부를 대신해서 대변하는 역할을 하고 있는 것이 아님을 말씀을 드립니다. 더불어서 미국에서 보안 관련된 클리어런스를 지금 현재 대상을 삼고 있습니다만 지금 모든 내용들은 보안 취급 안가를 받지 않은 모든 것이 오픈소스의 자료만을 바탕으로 하고 있음을 말씀을 드립니다. 네, 감사합니다. 그렇다면 이제 재판부를 소개하도록 하겠습니다. 재판부는 실비아 카트라이트 판사 저희 좌측에 지금 함께 해주고 계십니다. 그리고 저는 주광일로서 주심으로서의 역할을 맡게 되었습니다. 여러분들께서 한 가지 인식하실 만한 사실 참고로 말씀을 드리자면 하지만 그 전에 한 가지 양해 말씀을 부탁드리도록 하겠습니다. 다른 재판부 판사님께서 함께해 주시 못한 점 양해 부탁드립니다. 마틴 카로프킨 판사께서 좀 전에는 재판부의 일원으로서 참여를 하기로 되어 있으셨습니다만 안타깝게도 예상치 못한 상황으로 인하여서 참여하지 못하게 되었습니다. 따라서 재판부의 구성원은 저와 카트라이트 판사 이렇게 2명으로 구성이 되어서 진행을 할 예정입니다. 참고로 한 말씀 더 말씀을 드리자면 저희 재판부는 전통적인 검정색의 법복을 착용하고 있지 않습니다. 일반적인 법정에서는 보아 왔을 법한 그런 의복을 착용하고 있지 않습니다. 앞서 말씀드렸던 대로 본 재판은 재판입니다. 실질적인 재판이 아닌 모의 재판이기 때문에 전반적인 드레스 코드는 공식적인 그런 드레스 코드가 아닌 그런 방법으로 임하고 있는 점 참고로 말씀을 드립니다. 이번 모의 재판에서는 반인도 범죄 관련하여서 특히 그 중에서도 김정은을 대상으로 한 반인도 범죄 혐의에 대한 그런 증거를 수집하고 확인하는 자리라고 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 그래서 이어서 추가적인 법률 절차를 밟을 수 있는 그런 증거와 근간이 있는지 여부를 확인하는 자리라고 보시면 되겠습니다. 자, 그러면 검사와 변호사의 모두 진술에 앞서서 잠시 중요한 사안에 대해서 말씀을 드리고자 합니다. 저희가 오늘 진행할 모의 재판에 있어서의 중요한 점에 대해서 말씀을 드리고 시작을 하겠습니다. 여러분들께서도 잘 아시겠습니다만 지금 현재 김정은은 자리에 본 법정 제국은 모의 재판에 출석해야 하여 있는 상황입니다. 피고인의 불참 재판이라는 점을 말씀을 드리는데 이 해당되는 내용은 그동안 규정에 따른 것이다라는 점을 말씀을 드립니다. 바로 ICC에서의 전신 재판, 모의 재판을 하는 데 있어서 규정을 점 말씀을 드립니다. 로마 규정이 21조에 따라서 불참을 할 경우 내지는 그 어떠한 시점에서 이 재판이 제대로 불참을 하게 될 경우 전신 그럼에도 불구하고 재판을 진행할 수가 있으며 필요한 조치를 취할 수 있다는 점 말씀드립니다. 피고인의 불참 속에서도 혐의 관련된 확인과 확인이 가능하다는 점 말씀드립니다. 이를 통해서 분명하게 할 수 있는 재판이 무결성으로 또 정의를 위한 임무를 수행하기 위한 그런 역할을 충실히 할 것이다라는 점을 말씀드리는 바입니다. 다시 한번 말씀드리지만 비교적 불참 재판인지라도 우리 재판부의 임무를 다하게 된다는 점 말씀드립니다. 피고인의 불참 속에서도 우리가 이러한 학술적이면서 중요한 재판에서의 그런 진행을 처리하지 않을 것이며 참고로서 이 재판에서 어떤 주요한 혐의 관련된 확심에 대해서도 이것을 처리하지 않을 것이라는 점 말씀드립니다. 이러한 맥락 하에서 증인의 증언 그리고 관련된 직접 반대 신문 등 우리 일정에 나와 있는 내용들을 진행할 것임을 말씀드립니다. 모의 재판의 현재의 폼에 대해서 말씀을 드리자면 ICC의 이런 재판 절차에 따를 것임을 말씀을 드립니다. 피고인이 가능치 않거나 내지는 의지가 없어 불참했을 때의 재판의 그 절차를 그대로 따를 것임을 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 오늘의 재판 속에서 철력 있는 논의가 진행되기를 바라며 이렇게 국제법에서의 복잡성에 대해서 같이 토의할 수 있기를 바라겠습니다. 그리고 더불어서 반인도 범죄 기소 사실 관련돼서 충분한 심의를 이루어지기를 바랍니다. 관련돼서 경청해 주셔서 대단히 감사드리며 이어서 검사의 모두 진술을 정해 듣도록 하겠습니다.
Thank you so much. Your Honors, and may it please the Court. I'm here today before you to charge Kim Jong-un, the Supreme Leader of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, with crimes against humanity in connection with the operation of the political prison camp system that he has overseen and runs assuming power in 2011. The scale and severity of the human rights abuses committed at his direction, previously under the direction of his father, Kim Jong-il, and grandfather, Kim Il-sung, are unprecedented in modern times. Over the last 65 years, an estimated 400,000 North Koreans have been murdered or died in the political prison camps of Kwangil at the direction of the Kim family. And today, an estimated 120,000 North Koreans continue to suffer unspeakable crimes in these camps. The existence and continued operation of these camps are not merely violations of international law, but are an affront to the very principle of human dignity that is embedded in the UN Charter and is found in Article 1 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says that, quote, all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and in rights. For real or imagined centers in North Korea, life in the political prison camps is nothing short of a living hell. Since the establishment of the first prison camps in the early 1950s, the DPRK, led by the Kim family, has engaged in a ruthless campaign of repression, targeting perceived dissenters in 3 generations of their family, and constructed by Kim Il-sung through arbitrary detention, forced disappearance, extrajudicial executions, extermination, enslavement, torture, rape, and other sexual violence, and persecution on political, religious, and gender grounds. These practices reflect a broader policy of state-sponsored care that has resulted in the suffering of countless individuals, many of whom remain in prison today under brutal conditions that shock the conscience of humanity. It would be truly impossible for any person to understand or even imagine the depths of the horror and human misery of those suffering in prison camps, except for the courageous survivors who have escaped North Korea and shared their stories, including several of our witnesses today. Unfortunately, these stories are often met with indifference, both of the suffering of the individual and that of those they left behind. Tragically, as we stand at this pivotal moment in history, this indictment serves as a painful reminder of the day that did not yet come. The day when the North Korean regime will collapse, its prison camps will be shuttered, and the world will see Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un standing at the dock of the international tribunal to face justice and accountability for his crimes. And yet, in life, there is always hope. The persistence of these crimes demands a response. The global community must confront the moral and legal imperative to protect the victims of such egregious violations and to achieve justice and accountability for the perpetrators. It may not happen today, but it will happen one day. As Nelson Mandela said, it always seems impossible until it's done. Based upon the presented documentary and summary evidence and witness testimonies, the prosecutor respectfully requests that the pretrial chamber confirm that there is sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds for belief that Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un has committed the crimes against humanity charged and under Article 61(7)(a of the Rome Statute, commit him to a trial chamber for trial today in the International Moot Tribunal, but one day in the real world on the charges as confirmed. In my opening statement, I will be presenting a case against Kim Jong-un for his operation in the political prison camps of Kwangil. I'll first talk about him as a person charged, discuss the facts of the prison camps, apply the law of crimes against humanity to those facts, and then on the left, you can see here the various titles that Kim Jong-un holds: Supreme Leader, Commander-in-Chief of the Korean People's Army, General Secretary of the Workers' Party of Korea, and President of the State Affairs Commission. Kim Jong-un is the leader of a totalitarian regime of which he has complete legal and tactical control across both the military and civilian government. And this will, of course, relate later to our discussion of command responsibility for crimes to be committed in Kwangil. As discussed earlier, there's agreed with respect to this international tribunal that the INT has jurisdiction over Kim Jong-un and the situation of the camps. The INT will apply the Rome Statute and related procedure and evidentiary guiding documents. And ultimately, the INT will consider if the prosecutor has provided sufficient evidence to establish substantial grounds to believe that Kim Jong-un has committed the crime charged. And that INT judges also agree fair to be held in the sense. So let's begin to talk about the prison camps in North Korea. There are a wide array of camps and detention facilities. In respect to camps, there are two sets of camps: Kwangil, the local prison camps, and Kyowaso, the general prison camps. Here, our focus is on the political prison camps, as you can see here as well. So let's begin to discuss the defining characteristics of the camps. Camps are run by the Prisoners Bureau of Administration and Security that administer reports to Kim Jong-un through a wide array of mechanisms. The State Affairs Commission, the Korean Workers' Party, and directly. And these camps, whose existence is denied by North Korea, operate utterly outside the oversight of the PRC system. As you can see, prisoners are forced to disappear without the process of recourse and held in incommunicado detention for years, even decades, with no contact with the outside world. Prisoners are retained for real or imagined offenses of new generations of prison. And the conditions are brutal and harsh. And I'll speak more in a few minutes about those conditions in prison today. This is the most recent information that we have about the estimated numbers of people in the political prison camps. You see camps number 14, 16, 18, and 25. Today in yellow, you'll see an estimated 116,200 prisoners detained in this system of camps. It's also estimated that some 400,000 people have died in the North Korea political prison camp system since its establishment in the 1950s. There are 5 sources of information about the political prison camp system. First, there are a number of the 34,000 North Koreans who defected to South Korea who, in fact, survived the political prison camps and were able to escape. Ultimately, they've been interviewed by the Ministry of Education when they entered Kwangil, the Settlement Support Center for Political Refugees. The second source of information is NGO interviews with refugees. Both KINU and NKTV have systematically interviewed the defectors as they've arrived in South Korea. Number 3, eyewitness testimonies that combine satellite images that inform the location and layout of the prison camps, which you can see certain enclosures, high walls, barbed wire fences, and barbed wires, etc., matching up the defector testimony with the description of what they survived. And years ago, there was a brief reference to the existence of camps in the President Registration Project Reference Manual that was published by the company of Security. And then lastly, there were a wide array of defendants that were interviewed by the UN Commission of Inquiry on Human Rights into the PRK. You see here on the white paper on human rights in North Korea, a map of the best understood 4 prison camps that remain in operation today, which are camps number 14, 16, 18, and 25. So why are people detained in the political prison camps? First, there's a guilt association system of young K that 3 generations of inmates should be eliminated. In addition, some people are placed in there because it's some of them socio-political classification system. People are classified as political prisoners. In addition, some prisoners are in prison because of the Todai, which refers to a person's family background. For example, a person's parents or grandparents were connected to Japanese occupation in World War II or the South Korean Army during war. And then there are a range of other reasons that people can be in prison if they want to so, including verbal treason, espionage, engaging in religious activities, and sabotaging to North Korea. So let's talk more about the specific treatment of detainees in the political prison camps. The purpose of these camps is to strengthen Muche, the self-reliance, egology, and hereditary dictatorship of Kim's family, and to eliminate ideological, political, or social uprising. The camps are surrounded by high-current fences, electrified with voltage, and traps and minefields around there. Public and secret executions are carried out with due process or rule of law, and the lesser offenses relate in confinement, beatings, and mutilation. Forced labor is not only typical, but in fact required of all inmates. Adult detainees are assigned to manual labor in mines and farms, often without rest. They can be beaten and given extended hours and have food rations cut if they don't meet their work quotas. And children have been forced to engage in forced labor from age 5. And the conditions are brutal and inhumane. Malnutrition and starvation because of below subsistence level rations, no medical care, and a system that's literally designed to ensure a large number of deaths in detention from starvation and disease. Women are also subjected to forced abortion and additional punishments, including execution and torture, rape by guards and prisoners in positions as well. Now that I've summarized the facts of the prison camps, let me now look to apply the law of crimes against humanity to the situation. So as a quick reminder, the purpose of this hearing is to confirm the charges against Kim Jong-un. And in this pretrial hearing, the prosecutor must support each charge with, quote, sufficient evidence to establish potential grounds to believe the person committed the crime charge, and the prosecutor may rely on documentary or some evidence and need not call the witnesses expected to testify at trial. The purpose of this hearing is not to find the truth in relation to guilt or innocence, but rather to confirm the charges on which the prosecutor intends to see trial. In other words, this hearing is about separating out cases and charges which go to trial from those which
관련돼서 지금 대상으로 삼고 있는 그런 범죄와 그렇지 않은 범죄를 구분을 하여서 진행을 하고자 하는 것이며, 여기에서 관련된 그런 혐의에 대해서는 충분한 증거를 바탕으로 해서 확인이 됐을 때만 추진을 하는 것임을 말씀을 드리는 바입니다. 자, 그러면 반인도 범죄에 관련돼서 말씀을 드리도록 하겠습니다. 우선 검사에서는 다음과 같은 반인도 범죄를 저질렀다라고 저희는 주장을 하는 바입니다. 로마 규정 7조에 따라서 다음과 같은 그런 범죄가 있음을 말씀을 드립니다. 그리고 더불어서 관리소라고 하는 저정수용소 제도 운영과 관련돼서 8가지의 반인도 범죄를 저진 것으로 보이고 있습니다. 여기에서는 말씀드렸다시피 강간과 성폭행과 박해, 그리고 강제 실종, 또한 정치적 또는 종교적 이유로 신발 가능한 집단에 대한 박해, 또한 강제 실종 등의 8가지의 범죄 혐의가 있음을 말씀을 드리고 있습니다. 네, 구체적으로 반인도 범죄에 대해서 자세히 들어가기 앞서서 한 가지 강조할 말씀은 바로 반인도 범죄에 있어서의 김정은이 최종 결정권자다라고 볼 수가 있다는 점입니다. 28조 그 로마 규정에 따라서 이 정보 수용소의 제도 운영 관련돼서 김정은이 담당을 하고 있다는 점을 말씀드립니다. 여기에서도 5가지의 핵심적인 명령 구도가 나와 있습니다. 28A B조에 따라서 여기에서는 보시다시피 군부를 지휘를 하거나 등의 어떠한 지위를 갖고 있어야 되는지에 대한 그런 내용이 나와 있습니다. 일단 이것을 자행을 했던 그런 군을 대상으로 해서 최종 통치권을 갖고 있어야 된다는 그런 이야기가 나와 있으며, 그리고 또 여기에서 이에 해당되는 반인도 범죄에 대해서 알아야 되는 그런 이유가 있다는 점, 그리고 또한 피고 같은 경우에는 적절한 그런 조치를 취해서 이런 반인도 범죄를 뿌리뽑아야 되는데 그렇지 못한 그런 점에 대한 내용이 나와 있습니다. 우측에도 이제 시간 관계상 제가 다 말씀드리지는 못합니다만 여기에서는 각각 관련돼서 증거들이 있습니다. 5가지 항목에 있어서 과연 작전 지휘에 어떤 역할이 있었는지에 대해서 확인할 수 있는 5가지 증거 서류들이 여기에 명시가 되어 있으며, 관련된 내용들 고소장의 내용을 보시면 재판부에도 저희가 또 청중에게도 이러한 그 고소장을 회람을 한 바 있는데 거기에서는 자세한 내용들이 나와 있습니다. 자, 그러면 이제부터 김정은의 반인도 범죄에 대해서 이야기해 보도록 하겠습니다. 일단 첫 번째, 투 또는 기타 신체적 자유 박탈이란 그런 내용이 나와 있습니다. 약 12만 명이 지금 현재 관리소에서 구금이 되고 있습니다. 한 번도 어떤 법적 절차를 통해서도 법치하에서 어떤 유죄 판결을 받지 않음에도 불구하고 지금 현재 구금이 되어 있습니다. 그래서 이것만 보더라도 우리가 이런 자의적인 구금이라고 하는 이런 국제법상에서의 법률 위반이라고 분명하게 이야기를 할 수가 있는 부분입니다. 이것 자체가 국제법 중에서도 이제 자의적 구금 관련된 각종 조항들을 보장하는 사이다라는 점을 말씀드립니다. 그리고 많은 사람들이 이런 지금 수용소에서 구금이 되고 있다는 점에 있어서 소위 많은 사람들이 여기에 있어서의 이 법의 보장을 받고 있어서 이어서 법의 실종에 대해서 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 사실상 이 문제가 같은 경우는 여러 가지 점에 있어서 가만히 실종하는 경우들이 있습니다. 10여만 명의 사람들이 실종되는 그런 사례들도 있고, 중대성으로 달라지고 있고, 또 그곳에서 누가 있느냐에 따라서 그 확인을 하지 못하는 그런 상황이라고 볼 수가 있습니다. 그래서 이런 관리소에서의 운영에 있어서 이런 부분에 대해서 확인할 수가 있습니다. 그래서 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 특정한 위치나 자멸을 의미하는 그동안 의료적 지원이 전혀 없는 그런 상황에서 불필요한 엄청난 사망으로 이어졌다고 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 이것은 단순 사고라고 볼 수가 있습니다. 내지는 예상치 못했던 내지는 의도치 못했던 그런 부수 효과가 아니라 의도된 하나의 중 하나라고 볼 수가 있겠습니다. 사고는 실제로 사람을 죽이는 사고라고 볼 수가 있겠습니다.
With respect to the latter four comprehension adding a segment, what you can see here is that he found guilty of this crime against humanity, can't ask for essence, exercise great ownership over people, and imposing on them similar deprivation of liberty. Here, the experience of prisons and handheld care, all characteristics of enslavement, that inmates are subject to a lifetime of incarceration.
왜냐하면 평생 동안에 어떤 무기징역 상태에 의해서 꾸준하게 해야 되는 그 실질적 고통에 대해서는 이런 수용소에 있어서의 자인이 있다는 것에 대해서는 많은 부분에 있어서 확인할 수가 있습니다. 또한 여성 문제들 같은 경우는 각각 그렇게 대상이 되고 있습니다. 그래서 그러한 성폭력 사건에 따라서 실력이 되는 것을 두려워하여서 동의하여서 성폭력의 대상이 되는
And lastly, when we look at persecution against identifiable groups, there are three sets of groups that have been persecuted.
그리고 정치적인 식별 가능한 집단에 대한 반대가 있습니다. 이제 세 가지 집단이 있습니다.
And this kind of discrimination is, of course, widely reported.
자행이 되고 있고 이 부분에 대해서도
So why is this a widespread systematic attack against civilians? So state policy. What is the evidence of the knowledge of these attacks? You can see here that the camps themselves were established with a central political objective, eliminating two generations of enemies. And forced labor from the prisoners also helps the state realize key economic objectives. These inhumane acts are perpetrated on a large scale, although regular pattern, giving rise to the difference that are part of the overall state policy. In addition to the PRA, with considerable resources, running these
각종 자원을 동원하여서 관리를 운영하는 전력이 되어 있습니다.
who oversees the guard of the inmates in the camps, the Bureau of Democracy, overseeing this, staffed by thousands of inmates and guards, and roads and roads as the bill. These are the forced labor. It is therefore possible to believe that such a large-scale complex
이런 대규모의 재료적인 가치가 사실상 이것이 국가정책 차원에서 최고 지도자의 어떤 파견이라든지 또한 허용 없이는 불가할 것으로 보입니다. 서울을 봤을 때는 최고 지도자가 알 수밖에 없다라고 볼 수가 있습니다. 그리고 여기에서는 결의안의 각종 결의안과 또한 각종 NGO 보고서, 수백 건의 NGO 보고서와 COI 보고서, 또한 수사 여러 보고서 등등의 내용을 바탕으로 하여서 이런 수용소의 존재 여부와 그 상황이 얼마나 여부에 대해서 확인을 할 수가 있습니다. 자, 그러면 이어서 모두 진술을 이제 정리를 하는 말씀드리도록 하겠습니다. 이 모두 진술에 따라서 여기 보도장에는 각종 협의 내용들 그리고 또 증거들을 모두 제출한 바 있습니다. 그리고 이어서 증인들의 또한 진술서도 포함이 되어 있습니다. 따라서 검사 측에서는 재판부에게 이야기를 할 수 있는 부분이며 인민공화국이 제공자 김정은은 로마 규정의 7조 AP에 따라서 분명한 혐의가 있음을 말씀드리는 바입니다. 자, 그러면 이어서 변호인의 모두 진술을 청해 듣도록 하겠습니다.
네, 존경하는 재판장님, 제임스 변호사님과 함께 피고인 김정은의 사건으로서 여러분들께서 반인도 범죄에 관련돼서 제기된 기술적에 대해서 감사합니다. 지금 시작하면서 말씀드리고 싶은 것은 지금 개인에 대해서 그 구금시행 사건에 관련된 부분에 있어서 저희가 이에 대해서 말씀을 드리고 싶은 것이 아니라 지금 입증 책임과 관련해서 국제법에서 요구되는 부분에서 부족하다라는 점을 말씀드립니다. 즉 구금되어 있는 사람들의 고통에 대해서 좌신할 것이 아니라 부족하다는 것을 말씀드리고 싶습니다. 책임을 추구한다고 했을 때는요, 국제법에 따라서 추구할 때는 어떤 기준이 존재한다고 생각합니다. 또한 검사 측에서는요, 굉장히 많은 고통을 일으킨 사람이 김정은이라고 이야기하는데, 지금 여기에 대해서는 법적으로서 그 근거가 부족하고 북한의 정치적 사회적인 구조에 대한 이해가 결여되어 있는 부분에서 나온 것이 있다고 생각합니다. 반인도 범죄와 관련해서 북한의 정치범 수용소인 관리소에 대해서 언급하면서 김정은이 이와 같은 의혹에 대해서 책임을 져야 한다라고 검사 측은 주장하고 있습니다. 공정성과 그리고 또 입증 책임 관련된 높은 수준을 달성해야 한다는 그런 역할을 생각해 본다면 검사실에서는 충분하게 그 역할을 수행하고 있지 못합니다. 여러 가지 지금 증거 같은 경우 상호 충돌된다라든가 증언상에서 충분한 많은 정황 증거를 가지고 주장하고 있습니다. 그래서 또 근거 완전히 신뢰할 수 없을 만한 위성 사진에 근거하고 있고요. 그러한 내용에 근거를 주장하고 있습니다. 세 가지를 요약할 수 있을 것 같습니다. 검사 측의 주장은 첫 번째는요, 지금 관리소가 실제하고 중재한다라고 했는데 이것은 충분히 입증되고 있지 않습니다. 검사들은 지금 정황 증거들을 제시하고 있고요, 위성 사진을 제시하고 있습니다. 하지만 이 재판부에서 요구하는 높은 수준의 증거를 충족하고 있다고 볼 수는 없습니다. 이런 캠프도 실제 존재했는지 내지는 피고인이 거기에 대한 지휘 책임을 가지고 있는지 입증되고 있지 않습니다. 위성 사진을 근거하고 그리고 또 탈북자 증언에 근거하고 있습니다. 이런 것들은 문제가 있다고 생각합니다. 위성 사진이라고 하는 것은요, 내부적인 운영을 입증하는 데서 충분하지 않다고 생각합니다.
Moreover, many of the witnesses are defectors whose motive for testifying is questioned by their partiality.
어떤 동기를 가지고 증언하는가 봤을 때 이들의 공정성이 있어요.
But international law requires more than subjective accounts to charge and substantially charge. Without corroboration, these testimonies
요구한다는 것을 기억해 주시기 바랍니다. 증거와 관련된 기준도 있습니다.
Secondly, the prosecution attempts to link my client to the alleged crimes of command responsibility under Article 28A of the Rome Statute. However, Article 28A applies only to military commanders or those with effective control over the direct perpetrators of crimes. The evidence does not establish Mr. Kim Jong-un maintained such control over the alleged perpetrators within North Korea's Ministry of State Security. Thereby, the prosecution is failed to establish a direct or even indirect link between Mr. Kim Jong-un and the alleged atrocities. As head of state, the accused's responsibilities are overwhelmingly political. They concern national security and economic policy. The notion that the defendant micromanaged internal detention policies is not only speculative, but implausible. Further, under Article 28A of the Rome Statute, as mentioned, command responsibility requires effective control over the perpetrated and which prosecution is failed to afford for us today. North Korea operates under a unique political system, whereby its centralized authority does not equate to micromanagement of internal operations. The prosecution is unable to demonstrate that my client had knowledge of the specific abuses that are alleged, much less that he issued the orders to perpetrate them. Ascribing liability in this manner sets a dangerous precedent. It erodes the distinction between policy and direct criminal responsibility. North Korea's governance system is rooted in political ideology, prioritizing survival politically over physical well-being. This reflects the values and historical circumstances of North Korea. Citizens are raised to use view political loyalty as paramount, and this ideological separation influences the organization of society, including within detention facilities. The prosecution is still to contextualize these facilities within the ideological frameworks, and this leads to a skewed interpretation of evidence. Finally, we urge this tribunal to recognize the principle of state sovereignty enshrined in international law. North Korea operates in a unique cultural and geopolitical context and attempts to universalize Western legal frameworks or impose external moral standards undermine state sovereignty and again set dangerous precedents. The case before us today represents an unprecedented attempt to prosecute a sitting head of state for domestic policies within a sovereign nation. International law should not be wielded as a tool to impose external values or ideologies on sovereign nations. To do so risks undermining the legitimacy of this tribunal and international legal institutions more broadly. This is not a trial of ideals, it is a trial of law, and we trust that the tribunal will remain impartial, apply rigorous scrutiny to the evidence presented, and adhere to the high standards of international justice. We therefore submit that the charges against Mr. Kim Jong-un cannot stand. Thank you, Justice.
Good morning, Mr. Kang. Thank you for being here today. Can you state your full name, please? My name is Kang Chol-hwan. Thank you. Mr. Kang, can you tell us about your experience with the Yoda concentration camp? Yes, when I was 9 years old, that was in 1977 in the month of August, my grandfather was the vice chair of the Pyongyang Chamber of Commerce, and he was suddenly arrested, and he went missing for about 3 months. After 3 months, it was the MSS, Mr. Chun Jae-hoon, Director Chun Jae-hoon. He led a team to enter my property, and they threatened my family. And my grandfather was a traitor, according to them, for the Korean people and the DPRK. So all our properties and our assets have been confiscated, and everything was taken away. And we were taken.
저희 친어머니는 이제 강제 이혼당하고 하셨고요. 결혼하지 않은 막내 삼촌이 이제 공동방문하는 경우는 거기 3개국 조조로 했는데 일본 중에 거기서 이제 아버지를 들어왔고 저희 할아버지와 함께 보내도 저희 아버지 장남 저희 가족이 이제 할머니와 저희 동생 이제 5명이 네. 사람들이 강제 수용소에 보내지는 이유는 무엇입니까?
다양한 제목에 의해서 이제 수용소에 오는데 저희 같은 경우는 제일적으로서 저희 할아버지가 어떤 죄를 지었다고 해서 그냥 상식적인 죄만 보이기 때문에 구체적으로 두 개를 이렇게 알 수는 없지만 저희가 추정하는 건 두 가지가 있습니다. 하나는 이제 일본에 있을 때 일본 교토지구 청년 간부들이 이제 필승이 유명했던 한덕수라는 위장을 반대했던 적이 있었는데 그 책임을 물어서 저 청년 핵심 간부들을 북한을 보낸 이후에 저보다 수천명가는 그런 주장이 있습니다. 왜냐하면 제 할아버지를 포함해서 할머니를 포함해서 저청년이 던져지고 수십 명의 최고위 간부들이 수용소에 꾸려가게 된 겁니다.
part of the Japanese Association of Court My grandfather, he was a businessman, and therefore, with regard to the planned economy of the North, the outdated or irresponsible system of the economy was criticized, and we believe that this was noted as going against the policy of the DPRK. So we believe that these were the two reasons that he was noted to have committed a crime. So the next would be a question on the conditions inside the camp. So what kind of housing and accommodation was provided? So at the Yudong camp or the concentration camp, we had those that were already at the camp that started to build houses. And once they do our house, there would be the next generation that would be going in and building the houses. And there are two types of housing basically. One would be a housing type that utilizes specific raw materials which will be more of a better off house. Block houses, and then the other would be mud houses. So there were two types of houses. You can see that there are about 5 or so households that will be living in this form of a harmonica type of housing. So we cannot call this a house, of course, in current standards, but that was the housing that was provided. So then what about the clothing that was provided for the prisoners? Was it appropriate to the weather as well as the temperature? And so we were noted that there was a specific type of fabric that was developed in the north, and there was specific clothing that was offered that utilizes the vinylon type of material. But what happens is it contracts or shrinks when it's wet, so it's not fit for attire. However, that was the clothing that was provided, and that in itself, if it was provided, then you were better off. Sometimes you wouldn't even get that. And then there's a specific underwear that's provided. We don't know how to call this. We cannot call this underwear. It's just a piece of fabric that would be distributed. And I know that including the children of those in the camps, they basically had no underwear because this wasn't appropriate for any underwear purpose or sake. And if you wear the clothes for about 3 years, what happens is you would have to mend the clothes, basically looking completely different from what you were wearing all along. So for an outsider looking in, it may seem like it's a group full of the homeless or beggars, basically. It's something that cannot be described as your average citizen that you may be able to witness. And what about the food? Were you offered with adequate food? It was corn and salt that we had to live on. In the case of corn, you are offered that every 15 days or every month. And if you take that corn, well, you can see that it actually takes you through about half of the month. The other rest of the half, you would have to starve. So for the other half of the month, there would be different alternatives. For instance, you would have to go and get some vegetables in the mountains, or maybe mice or frogs for protein. So that would be the only for you to survive. So it's true that you're basically malnourished throughout the detention. So with regard to medical care, anything that was offered, health and medical care to the prisoners, well, there was hardly any medical care that was offered. So we called, there was a specific name for the community for the overseas Koreans in Japan, and there were about thousands of prisoners, and there was only one doctor, and that doctor was someone that has actually had to, well, he was also a prisoner as well, that in his third year of med school, he was sent to the camp, and he was in charge, he majored in internal medicine, but he was in charge of everything, dentals and all. And you can see that I don't have one molar, one tooth, but it was so painful, and I suffered, and I went to the hospital or the hospital agency, and then he said that he will have to take the tooth out. But there is, well, you use a wrench and you just take it out without no medication. And I recall I've just fainted on the spot. And there was no anesthesia. And in Korea and South Korea, I've mentioned what happened. And the dentist told me that was something that could have killed you. and how were you able to endure? So typically, if you are sick or ill in the camp, you wouldn't be able to get any basic medical care. So if you have, small, mild diseases or illnesses, the survival rate would not be that high. So then were the prisoners required to perform labor? What kind of labor was it, if so? So at the Yoda concentration camp, it was when I was 9 or 10 when I had to engage in forced labor. And there were 3 students that joined me when I first came to this camp. One was Lee Yong-go. And this person's father was actually the vice president of the Workers' Party, was the son of Lee Sung-uk. And one was Lee Young-guk.
And executions occur on a daily basis. General execution, so to say, occurs on a daily basis. Those who, the fugitives, those who try to escape, when they're caught, they're definitely executed. The second type of would be like those who protested against the MSS officials. They were executed. And sometimes those who had committed to sexual intercourses with many different guards, or those who stole food in large volumes, like more than 500 kilos of food, and they were usually executed by gunfire. How has that experience affected your life? I was young. I was very young at the time. And I couldn't hope of escaping from the camp. And I dreamt that if I'd managed to escape someday, I was committing to making this knowledge public. I think this feeling is shared by all the inmates, but other inmates were not as fortunate as me. They did not manage to escape. And the region I was placed in was called the revolutionized zone. Revolutionized zone is very different. There are different types of people who are placed in the revolutionary zones. People have been staying there 3 years, 10 years, or 20 years. If you're placed in a revolutionary zone, you have hope of being released from the prison someday. But in the Yeonpyeong zone is very different from the revolutionary zone. They are held for life. So the place I was in is not the harshest of the places within the Yodo camp. We were the better of the 2 groups. In terms of clothing, in terms of appearances, we were a lot better treated than those in the other zone. But there are also people who were in this very harsh zone who are released to the revolutionary zones. I sometimes came in contact with people who have been transferred to the revolutionary zones, and they said this is a livable place. So we thought we lived in hell, and they said this is a livable place. So it just led us to imagine the kind of life that people will be living in Gaecheon or Haeryong or Hwasong. Hwasong is in the northeastern part of North Korea, in the Kamgyeong province. And they all say, those who've been transferred to the Yodok prison camps, revolutionary zone, 혁명화구역, they say that this is a livable place. So this harshest of those places is called the total control zone. I could just imagine what a hell life it would be to live in the total control zone.
So do you believe that the Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un is aware of the conditions and the existence of these camps? Yes. So the MSS is an organization that's there to protect his power, and at the MSS, those that would head the MSS, and also the 8th Division that would be regulating the MSS, and the basically, who would head that, the overall hierarchy is Kim Jong-un. So we can say that all of the political prisoners are controlled by Kim Jong-un. That's for sure. And I'm sure that others that were part of the government would testify. But what we've heard from the Yodok camp is that all of the individual prisoners the political prisoners basically, well, back then it was Kim Jong-il, but they were all signed off by Kim Jong-il. Also, in terms of the list of executions, it had to be approved by Kim Jong-il, or the supreme leader. So you can see that the leader would have the last say and the final say, and would have to approve the entire list up. Yes, so you are here to engage in public testimony, and I would like to ask, does this testimony today against the government of North Korea, would that expose you or your family to any risk or danger? If yes, would you like to explain? Well, my goal, my objective, from the very beginning, the reason why I decided to flee was to let this be known, and that's what I've done, to let this be known around the world. But then, of course, my family members, I cannot really imagine what they had to go through. They went through so much persecution. And so for those that had this clear objective, maybe they could do that. But then, of course, I do know that my family members would have to suffer so much. It could be quite regretful. And then for those that do want to let this be known, I was, of course, threatened as well. I was blackmailed. And my family, my wife's family, through Japan, they've also mentioned how much they had to suffer, and they're threatened. And every time I hear about that, every time I'm threatened, it, of course, leads to so much depression. It really aches my heart. But then I still believe that we need these testimonies to create a better world. And even now, we have so many residents under the suffering. If we don't do this, this is the bare minimum that we can do. And if not, who would be able to voice out their sorrows and their difficulties and their challenges? And I know that there are many that would want to testify, but of course, there's so much blackmailing and threatening, the threats from the North, and that's why it keeps them from letting this be known. Yes, thank you very much. There are no further questions. Thank you.
From prosecution? Okay. Defense counsel, cross-examination may proceed, please.
Thank you, sir. Could I firstly ask if you speak at a slightly slower pace to assist the translators? Sir, isn't it true that you were released in 1987?
나온 날이
You mean the day that I left?
The year that you left.
Yes, that is correct.
Leader of North Korea at that time?
김정일.
It was Kim Jong-il.
Thereby, isn't it the case that Mr. Kim Jong-un took over in 2011?
맞습니다.
That's correct.
What age were you when you were in the camp?
I was 9 when I entered the camp, and when I came out, it was 19.
Were you aware of the leader of North Korea during your stay in the camp as to who he was?
Yes, of course. All North Korean residents, it's a part of the everyday propaganda, so it cannot be missed. So if you are a North Korean resident, we all were very well aware that it was Kim Jong-il.
You have testified about widespread abuses in Yorok. How do you explain the lack of external corroboration of many of your claims, particularly regarding the condition and the numbers of detainees?
What do you mean by external corroborations?
I mean, for example, other people who are giving the same information. There is a lack of it. Do you have any explanation for why that is?
Well, in the case of the Yudok camp, I was there for 9 years and 8 months. And therefore, in terms of the camp in its entirety, I know it in and out because during our labor, we would go out, we would go throughout the camp. So I can say that in the case of the Yodok camp, the sections that I was in, all of the individual hills and mountains, I can clearly remember what it was like and how it was formed. And in 1993, when I came to Korea, when I was investigated by the National Intelligence Service, of course, they first wanted to check whether my testimony was true or not. So what happened was they had satellite images, huge satellite images portrayed in front of me. And the intelligence service wanted me to verify. But back then, the intelligence service knew that Yudok camp existed, but they didn't have enough information on it. So even there was a huge pine tree, and this huge pine tree is also indicated in the mission maps. Or the strategy maps of the military. So all of the individual, the houses, the trees, and in the case of the MSS officials' houses, we've actually went there for maintenance. So we've checked the houses as well throughout my multiple years in the camp. So this is not something that can be just made up or imagined. The extensive camp and all of the individual locations, only those that would live there would be able to identify all that and also identify all of this information. So of course, it's wasn't by my own. I also had a colleague of mine. So there were about 11 that came from Yodok camp, and all of the testimonies were consistent. So it wasn't through any external data source or anything. It was something that was all experienced firsthand, and the testimonies were consistent.
And geographically, your time in the camp, were you in a specific area? Were you moving freely, for example, to other parts of the area?
So in the case of the Yudok camp, within the camp, you cannot go outside the camp borders. But within the camp, based on specific approval, you can. And if you go engage in forced labor in a different part, the MSS would have to seek for approval to have the workers sent to a specific location. So it's only based on approval. But without approval, you would be a fugitive or escapee and you would be punished. So throughout the long-term detention within the Yodok camp, you have to engage in various labor work. And that's why I was able to check out the nooks and crannies of the camp. This has led me to gain an understanding of the geographical situation of the camp.
You mentioned that your grandfather was accused of treason. Is it not the case that this has influenced your perception of criminal charges in North Korea?
Well, I do believe that my grandfather is innocent. Most of the North Korean residents and the reasons why they would be sent to these camps are not because they're guilty. There's basically anyone that would be guilty. And there's no trial. There is no trial proceedings. And at the MSS, they would just have a game plan in place based on that, they would just rule over. And as for my grandfather, they did not even return his body to us. So we don't know where he is. So we don't know his whereabouts at all. And true that with regard to all of these grievances, we would have to testify. And this is not just because of my family member. I want to mention that there were hundreds of corpses that I had to bury, so many that have suffered. And in addition, those that haven't been able to experience any freedom of any kind, all of my colleagues that were at the camp, and I know that their spirits are out there, and I know that they're still suffering and they're still in pain. And if I do not voice out their suffering, there's nobody else that would be able to do that. And I believe that this is true justice.
Thank you, sir. What is the highest ranking official you ever met personally yourself at Yodok?
I remember Bang Cheol-gap is a Navy commander, and he was actually in there. Mr. Kim Hyung-ruk is he used to be the President Kim Il-sung's pilot. He was also there. Kim Hee-chol, he is a guerrilla who fought for the independence in the Japanese era, and he was imprisoned temporarily. Actually, he wrote about Kim Il-sung's mother, and he was released afterwards as a reward of authoring this book. I can't remember, but other than those people, there were really high-level officials at the Yodok prison camp.
Is it true that you have not ever met Mr. Kim Jong-un?
Kim Jong-un, not while I was in North Korea, no.
Anyone who has met the defendant, Mr. Kim Jong-un?
I think there are only a limited number of people who are able to meet Kim Jong-un. To be able to meet with Kim Jong-un, you would have to be selected at a very special event. So you have to be selected as an audience at a very special event to be able to see Kim Jong-un. Any opponent to Kim Jong-un would be sent away to prison camps. So I don't think there'll be any of us who met Kim Jong-un here. And this is during the Kim Jong-il era, his father's era, but I'm testifying because I believe that Kim Jong-un is a successor that succeeded Kim Jong-il, his father. So this is the same regime, a father handing down the power to the son. So all these sins of the crimes of the father are now being committed by the son, Kim Jong-un. So there's no difference between Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un. They've handed down the same prison camp, and they're managing the same prison camp. So the father's responsibility equates to the son's responsibility. My grandfather was taken away, and they claimed that my father was a criminal, and I am regarded as a criminal because I was sentenced to be a criminal by guilt by association. But they are the same people. They're from the same family. They hold the same power. So I think they are the same body. From my perspective, they are the same body, Kim Jong-un and Kim Jong-il.
And finally, sir, did you ever encounter any documents or directives directly from Mr. Kim Jong-un authorizing the allegations you've put forward for us today?
The Guidance Department of Workers' Party of Korea, they publish secret documents. And these secret documents have been obtained by us. And we have submitted these documents to the prosecutor's office. And in these secret documents, all the directives are ordered by Kim Jong-un. And in terms of the decision-making structure, in terms of what decisions are made, this is also made by someone at the apex, which is Kim Jong-un. So we have internal documents which we have obtained and which we have submitted to the prosecutor's office.
But during your time in the camp, you were not aware or had not seen these documents?
No, not while I was at the concentration camp.
There's no further questions from the defense.
Okay. You redirect, please.
Thank you so much. Just a few questions to redirect back to you, Kwangil Kwan. I want to first discuss the issue of corroboration of evidence with you. You talked about when you came in 1993 that you were interviewed by South Korean intelligence, and that there were 11 testimonies independently verified. From 1993 through today now, how many survivors of Yodok have made it to South Korea? Not just the original 11, but since you came to South Korea. Do you have an estimate of, or have any idea about that number?
I don't think I have the exact number. It should be somewhere between 11 to 12 survivors in South Korea right now. Not from the Yodok concentration camp, but there was some people from the Yodok the district. There are about 10 people who lived in the Yodok region. So they have seen the Yodok concentration camp, although they have not entered the concentration camp. So there are about 12 people who were former inmates of the Yodok prison camp, and 10 the former Yodok district residents.
That you published a book about your experience in Yodok and in North Korea.
Yes, that is correct.
And is it correct that the book, at least in English, is about 240 pages long?
예, 맞습니다.
That is correct.
Other than the DPRK authorities, has the UN, any government, or any NGO ever challenged the authenticity of the account that you presented?
No, not to my knowledge.
그러니까 뭐 제 책에 대해
Regarding my book, I think 34,000 North Korean defectors who live in South Korea able to verify. The 34,000 people, North Korean people who now live in South Korea, if they contest to the accounts, then it would be problematic. But I think the absolute majority of the North Korean defectors in South Korea, the 34,000 of them, agree with me. They acknowledged this to be a fact.
Case that when other defectors have presented accounts that in fact were false or inaccurate in major ways,
네.
have they not been challenged publicly in the media
네.
and by analysts and by NGOs?
Yes, there have been false accusations in the past. I think I could cite Shin Dong-hyuk's case. Mr. Shin Dong-hyuk's testimony, some of us found it problematic. Shin Dong-hyuk exaggerates a bit. For example, he talks about the Gaecheon Gwaliso. Gaecheon Gwaliso has many different facilities. There are the 14th Gwaliso, number 14 Gwaliso, and the number 18, the prison labor camp, the Gyohwaso, which is different from political prison camp, Gwaliso. Shin was in the number 18. This number 18 is for those who committed economic crimes. These are the political prisoners, but they hear a lot about us, the political prisoners. So he kind of mixed up his experience with other people's testimonies, which he have obtained during his life in the Gaecheon 18th, the prison labor camp. So there's been a bit of exaggerations. There have been cases in the past. I think the North Korean defectors in South Korea, the 탈북자, the settlement, they verify. So some of these exaggerated accounts have been verified by the defectors. So I think we are the people who can rightfully verify those accounts. Many people entered the South Korean territory. They made their own accounts, and other defectors may challenge. Shin Dong-hyuk's account has been challenged right from the beginning. So I think his accounts have been verified. And during the process, some of these wrongful statements have been rectified through the verification of the North Korean defectors.
Since you moved to South Korea, do you have an estimate for how many written reports have been published by the South Korean government, the United Nations, and NGOs about the Kwangil? I'm just asking for an estimate. How many reports over your time in South Korea since you came in 1993, how many reports do you think you might have read or seen?
I don't remember each and every one of them. A COI report is the representative report. And of course, there are the UN, the US human rights NGOs, and in Korea and Europe, there are many NGOs that release and organizations that release the relevant reports.
And is it not the case, you're a journalist, that in the media there have been hundreds, if not more than 1,000 news articles about the political prison camps in North Korea?
Yes, I'm aware of them. And in fact, you remember the Kwangil, who was a former military officer. He actually taken a photo of the gate of the Yodok prison camp. This is the first, the image evidence. And we have some pictures taken by this former military officer, Kwangil. Actually, he was abducted by North Korean, and it's been found that he died in a prison camp in Cheongjin afterwards because of the abduction that occurred afterwards.
Suggested that, this is my last question, the defense has suggested that your testimony might be biased because of your grandfather's experience being charged with as a traitor. And obviously, you've said you believe your grandfather was innocent. Has the testimony you presented today been changed in any way other than any other way that would make it, in any respect, not the full truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I have experienced, and this is not a day or two's experience. I had experienced that adds up to 10 years in a political prison camp. So I'm not able to disclose everything because I have experienced a lot. I've only disclosed the most horrendous experiences because people tend to remember only the really bad stuff. So I'm not able to remember everything. I have I witnessed all these experiences in the political prison camps. If I was able to make a record at the time, if I had like videotapes, I would be able to relay a lot more information. But I'm not able to do that. I don't have a video camera and I don't have a camera to take the images. But I try to do my best to deliver all these experiences. And I have also other witnesses in the prison camps as well. I'm very sure that many more people will come to stand before this witness stand to make the statements like myself.
Thank you so much.
Are there any further examination question? Okay. If not, witness 강철환 be excused. Okay, 돌아가셔도 좋습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much.
Prosecutor, call your next witness, please.
Yes, others. We call.
네, 다음.
Okay.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
예.
I do.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 이 자리.
Good morning, Mr. Lee. Thank you for being here today. Can you state your full name, please? Lee Il-gyu. Thank you. Mr. Lee, can you tell us about what positions you held in the government of North Korea? The very last was at the Embassy of Cuba, and at the Foreign Affairs, I was in charge of the Latin American region as a political counselor. So as a diplomat and also cell secretary. So can you give us some more information about your role as a diplomat? So during my time as a diplomat, there were a number of roles that I've played. As you know, in the case of DPRK, when it comes to external relations, there are about 3 areas that they would engage in. First is that considering their system, Kim Jong-un and his absolute power in protecting that. And for any phenomenon or any actors that would go against that is to make sure to protect his authority. So there are basically 3 principles. One is protecting the authority of the supreme leader, and second is protecting national interests. What the second item is all about is you can see that North Korea as a nuclear power, the international authority, the external authority that it holds as a nuclear power, and making sure that there are no compromises to that and protecting that would be that second principle. And third is another principle with regard to the interest of the nation. What this indicates is that there are specific interests and maximizing the interests of the DPRK. So as a diplomat, these 3 areas are the areas where we would have to focus on. So whether it be bilateral or multilateral relations, or whether it be human rights and the protecting of human rights, economic diplomacy, party diplomacy. So all of that would be what a diplomat would have to perform as its role. So as a diplomat, did you have any interactions with Supreme Leader Kim Jong-un? During my time as diplomat, no. But while I was with the Foreign Affairs, and a number of times there were chances for me to interact with Kim Jong-un. I know that there are political prison camps in North Korea, and are there political prison camps in North Korea that are separate from the prisons used for common criminals? As Mr. Kang Chun-won has mentioned, I've never visited a political prison camp, nor was I threatened to be sent to such a camp. But if you are a North Korean resident, we all know that, well, it was noted as a control zone, but now a 관리소. But any resident in North Korea is aware of the existence of 관리소. And recently at the Universal Periodic Review, the UPR, there was a high-level official of the DPRK and has recognized and admitted that there is a separate section that would be dealing and managing political prisoners. So then, why would they be sent to these prison camps? Well, if you look at, DPRK, just like any other country, it has a constitution and it has sub-laws under the constitution. And if you go into the clauses of the law, it's very difficult to note that this is a irrational type of nation, because it has all of the frameworks and systems in place that would note this as a legit country. However, you can see that this society does not work by the law. And what's most important here is that in this authoritarian regime of Kim Jong-un, and in protecting that and protecting the political system in those areas, we can say that there are party principles, or the top 10 principles of the party, that actually overrides the constitution or any legal system, and based on that you would punish an individual and you would treat an individual as such. So in the case of the political prison camp or the 관리소, there's only one reason why you'd be sent to these prison camps, which would be you're actually against the system. And within that range of being against the system would include espionage and any threats to the Kim Jong-un authority, any action as such, and including the spies of South Korea, any connection with any of the intelligence agencies of other countries, and last but not least, which is quite unfortunate, would be amongst those that hold authorities. There would be a power struggle, and within the power struggle, there are cases where they would be sent to the camp, where you would have to, of course, satisfy the frame as being against the system. So then, Kim Jong-un, the supreme leader, is he aware of the existence of political prison camps? Kim Jong-un, I do believe, is aware of the existence, because anyone that would be sent to the political prison camp or Kwangil, I was mentioned by Mr. Kang Cheol-won, they would not be put to any legitimate trial. Well, of course, there is a legal system with the prosecutors and the defense, but sometimes they would have a framework where it would seem as if they're put to trial with all of the elements of a trial that would be necessary. But there is the order that would come from Kim Jong-un to have anybody sent to the political prison camp to be approved. And you can see that we have the MSS and the so-called DPRK police. And you can see that the political prison camp is a facility that would only be dealt with and managed by the MSS. And what the MSS does, and when they send their dissidents to the political prison camp, the final say, the decision would be Kim Jong-un. You need the signature of Kim Jong-un in order to be sent to the political prison camp. And when you're sent to the camp, there is a closed session of a trial that you would have to go through to be sent to the camp. In 2023, you fled the DPRK. Could you give us some reasons why you have defected from the north in 2023? There are many reasons behind that. Anybody would have multiple reasons. There are 35,000 defectors to South Korea, and out of the 35,000 defectors, there are all sorts of reasons and causes that would be coming and fleeing to South Korea. And this is the same case for myself. But the biggest reason would be that it's so difficult to live in North Korea. And I'm sure that maybe some defectors may say, well, you actually were quite well off in the north. What did you find so painful and difficult? We can't understand. But as you know, if you think about a life of dignity, it's not just about having bread to the table, and it's not like you're the end of the generation. You have your offspring, you have your descendants, your children that always worry and are concerned about the future. And what I can say is that for me, there was a tragic incident which was unforgettable, and that on an impulse I decided to defect. But of course, it's not just due to that single impulse, although that was so tragic. It was throughout a long period of time where I had some positive feelings towards the South, and also skepticism, and all of these negative feelings and the disillusionment actually led me to flee to South Korea. So then, was there ill treatment, unfair treatment that you've experienced in the north? Could you give us some details on that? Yes, there was unfair treatment. I can just mention this very briefly in lieu of time. There is a department that would deal with the overseas offices under the Foreign Affairs Ministry, and that person was actually a colleague of mine, junior colleague of mine. But when in 2019, he have asked for some bribes, but back then my father-in-law passed away, and because of that, I did not have the economic means to do that. But then, because I didn't offer him with the bribes, for 4 years I was ill-treated. As mentioned, I was a political counselor, and I've been engaging in multiple roles. So when it comes to any diplomatic work, I was of course assessed, but then for the 4 years as political counselor, I was unfairly assessed and evaluated. And with regard to all of the assessments, evaluations. As my role in the as a party cadre, I was unfairly treated and unfairly evaluated. And there was one point in time where I had a spinal injury, and I said that I wanted to be treated in Mexico. And of course, the working procedures would be it would take much time, and I've and the approval was not, it was disapproved for me to get medical care. And I thought I've been going through, I've been jumping hoops every day, and this was what I get. That really agitated me, and of course this has led me to my defection. But as I've already mentioned, that this single impulse was not all. It was based on the disillusionment I had with regard to the system, the future that seemed so bleak and dark. And when I mean by future, I mean by my future of my offspring, my children. It's not just because of my children, but I want to mention that all of these emotions have been brought together and led me to flee. So then, you've been openly critical about Kim Jong-un and his regime. Since your defection, can you tell me more about any concerns from this criticism that you've been posing? Well, both of my parents passed away, and I don't have children in the north right now. So in other words, as Mr. Kang Choran has mentioned, there is no one that would be sent to this prison camp because of my defection. I'm not sure whether I can call myself fortunate, but whether it be any relatives or friends, both directly and indirectly, I'm pretty sure that there may be disadvantaged because of my defection, and I do want to take this opportunity to be, and I want to really extend my words of apologies to them for whatever they would have to go through.
네, 그 국제사회가 북한의 인권 문제를 비판하고 있는데 이에 대해서 북한이 또 대응하는 노력들을 해오고 있죠. 최근에
North Korea tried to respond to the criticism the international community had about the human rights situation, and there was a secret document released by you. Could you explain this in more detail about the content of the document? Yes. The document is a telegram between the foreign ministry and its overseas missions. And this telegram from some reporters say it's not an official letter by the ministry to the foreign mission, and it could be well manipulated. I don't think it's completely wrong to say that the telegram does not have like an original text. For example, if a telegram is received, you have to write it down because it has to be, the secrecy must be maintained. But actually, instead of writing down manually, the people tend to record it in their PC, type it in the PC. And I have taken some of these documents, these transcribed documents, and I have released it. And it's about the human rights situation. I've made this public knowledge. And there's a lot that goes in my mind at this mock tribunal like this. We are trying to hold the North Korean North Korean leader responsible, but we have like defendants who are trying to defend a criminal like Kim Jong-un. So this is democracy. This is how we try to uphold objectivity in a trial. If we are to have a trial like this in North Korea, the defendants would not have the counsel to protect them. So I think Kim Jong-un is the main culprit behind all of this happening in North Korea. Why am I arguing that North Korea's human rights situation is something that Kim Jong-un should be responsible? I think there's one reason that the human rights situation does not improve in North Korea. It continues to deteriorate in North Korea. It is because of a one-man dictatorship. If human rights situation improves, and if freedom of speech, freedom of movement, and freedom of association, these basic freedoms are guaranteed to North Koreans, When that happens, a one-man dictatorship will crumble. And this is why Kim Jong-un is very much interested in the North Korea's human rights situation. I'm very sure that in the foreign affairs section, Kim Jong-un makes he actually orders everybody to take actions, and these directives reflect the directions given by Kim Jong-un. I wanted to prove that, and the telegram that I disclose contains all these directives, directions that Kim Jong-un made with date stamped in it. Yes, with regards to the directives that Kim Jong-un made, is there anything comment about 관리소, the political prison camp? Yes, my father was actually in the South Korean Affairs Division. That was in 1990s. And that's for the Unification Front Department. In the past, it was separated into four different divisions, including and there was been directed by the leader. And my father was in Team 1. He was sent to Team 11 of this Overseas Relations Department, which is one of the four sections under the United Front Department. And there was an incident which kind of made everybody come back to North Korea, and return to North Korea. At the Unification Front Department, according to my father, said that all these people need to go away, that they need to die for all the secrets to be kept intact. So my father was given away to the MSS. My father was interrogated by the MSS for about 10 months because of this incident. And I spent a week myself at the MSS because I was associated with my father. And in August 1994, everything was over. My father's case was closed. He was released. And that was right after my Kim Il-sung, the grandfather, died. And the MSS department head said he was willing to make a report to the Supreme Leader, but the Supreme Leader has died. So there's a transfer going on, and he doesn't want this case to be disapproved by the leader. So actually, his case was supposed to be closed in July, but he had to wait a month until Kim Jong-il approved for the release of my father. It was fortunate that my father was released at the time. This is a direct case to prove that Kim Jong-il, the father, was actually making all the decision. Kang Chol, the witness, has made a comment about this. There's a question mark, some people may say, that as to whether Kim Jong-un should be responsible for what his father, Kim Jong-il, did. I think Mr. Kang Chol rightfully mentioned it. If Kim Jong-un got rid of and closed down all these concentration camps, then he should not be held responsible. But instead, he continued to succeed everything that his father handed down, including the Kwangil. So I agree with Kang Chol-hwan in that he should be held accountable for all these actions taken of the Kim Jong-il, the father. If I read the statements submitted, 간성열, 김영호, 변신국, 리지성 have been executed in public venue in 1994. Would you like to explain about it? 한성열 case is related to the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs, and he was actually arrested at the end of 2017. And the rumor was that he was a spy of CIA of the United States. So he was interrogated because he spied for the CIA of the United States. Kim Young-ho is a political counselor, the minister counselor at the Geneva Embassy, and he was at disarmament division. And he was transferred to the human rights division head. He went for business. He was seconded to Geneva embassy, and then he was detained sometime in 2018 in the month of June. Lee Ji-sung is of the same age. We entered the foreign ministry in the same year. He's a graduate of the Kim Tech School of Engineering. He majored computer science. He was dispatched in the UN mission. And there's actually the decoding section. He was decoding. He was responsible for decoding of the telegrams at the UN mission. And he was arrested in 2018. These three people are not related to South Korea. They are allegedly related to the U.S. government. And in this February of 2019, at the Kwangil military school, these three people have been executed by a fire squad. And foreign ministry's officials, all the officials, were sent to the site. There are thousands of people who work at the foreign ministry, and they were sent. Those who were high-level officials at the vice director general level, they were supposed to be present at the execution site. But I was not participating there because I was at the time assigned to the Cuba mission. So the execution took places in a week's intervals. So it continued for 3 weeks. There was another one. Who tried to defect to an outside world. He was detained in China, and he was forcibly expatriated to North Korea. People were not able to. The witnesses were not able to eat afterwards because they used a machine gun. They contained about 30 bullets for a section, and they used this militarized gun to set fire to these people. This is actually the first public execution that the foreign ministry officials witnessed, and it was a very tragic sight. This is on the charges of espionage. And I'm not saying that any country is wrong for charging someone with spy charges. It can happen, but to have all his compatriots, the colleague workers, to witness the execution, I think this is a strong case of human rights infringement on the part of the executed as well as the witnesses. So this is a direct question.
So Kim Jong-un, does he actually authorize who is sent to the political prisoner camp? I cannot, of course, answer that because whether Kim Jong-un actually approves or authorizes, I haven't seen that in person, so I cannot testify to that. So with regard to who should be sent to the political prison camp, would Kim Jong-un authorize? Well, of course, this is something that I can only infer because it's not something that I've witnessed in person. But based on hearsay, there are cases where he would directly authorize and direct or order. Most of the cases it would be where MSS would be making that decision as to somebody would be sent, and they would put together a plan, and we would report that to Kim Jong-un, and then Kim Jong-un would be reviewing that and then signing off on that document or that draft. So whether Kim Jong-un actually runs the camp, you haven't been giving us a clear answer on that. But then, can we say that MSS is in charge of running the prison camps, a political prison camp? Yes, that's correct. In the case of MSS, does it report to the supreme leader on all of the process of arresting and detaining the political prisoners? Well, with regard to the investigation and getting testimonies, and with regard to how that will be processed, I don't think that it's a phased approach. It's not like that. So, for instance, if MSS decides on the subject matter, they would investigate, and if if they, of course, believe that they have full evidence that this person had ties with CIA, for instance, then it would be whether sent to the camp or whether they would be shot dead, and up to what range of family members would be sent to the camp or punished. Well, that would be put together into a draft by MSS, and then Kim Jong-un will be signing off on that. And if he does sign off, then that would be set in place as a principle of how to deal with the situation, and everything works based on that principle. So then, let's say that Kim Jong-un would be reported of that, and he would set down orders or direction, and then the camp would be taking action upon that direction. Is that correct? Yes. So we've talked about the violations on human rights and also other situations. Is there any human rights abuses or executions in North Korea? No, not any other instances. And my last question to you. So does your public testimony today against the government of North Korea and Kim Jong-un expose you or your family to any risk or danger? And if so, and if yes, please explain. Well, even before today, I've been publicly criticizing the regime Kim Jong-un and all of the actions, of course, of my actions. I do know will be a great disadvantage to any of our relatives or any of my colleagues back in the north. And as mentioned, I'm just outright so sorry, and I'm so apologetic, and I know that there's no way for me to mend their emotions, their sufferings and pain, and this is strictly my individual responsibility. And as mentioned, I'm so sorry for what they would have to go through because of all this. And there's guilt by association in the north, and based on that, you would be disadvantaged, and that in itself, I believe, is a serious violation against human rights. And such human rights violations, I truly believe that we'll be seeing an end to that, and because of that, I think that I should be all the more active in making sure that these violations are well known. But as I'm just one person, there's just only so much I can do. But then we have our defectors of 35,000 and the 50 million South Korean citizens. I do believe that, and there are global citizens, countries around the world that have faith in democracy and truth and justice. And when we bring our efforts together, I think that we would be able to usher in that day when there will be an end to these violations. Yes, that is all. No further questions. Thank you. Yes, so Defense Counsel, you may proceed with your cross-examination.
Mr. Lee, my name is James Connell. I want to thank you for your appearance today and also for your kind words about the role of the defense in a democracy. I'd first like to ask you about your experience in the North Korean government. What years were you a diplomat?
So it was 1999 when I joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but it was 2005 when I've actually been engaging in any diplomatic relations related work. So I think I can say that it's about 19, or no, not 19 years. It would be about 14 years.
Before you were a diplomat, what was your role in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
So for me, back then, NHK and the Chinese international news, U.S. international news, Russian radio news. So I would be listening to these news, and I would be providing reports to the high-level officials on what was covered.
And did I correctly understand that after your period as a diplomat, then you went back to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
Yes, that's correct.
And what was the highest rank, highest position that you obtained within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
We've talked about 토대 as well as 성분. And in the case of the Foreign Affairs Ministry, it's the same case for any other organization. But as you know, this organization has power is and key. And if I just talk about the ranking, so slowly for the translators, we have 양성생 and 부원 or grades or trainees, grade 1, grade 2, responsible manager, and then vice minister, and DG. So there are a total of 9 rankings basically, and mostly you would enter in as a grade employee, and then you become a trainee staff. And then there are those that would immediately become a DG. Sometimes you would go beyond that as vice minister. But I've actually went through the entire hierarchy from the grade employee to trainee staff, grade 1, grade 2, director, manager, responsible manager. And then we have the director general, vice minister, and of course you can't go beyond that, even if you're, relive your life 10 times. But I've went through all of these rankings, and that's because I did not have the right someone, the background or the financing. Of course, my dad was very well off. However, I've mentioned that he was under house arrest 2 times, and this just brought down our family. And then I was the one that was to resurrect my family, basically. So what was your question again? Oh, I forgot the question as I was going through the ranking system. I can say that DG, administratively speaking, it would be DG, Director General in charge of Latin America. But externally, we would call this director. That would be a better way to say. And then I was in charge of Latin America as well as Africa. So we would call this the general director, and those that would be in charge of Africa would be Africa director. And for me, I was the Latin America director, and so that was how I was mentioned. And so I was the general director, and then I've moved on to become a secretary as well.
Director and secretary, would it be fair to say that you are quite highly placed within the Ministry of Foreign Affairs?
Oh, it's not that high of a ranking, but amongst the working level, I can say that I was the highest. But in terms of, general director, that would be working level, and then going beyond that, that would be director general, and there would be the decision makers, higher leaders. But amongst the working level that actually takes action and implement, amongst the working level, I was the highest as general director.
Citizen of North Korea, you are aware of the existence of political prison camps. Is that right?
Yes, if you are a resident, anybody would know.
As the highest level of the working section in a ministry, if you had known of terrible human rights abuses within the prison camps, you would have taken action against them. Isn't that right?
If I, based on my understanding, of course, there's a lot that I regret with regard to human rights to the global community and South Korea. With regard to human rights, it's dealt with 2 times at the Geneva Council in March, and then the EU and Japan. I believe that there are a number of countries that would come together to engage in the human rights resolution. And then it's at the 3rd committee in November at the UN Assembly, where the same resolution would be adopted. And The human rights resolution is, of course, effective for Kim Jong-un and to impacting his regime. We've also talked about ICC, and I know that many will do understand that we cannot put him to trial under the ICC. We have China and Russia going against, which was why he cannot be put to trial at the ICC. But regardless, Kim Jong-un, still with regard to the ICC trial, he's very much sensitive to this and he's very much reactive to that. And the reason for that is because he is, of course, the one-man authority, basically, and amongst the residents, to have this one-person dictator and of his authority being hindered with the ICC trial, that's something that he really does not want. So with regard to any actions being taken against human rights, there's nothing that's being done right now. And as for me, as a person that was to protect human rights, what I can say is that as a diplomat, if you think about human rights, this is of course a critical issue as important as the protection of the authority of Kim Jong-un. So the diplomats would be engaging in the UPR, the Universal Periodic Review of the UN, and based on the UPR, we say that. So we should follow that. So in terms of Songtaengsung dual standards, what this is the UN resolutions, and what's added to that is a human rights rapporteur. So we say that we should work by all that, the resolutions and the UN rapporteur, and the report by the UN rapporteur, and we would let us utilize the UPR to make our rebuttal. That's what we say, and nobody can be free from the UPR. I know that for the US, if they have about 100 recommendations, only 40 of them can they take action, and it's the same case for DPRK. Even for the advanced nations, they cannot really uphold all of the recommendations, but as a sanctioned state, of course, for us, the logic would be that we cannot, of course, uphold all of that. That's only natural, so that was our stance. So I've went to Geneva with regard to human rights. I've been at multiple international stages, and I've always said that in the case of the human rights issues in the North, it should be a special issue. It should be a separate special issue, because if you look at China, they are, of course, attacked by their disminiers. We have the African countries, Venezuela and Cuba, and all of these countries are attacked and criticized.
Interrupt you and redirect you. I don't mean to cut you off.
Okay, I'm sorry.
My question is, when you were part of the Foreign Affairs Department of North Korea, if you had known of terrible human rights abuses within the political prison camps, you yourself would have taken action against them. Isn't that right?
짧게 답변 드릴게요. 우리는 인권
I'll be very brief. We don't know about human rights infringement cases in North Korea. We have no official knowledge about the political prison camps. We were in a position to deny their presence. We continue to do so. And we were not in a position to...
Constitutional, formal legal system, but it's not followed in all circumstances.
아니요.
I think they are being followed. I think the legal systems under the constitutions are being followed.
And you testified that about a variety of examples of people who had been sent to political prison camps, especially when they were accused of national security crimes like espionage. Is that right?
That is correct.
Situations, those people are given a closed trial so that whatever national security information is at issue is not revealed to the public. Is that right?
Well, I need to explain a bit about this. As you said, you have the constitution in North Korea. They have legal systems. I don't think these legal systems are being denied. So North Korea follows its legal system. But despite that, some people are sent to the prison camps, and they find it unfair because it's about interpretations of the law. Interpretation of the law requires legal experts. That's what you have the attorneys. You can't make an arbitrary the accusations and make an arbitrary decision. But that happens in North Korea. Any the anti-national security the crimes should be trialed. But even if people are sent to the put to trial, the decision is already made in North Korea. So the final decision is actually made, and this decision is sent to the chamber, and the court will make a decision. They will make the formalities. They make a decision. There are actually the defendants, the lawyers, but the lawyers and attorneys, they would not do anything. They would not interpret the law to protect, defend the defendants. They're just sitting there doing nothing. So, as was decided, they will be put to trial and they will be sentenced. They have the laws, and the laws are well being implemented in a way by the formalities, but that is what's happening in North Korea.
We heard a statement during the opening statement of the prosecution that there are 116,000 people in political prisons in North Korea. Were you present for that?
그 숫자에 대해서 아는
On that number, I have no knowledge. Despite that, I don't deny that these people exist. I think it's quite possible that there could be more than 116,000 people. I don't think there are any lesser number, but statistically, I have not obtained a report about that, so I cannot testify on that.
But you're not suggesting that the defendant Kim Jong-un made an individual decision into 116,000 separate cases, are you?
You need Kim Jong-un's signature for anyone to be put into the political prison camps. You need the signature of Kim Jong-un.
And so it's your suggestion that he individually approved 116,000 separate sentences?
I'm not. I don't know if 116,000 or 120,000. But when it comes to the political prison camps, the 관리소, you need the signature of Kim Jong-un to be able to put anybody into the 관리소.
The last topic that I would like to ask you about is the foreign ministry documents that you mentioned. What was the topic of the telegrams that you testified about?
I'll just give an example. On the human rights issue, on the UN human rights resolution against North Korea for the 2011, it has been the resolutions have been adopted by a vote. Because votes have been casted every time, out of 196 nations, about two-thirds would support the resolution. So 1/3 would support North Korea. That's not a very happy situation. So after the February 11th of 2011, North Korea decided to withdraw from the vote competition. So North Korea refused to take part in the vote, and therefore afterwards it's been a consensus basis. Consensus means that the UN resolution is not binding anyway, because there is no vote cast on the resolution. Because it is adopted on a consensus basis, it becomes powerless. That's what Kim Jong-un wanted. So Kim Jong-un did not want to engage in a competition for the vote. Instead, he brought together like-minded states, and he registered all these documents, and he made records of these statements, and then he withdrew afterwards. And that is one of the directives that Kim Jong-un has given for the UN resolution. That is an example I want to cite today. I have not seen Mr. Kang Cheol-won's documents, but what Mr. Kang Cheol-won said is mindful of the directives that Kim Jong-un has sent, so they should be of the same kind.
Further questions?
Any read? Okay. Now we have afternoon. Good afternoon. Okay. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, now, Judge Cartwright make one question to the witness. Okay, please.
Thank you for your presence here today. You mentioned early in your evidence that a high-level official admitted the existence of separate political prisons during the Universal Periodic Review. When was that, and what was the admission? Can you recall the detail of it?
This year is actually the UPR report review year. So from North Korea. So on the 7th of November, Park Kwang-ho is a Director General of the Court of North Korea. He should submit the report, and he admitted during this session, he said that he denies the existence of the political prison camp, but for the general criminals and for those who have been detained for anti-national interest crimes, they exist. So this is an indirect admission of the political prison camp. He said that the public execution is not taking place in North Korea. So any execution takes place is not in a public place. But when there is a heinous crime or when the families want it, then they may have a public execution. So for the heinous crimes, if it's not a heinous crime, people will not be sentenced, executed by a firing squad. So here they made an admission. I think this is a very carefully calculated statement. I think this is an alteration of the human rights strategy of North Korea. Why is North Korea acknowledging it? He should be defending North Korea's position. North Korea has been denying all these allegations in the past, and he made an indirect admission of such existence, a public execution, and the existence of the political prison camp. I think this is his intention to give more weight to the UPR. I think he wants to make UPR the only official channel to discuss the human rights situation in North Korea. I think he wanted to make the UN human rights resolution powerless instead. So he had his objectives, but the fact is clear that he made an admission of those existence.
Excused. Thank you. Now we are going to have afternoon recess for an hour and then resume the witness examination after the recess. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
All rise, please.
Thank you so much.
증인신문 소개하겠습니다. 이제부터 진술하실 내용이 진실이며 오직 진실만을 말씀하실 것을 엄숙히 선서하거나 확인하십니까? Yes, I do.
네, 안녕하세요. 나와주셔서
Good
감사합니다.
afternoon. Thank you for
성함을
coming.
말씀해 주시겠습니까?
Please state your name.
감사합니다. 증인은
Thank you.
과거 북한의 당이나 북한 정권
Mr.
정부에서
Kim,
일하신
can you tell
경험이
us about your previous jobs in the party or in the government of North Korea? Give us a description of your previous jobs. Yes, when I was in North Korea, at the Workers' Party of Korea, at the Central Committee, I was with the division of the Overseas Liaisons, and this is called the Overseas Monitoring Division, and I was also at the Surveillance Department.
증인이 정찰총국에서
Yes, so you said that you were with the General Surveillance Department, so tell us about the jobs that you carried out there. The General Surveillance Department is actually intelligence divisions of the DPRK, as you know very well. Within this intelligence division, there are certain roles that are played. I'm sure that you know very well what the kind of work I do. As we are a divided country, the Workers' Party of Korea, its leaders intends to absorb the South, and it wants to realize unification by force. And reunify the two Koreas into a common state. And at the intelligence division, we try to do what we can to carry out the objective, to realize the objective. So what was the job you carried out on? Yes, this is a kingdom, basically a kingdom since its establishment. It's led by the Kim family. So everything is reported to the Kim and Unjiras. This is called the succession, the successors regime. And as you know very well, after the Kim Jong-un Kim Jong-il actually was inaugurated as the successor, the official heir, we have established a monolithic leadership system, under which everything is reported to the leader. The leader will draw a conclusion, and the conclusion will be implemented by the party cadres. And this is the role of the party, and actually the responsibility of the party is there. And I would like to say that I think the role is the same, whether it be Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un. I think this is the principle that everybody follows. No project will be carried out without his approval. So let me ask you about the relationship. This is actually the Reconnaissance General Bureau. Give us about the relationship with the Kim Jong-il and the Kim Jong-un. Well, with regards to the political prison camps, I am presented here. I'm presenting myself as a witness, and I don't want to boast or brag about what I did. But I think it's going to help you understand better what I'm trying to say. If you know well what I did in North Korea, I think it's a way to enhance my credibility. So let me give you a very brief description. For the three generations, starting with Kim Il-sung to Kim Jong-il to Kim Jong-un, I received a special presents from all of these three leaders. I enjoyed privileges, and I had much benefits. I enjoyed much benefits in North Korea before I decided to defect to the South. Yes. You talked about the General Reconnaissance Bureau. You said that everything is reported to the leader, which is Kim Jong-un. Have you ever communicated directly with Kim Jong-un? Have you or ever in contact with Kim Jong-un? When I was young, I was in contact with Kim Il-sung. I took pictures with him, And with Kim Jong-il, I met at various business meetings. We discussed the projects we did in South Korea as well, with Kim Jong-il, which is the father. So reporting is a part of my job. I wrote reports under my name to Kim Jong-il, the father, and also to Kim Jong-un, the son. So I wrote the report to the leader, and the leader would give me instructions, and I would implement the instructions. In communicating with the leader Kim Jong-un, have you ever discussed the political prison camps? Well, the MSS and the Reconnaissance General Bureau, we share information. Intelligence Bureau, we share information. So we have a vast knowledge about MSS. And within Kim Jong-un doesn't need to say anything about any specific family in the political prison camp. Instead, what he does is that through a notice, there's a notice he sends out to his close aides. For example, there are instructions about any abnormalities in North Korea. I have received those notices, and these notices sometimes contain information about the political prison camps. Yes. Kim Jong-un, you think he's engaged in the operation of the political prison camp? I don't think there is actually a need to ask such a question, because the North Korea's regime, as you know very well, is, well, you can compare North Korea to other countries around the world. There are more than 200 countries around the world, but there's no country like North Korea. This is a country with a monolithic leadership system, and this is a very unique country in that regard. This is the only country to operate under such a system. In other words, what I'm trying to say is that North Korea is a country privately held by the leader. So it's governed by the leader, which means that everything is reported to the leader, and leader would give instructions on every report that he receives. So that's how the North Korea operates. So we may talk about the MSS or the Ministry of Armed Forces or the General Reconnaissance General Bureau. These may be the major organs of the governance and government of ruling in North Korea. But I can also say that the the monolithic system is established in such a process that I described. Yes, when you think about Kim Jong-un, when people are sent to a political prison camp, do you think Kim Jong-un makes a decision on that as well? Yes, as I said previously, the role of the MSS is very clear within the Constitution of North Korea. It's not just related to the Constitution of North Korea. The ministry looks at the intention or the willingness of the leader, whether it be Kim Jong-un or Kim Jong-il, it doesn't matter. This is a very special, bulletproof organization that just look at the intentions or the perspectives of the leader. And those targets of the political prison camps is very important ones to monitor. And these are selected on the basis of the following grounds. First, they may be opposed to the leader. I'm not just talking about those who may be trying to oust the North Korean leadership. We are talking about people who are opposed to the monolithic leadership. They will become the inmates of the political prison camps. The second ones would be those who would make a revolt, likely to make a revolt. Those people would also be the inmates of the political prison camps. So if you put them together, what I'm trying to say is that these are people that may threaten the regime. It could be the political force, it could be a group, it could be an individual, but they are all threats to the nation. So the supreme leader gets angry about people who may oppose him. So the inmates of the political prison camps, you would be committing a crime if choose not to report about the political prison camps prisoners to Kim, the supreme leader. You have freedom. You have human rights. You live on the capitalist system. So you may not have a good understanding about what we are talking about, but you have to trust me. Every word I say. It is such a regime, and that is why North Korea is still able to persevere, despite all the pressures it's getting, the sanctions it's getting from outside world. Yes, if you think about the high-level party officials, is it likelihood that they may be sent to the political prison camps without getting approval from Kim Il-sung? Not likely. The party cadres, they will be the Central Committee members of the Workers' Party of Korea. And then, of course, there are like subordinated parties. There could be city parties, the district parties. And they have like the party officials, regional party officials, and central party officials. And there is a strong control legally and morally about the party officials. So if party officials go wrong, if they choose to derail to the extent that they be sent to the political prison camp, they should be reported under the special reported line. So what happens to them? Let me just give an example to help you understand. There was an official, responsible party official at the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. This is an actual case. He's a director at the party. So he believed in the leader supremacism, and he went against this principle. So his wrongdoings reported to the leader, Kim Jong-un. So he will be summoned at the Central Party Committee meeting. So first of all, what it will be, he will be dismissed from his office, and he will be expelled from the party, and he will be sent to a regional location somewhere outside the Pyongyang. So if he goes outside Pyongyang somewhere, what happens is that the MSS Division 8 would give an instruction about this person. And at the regional MSS, because there's someone from the central MSS with these instructions going down to the district MSS, this person who is sent to a region will be reviewed, and he may go through a trial. And then he will be reported, the trial, the result will be reported to the Kim Jong-un. This goes directly to the Kim Jong-un. So what happens is that I talked about a trial here. We have to know this very clearly. A political prisoner are held responsible, accountable for their wrongdoings. There could be pre-trials, there could be the main trials, and then at the main trial, the decision will be made. Chang Song-taek, the uncle of Kim Jong-un, his trial was actually reported in the newspaper Rodong Sinmun, remember? You'd see that it was a special tribunal for reviewing his wrongdoings. So what happens at the investigation level, at the pre-trial level, and the trial level, we look at the provisions within the national constitution. So this is we follow the constitution. The constitution is basically that this is they follow the criminal code made under the direction of the Kim Jong-un. It follows the heart of the Kim Jong-un. In other courts, there may be judges and the other attorneys are present, but at this special courts, they will not have a defense attorney. So the MSS would be in charge of this trial. and this person will be trialed, and then a decision ruling will be made. After the ruling is made, his nationality will be deprived. He's no longer a North Korean national, and he will be admitted to the political prisoner camp. Do you mind if I continue talking? Yes, we understand. So, for the high-level party cadre officials, they may be sent to the political prison camp, and then you need a signature of Kim Jong-un to be able to send this person, to high-level person, to the political prison camp. The higher the level, the more rigorous the reporting procedure will be. Everything is absolutely reported to Kim Jong-un, but if this individual is a more higher level, then there will be more detailed report presented to the leader, and then the leader's instruction will be implemented. Yes, in 2013, you left North Korea, and you defected from North Korea for what reason, may I ask?
저는 앞에서 말씀 올린 것처럼
As was mentioned, and I'm sorry to say this, but Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, from these individuals, I've received special gifts, and I've actually led a good life with all of the benefits. And they did say, and we can say that I have been one of the most trusted individuals in DPRK. And it was 2013 December when Jang Song-taek has been executed for being an anti-system and a dissident. And I, of course, was a person that was truly loyal, but that led me to the acknowledgement that this person may not be the human being that I thought he was, that it felt so barbaric. And it's been about 30 years since I was with Jang Song-taek, and he was more than a brother to me, and I was very close. But then with his execution, and afterwards, I've become also one of the candidates for another execution. So I've came here with my wife and my child to live, to survive, because I was the next target. So I can see that you've brought your family along, but no, my son still remains in the north. So then your son still is in the DPRK? Yes, he's at the political prison camp right now. So then, do you have any concerns about your son's well-being? I believe that you may be very concerned. Well, of course, yes. The fact that he's at the camp, there's nothing more I have to say about that. And does your public testimony today against the government of North Korea and Kim Jong-un expose you to any risk or danger, whether it be yourself, family, or relatives in the north? Is there any risk or danger, any threat? And if so, please explain. Well, typically, how it works is so execution on those that have attempted to defect. Well, if you look at Hwang Jang-yeop, his family, the entire family was executed. So that's the extent of disadvantage that the families would face. So at the DPRK, depending on what you did and your actions, that will determine the fate of your family members and the level of execution. So for myself, you can see that the range of execution, the range of those that would be subject to execution would get broader and wider. So I've made the decision to go into exile, and if I thought about just my family members and my relatives, I wouldn't have been able to make that decision. However, I thought that if I can find a way, or maybe because I had that objective to enable unification of the peninsula, that drove me, and that was my purpose behind my exile. of course, this isn't something that I can say in the North as a parent. And well, what we can do is just try to overcome the pain and suffering. So with that, let me conclude. No further questions.
Would you please proceed cross-examination?
Yes, please turn on the mic.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kim. All legal systems are challenged by their technology. And thank you for your appearance today. I know that it comes at personal risk, and it's meaningful to all of us that you are willing to share your story. Do I correctly understand that when you were in North Korea, you worked at the General Reconnaissance Department relating to external intelligence?
그렇습니다.
That is correct.
And you testified a few moments ago that the General Reconnaissance Department and the Ministry of State Security shared information extensively. Is that true?
예.
Correct.
Seems okay. How highly placed were you in the General Reconnaissance Department?
At the General Directorate of Reconnaissance, I was a strategist of Kim Jong-un, and that would basically be a strategic advisor to Kim Jong-un.
All right. And in the course of your duties as strategic advisor, you had access to information about from the MSS?
예.
That's correct.
Now, in the course of your duties, if you had come across information about terrible human rights abuses at the prison camps, you would have acted to do something about that. Is that right?
그렇습니다.
Yes, that is correct. So, in the North, the direction and the order of the Supreme Leader is a must, and it's a mandate. So, if there were any human rights violations, if during, well, Kim Jong-il or Kim Jong-un, well, that in itself, that comment cannot be reported to the Supreme Leader. We have to be in strict obedience. So Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un are the leaders of this regime. And how was that possible? It was because they've worked on the freedom and the human rights. It was based on the violation of the freedom and human rights of the residents, and only then can this regime stand. So all of the higher level officials, you can say that it's the work, the mode of operation is basically on the violation of freedom and human rights. So for the Supreme Leader, you would put your let's say, your life at risk just for him and for the regime. So that is the principle and that's the direction. So if you believe that there are severe human rights violations, and just because you've identified that and witnessed that and maybe to report that to the Supreme Leader, then I would be the wrong person there. So I've never commented or reported that incident to the Supreme Leader.
And you testified that about a system where Kim Jong-un would not need to say anything, he would give a notice to close aides. Could you explain that a little bit more?
Yes, let me give you an example to better your understanding. It was 2013 June, where the Vice Minister of the State Committee actually went on a site visit to Kwangil or Sariwon. And what happens is higher-ranking officials are sent out to the site to understand what's it like on the site. It's an on-site visit, and it typically takes 3 months to 6 months to understand the real life of residents. You eat, you sleep with them, and you spend your time with them on an everyday basis for a number of months. And in the process, the so-called vice minister level comrade of the state committee felt quite skeptical and went against the principles of the state committee. So he drank a lot, he got drunk, and he's actually been deceived by some of his lower-ranking officials, and he watched a Korean drama, and this was directly reported to Kim Jong-un. And what happened to this person? This person was Kim Gun-sup, by the name of Kim Gun-sup, of the State Central Committee. And what happened to him? Well, he was sent to the political prison camp, the Deokjang Gwaliso. And then what this means is, as I have mentioned, Kim Jong-un to his aides would be sending a notification letter, and this notification letter would be sent to me. So, which would indicate that he should be sent. So what happens is there are the party's principles, and if you go against the will of the Supreme Leader, and if you are a higher-ranking official, the punishment would be more severe. It would be stricter if you're higher in the ranks. So you can see that the most severe punishment would be being sent to the Gwaliso. That's what's run by the MSS, as you all know, and we have the prisoner camps by MPS. So it's separated out, the Gyuhwaso and the Gwaliso. And then you can see that for the Gyuhwaso, it has to do with economic issues. So it's a bit different from the political prisoners, the Gyuhwaso or the prison labor camp. However, in the case of the political prison camp, to better your understanding, it's about politics. And in terms of politics, the number one rule is, of course, strict obedience of the Supreme Leader, and anybody that would go against that would be punished and would be sent to the political prison camp. That's why you have the term political in there. So for these Gwaliso or the political prison camps, in many of the cases, we do have higher ranking officials that have went the other way, and they would be the mainstream here at the camps. And we talk about the total control zone. So there are the total control zones that they would be sent to, and depending on the person, it may differ. But once you do enter the total control zone, the family, the wife, their children would be sent to the revolutionary zone, and that individual will be sent to the total control zone. And then at this total control zone, so there was also an individual called Chung Ha-chul in 2005 who was in charge of propaganda, and he was also heading one of the key state committees. And Mr. Chung was also a secretary of the committee. And why was he sent to the camp? Well, what happened in 2005 was, back then, there were the portraits of Kim Il-sung hung in specific locations, but with Kim Jong-il taking office, every house and every offices would have to replace the portraits. So there wasn't enough photography paper to have his picture hung on the wall, but you had to buy this from China. And Jung Ha-chul was in charge of that. He was in charge of propaganda. And if you are of such position, he made a comment that went the other way. And with just one single comment, he was sent to the political prison camp. So once again, in DPRK, the political prison camp is about finding a way to punish those that would go the way and would not obey the supreme leader. And you cannot escape. You will be there for life. And there could be maybe war or some risky situations, and what that happens, they would just be executed. It's not like they would be freed from the camp. So anybody that would be there at the camps would not have any civil rights at all. So basically what happens is you would not be a human being. It's not through a trial where you'd be executed. You would be you'd be taking your citizenship and you would just be like an animal, not a human being, not a citizen. And if there is war, for instance, you would just be executed and killed. So that would be the 관리소, or the total control zone. So I hope that better your understanding. So in the case of Kim Geun-sop and Jung Ha-chul, those of the higher ranking officials, so those would be some key examples of what would happen.
The information that was shared from the MSS to you in your position, or the notices that might come down to you through the hierarchy, did you ever see descriptions of terrible human rights abuses at the political camps?
인권유린 상황.
On human rights violations, this is what I can say. And of course, if you start with the political prison camp, 관리소, the MSS oversees the political prison camps 관리소, and it is handled at Division 10, Bureau 10. And it's called the Farm Management Bureau. And the prison ward, the head of the prison, there would be typically a general, 1-star or 2-star general. And there would be like the colonels, about 1 or 2, and 3 or 4 division heads. And there would be also wards, about 30 wards. And those who patrol with dogs, 20 or 30. So a prison camp would typically have about 70 to 80 the officials. So the number should be 450 to 50 at a nationwide level. And then people lived in something like a shed. This is not a proper house. It's like a shed. And it really depends on whether the temperature will be winter or summer, but they work until 7 or 8 in the evening. Food, they should be self-reliant. And then the people are forced to work. So they are forced to work to produce a number of things. And these the products are supplied to the MSS officials. So there is a commercial division, commercial bureau. The commercial bureau of the MSS would be located in the Potong River Basin, which is a part of Pyongyang. And at the commercial, the bureau of the MSS would oversee the products made by the political prison camps. So to feed people, the food is provided at a subsistence level. So the basic necessities such as salt and the maize produced there. And they don't have a rice paddy field, so mostly they produce maize, corns. So this is basically for a substance level, the life support.
You testified a moment ago that in 2013, after the execution of your acquaintance, your friend, that you came to understand that Kim Jong-un was not the human being that you thought he was. Is that accurate?
다시 한번.
I ask you to repeat once again, please. I'm not very sure I understand. That I don't regard him to be a human. I don't understand that part.
I'm sure that I didn't ask a great question. Let me try again. Did I correctly understand your testimony a few moments ago to be that in 2013, after the execution of your friend, you learned that Kim Jong-un was not the human being that you thought he was?
Yes, I get your point. What I want to say is that I see the execution of the Chang Song-taek, his uncle, Kim Jong-un's uncle. When I was in North Korea, I never had negative perceptions of people to go to the political prison camps because I was a core party member. I was a core loyal member to the leader. But looking at Chang Song-taek, I felt that he's not, Kim Jong-un is not the human. I think there is a differentiating point. Chang Song-taek is not a relative to Kim Jong-un by blood, but actually is Kim Jong-un's the uncle by marriage. So Kim Jong-il, the father, had only one sister, and this sister married Chang Song-taek. And the parents of the Chang Song-taek basically raised the children together. So, in a sense, they were from the being raised in the same village. So, Kim Jong-un, Chang Song-taek is like a family member. So, however disturbed Kim Jong-un may have been, they basically lived under the same roof, and the Chang Song-taek raised Kim Jong-un together with his parents. So I felt that he is not a human, and I felt so disillusioned by the North Korean regime after that. So the feelings I had for the prisoners who are sent to the political prison camps or Chang Song-taek, they're quite different because I felt that this is a barbaric thing to do. This is a huge crime committed by Kim Jong-un because he should not have done what he did to a relative like Chang Song-taek. So I felt that I was so disillusioned. I did not want to work with people I did not regard human anymore. And I also felt that I was under the threat. I felt threatened that they may be pointing to me. So I decided to leave North Korea to come to the South.
Do you remember preparing a declaration for the prosecution about your expected testimony?
통역이 안 나오네. 통역.
Again, could I once again to repeat that question, please?
Do you recall preparing a document called Affidavit of Witness Kim Kuk-sung?
예.
Yes, I do.
In that document, you wrote that you had not seen or heard of any dossiers on political prison camps because of the different location of your work. Is that still accurate?
What I meant when I wrote that statement is that MSS writes reports to the Kim Jong-un And I have not seen MSS filed reports to Kim Jong-un. That's what I meant. But if I am told to describe about MSS and my role and the relationship between me and Kim Jong-il and Kim Jong-un, I hold to the statement that I've just made previously. So let me give you some more detailed description. In that, I want to say North Korea is a country of the party of the Labor Party of Korea. This is a one-party state. In a capitalized the system, it's not very difficult to understand. The one-party dictatorship means that the Labor Party of Korea exerts leadership on the North Korean society. There could be the military, there could be the MSS, there could be the MPS, there could be the cabinet. And irrespective of the name of the organizations, every organization falls under the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea. Workers' Party of Korea has the authority of the leader, supreme leader. It has the absolute authority to, and it wields its power in all the organizations. And therefore, Workers' Party of Korea exerts leadership over the MSS. MSS is not able to stay afloat without the leadership of the Workers' Party of Korea. So the governance, the Organization and Guidance Department's Division 8 oversees the MSS. The administrative affairs may be handled by the Division 8. So at the Organization and Guidance Department, we have a person seconded to the MSS, and he works around the clock at the MSS to make sure that everything is reported, everything done at the MSS is reported to this individual. So weekly reports and monthly reports are sent to this person. And this person under the Division 8, a member of the Division 8, is going to bring this report to his superior, and his superior will ultimately send this up to the supreme leader. So any individual who will be sent to the political prison camp, it is done, and it is made into a report by the minister of the MSS, and then sent to the Kim Jong-un. One goes through the MSS and to the Central Party of Workers' Party of Korea. The working level consultations will be made between the party and the MSS. So any new inmate, any pre-trial or any actual trial, all the process that has to do with the new inmate, it is only carried out under the consultation with the MSS Division 8. So for Workers' Party, with this work at the working level, MSS consults with the Workers' Party of Korea. It happens all the time, and it happens not only with MSS. It happens with all the organs of North Korea. Anything and everything is done under the control of Workers' Party of Korea. So I also want to supplement one more thing. This is not just about MSS. It also happens to the Ministry of Armed Forces, which will be Ministry of Defense of Korea, South Korea, and also it happens to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It happens to the Ministry of Education. It happens to the General Reconnaissance Department. This system applies to all the organs of North Korea, and through this, everything is reported, fed into the system, reported back to the leader. And this is also an area of special attention for the leader, and this is reported in a very special manner to the Kim Jong-un. So when the instructions are given, then it's decided, the fate of the inmate is decided. So Mr. Kim, Mr. John Doe, and according to under the guidance of dated such and such by Kim Jong-un, the individual Kim will be sent to the political prison camp. This is the instruction that we receive. And then there is a special vehicle that carries the family members of this individual. And this vehicle is operated by a special task force of the MSS. And MSS would have this vehicle that follow the individual to the political prison camp. So the parcel and the family members, they would also be put in the vehicle, and they would just be the parcel and the people will be separated at the political prison camp. So does this answer your question? Please let me know if you want me to bring you more information on other aspects as well.
Thank you so much. No further questions.
Okay. Prosecutor, any redirect question? Okay. Thank you. The witness excused. Okay. Thank you. Next. Prosecutor, who is next?
Your Honors, we call Lee Byung-nim.
수고하셨습니다.
Sorry about that. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
예, 증인 오늘 나와주셔서
Thank you for coming. Can I ask you to state your name? My name is Lee Byung-nim. Can you tell us about your previous occupation you held in North Korea that brought you into contact with Kim Jong-un? When Kim Jong-un became the supreme leader, actually before then, I was in the preparation team. After the graduation, I was working in office, and then I was sent to Mansumugang Institute. This is a special school afterwards, and I was also told to work in the command. I was first with in the special events division, and at the time it was military 963, and I was also told to work as a guard. And Kim Jong-un had a house name of number 5, and he had other houses. The other houses, number 5 houses were actually the only women who had been widowed that worked at that office. And I worked at the other houses, and then that's where I got to meet him for the first time.
So then, in your position, was there a direct role within the office of the Supreme Leader? Yes, so I was in the number 2 escort command, and I was there attending to the important arrangements. So there are specific areas that includes the bedroom and the wife's quarter, the spouse's quarters. That would be number 1, and number 2 areas would be let's say specific, distinguished guests, or while Kim Jong-il is there, there are specific officers that would be invited. That would be number 2 zone, and number 3 would be the restaurants and the movie theater where he would stay. And number 4 is there were 3 managers, and those were our quarters, our bedroom quarters. But for me, the library of Kim Jong-il and the bedroom and the wife's room, the living room, these were the areas that I was in charge of. Especially within the areas where he did reside, is there anything that you have observed? So at then, Kim Jong-il has been just starting to date with Ko Young-hee. And I do believe that there wasn't any other lady that was brought in, and it was usually Ko Young-hee that stayed in the quarters. And while so, in the wives' room, Ko Young-hee would sleep there. But well, afterwards, I've only seen Kim Jong-il just 2 times. And in terms of the layout, if Kim Jong-il comes in and stays in the quarters, you cannot be seen there. That is the principle. You should not be seen. So although I am a manager there, if Kim Jong-il is there in the quarters, and then if he leaves, then what I would do is replace the cigarette tray, the ashtray, or the linen, for instance. And in the library, I would tidy up the quarters. And then when Kim Jong-il comes back and he was here to review the documents, well, then we do have those that are armed that would bring in the documents for Kim Jong-il. And then Kim Jong-il will be reviewing the documents. And then if it seems like he would be leaving for quite a long period of time, they would take all the documents with them. But then if he's just out for the morning and coming back in the afternoon, the documents would stay in the library or his office. So what would happen to me is I would go in and I would have to tidy up the documents. I would have to empty out the ashtray, for instance. And there is a specific way of how the cigarette should be put. I have to make sure that everything is just tidy up and remains untouched other than that. And then I can see that there are all sorts of documents there. It indicates, well, this is for our supreme comrade, for instance. And then there was also a document that was signed by the National Political Security Department head, Kim Byung-ha. And you can see that there are documents where Kim Jong-il has signed off of. And what I have observed was, I think that there was something that has outraged him. So when I went to the library, he's basically, well, scrapped or tore all of the documents, and he just threw that on the floor. Well, Kim Jong-il, he's of a vicious nature. So he does have a temper. So what happened was, as for the documents that he had not seen, there was a paper shredder, and typically the principle would be that I should not read anything on the documents and it should all be shred. So that would be the principle as manager. And back then I was 20 years old, and out of my very young curiosity, and because I wanted to see any news about my hometown because I was out of town. So whether it be politics or, well, that wasn't my key motive, but I just wanted to understand what's happening in my neighborhood. And I was shredding that. Well, he just tore it in 2 ways, and then I was able to put the pieces together. So it's been quite a long time since then, but there was a specific document regarding my region, my hometown. But I mean, it indicated that, well, it was like a quote. It was by someone saying that somebody has criticized him, the gifts that were sent by the supreme leader, and actually that this wasn't by the supreme leader. It was from the sweat and the effort made by the workers. So there was something on that. And then I also recall that there was this other document. It was in the area of Gilju. And I think that this person also had the Tode issue, the family background issue. And obviously this person was looking at the portrait of Kim Il-sung, and he said that you may have been born great, but you don't know that people are starving. And that was indicated in the document of this incident. And I do recall that a piece of that was there in the document. And there are, well, questions that were posed. And as was everybody has mentioned, in terms of the political prison camps, you may ask, does everybody know about this? But in Kim Jong-un is maintaining his system, his regime, and the only reason why this is possible is because this system is handed down basically from his grandfather to his father to himself. So right now, we believe that Kim Jong-un may be even more malicious than Kim Jong-il. But at any rate, when we were putting together and tidying up the documents, I was able to witness that from time when to when, and from the afternoon, from times A to B, the overall movement of all of these individuals were indicated in the document reported to Kim. And there was also another document on his stepmother, Kim Sung-hye, of where she moved, her whereabouts. And I'm not. Well, you can see that. Well, I'm sure you also. So it wasn't typewritten. It was all in manual, handwritten documents. And I'm sure you also know Dr. Lee Seung-gi. He is Lee Seung-gi, who has actually invented vinylon. And there was a report that included details on the bedroom conversation of this renowned artist, Dr. Lee Seung-gi, and his wife. And another thing that I recall from the documents was that I'm sure that you all know Cheong-hee. He is a well-known taekwondo figure, and his third wife. It was on his third wife, and on the comments made by the third wife of Cheong-hee, this taekwondo guru. So I recall that all of those conversations were all recorded, and there was also another report on the fact that the person's spouse was very close to Park Jung-hee and then decided to go and flee abroad and lead a taekwondo association. But then Park Jung-hee is asking him to come back, but his husband seems to say no. So that was Choi Hong-hee. And what would happen is if those documents are brought in by the liaison officers, the documents would stack up so high in the room, and he would review every single document, each paper by paper. So that I do remember. And also the Rodong Shinmun, well, we're just the manager of the quarter, so we don't know for sure, but I was able to see that there were those from Rodong Shinmun and also from the Chosun TV, where Kim Jong-un is staying at the quarters. These individuals would be coming into his office. So what he was doing was, if there was any commentary, any articles, the draft would be sent to and shown to Kim Jong-il, and then Kim Jong-il would actually edit. And I was able to see the edits that were made by Kim Jong-il of the replacements to specific phrases or words. And before he leaves the quarters, all of that was signed off, and then it was sent to the press. So you can see that for those that have never lived in this one-person authoritarian regime, you would not understand. However, this is a different political system. And well, during Kim Jong-il's, it was Kim Jong-il, and I'm pretty sure that right now Kim Jong-un is doing that very same. And if there's anything that went unnoticed by him and then it was executed and then what was found out afterwards, I do know that there will be severe repercussions. So for those that would go to the political prison camps, those are those that are anti-system or noted as dissidents, whether it's true or not, whether they were framed or not. But at any rate, for anyone that went against him, they would be sent to the camp. So, of course, would he know about the political camps right now? I think that this is just beyond question. It's only natural that he would know, because it was about those that would go against him. Yes, thank you very much for that detailed answer. Thank you very much. There are also a couple of other questions, but I think that you've actually answered a number of them. So I did not want to cut you off. And then, yes, if we may bring this together. Maybe if you can just help me clarify. Just simply, so at the DPRK, so for the supreme leader, so let's say that if there's any political comments, any actions taken against the system, all of that is fully and reported in detail to the supreme leader. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And I believe that in the entire hierarchy from top to bottom, I've actually lived the entire hierarchy. So I do know that so in the borders, there were a specific people's group or unit of 40 or 50. But now you can see that there are some smaller groups consisting of 20 households or so, where if there are any malicious comments, for instance, would all be reported to the security officers, and the security officers, it's actually the basis of their assessment, so they would all report that as well. So from these neighborhood units. So then based on what was reported on the borders, the supreme leader will decide on who would be sent to the camp. So he basically has the ultimate say. Is that correct? Yes. So there was nothing that he did not sign. So on his desk, anything that was on his desk, there was never a paper that would be left unnoticed or so it was typically 3 a.m. or so when the documents would be brought in, and he would stay until 11 a.m. and then maybe he'll take a nap in the afternoon. So typically that would be his daily routine. So then, could you maybe talk about what happened to your son, where he is? Could you share with us that story as well? Yes, my father. And because he was working for the government, I didn't have any ill feelings for DPRK. However, it was 2009 with the currency reform. And when I wasn't able to use most of the currency that I held, I thought, okay, I have nothing else to ask of this society. And I thought, you just live once, and maybe it's high time for me to live a different life. But I did have one dream. So during the Kim Jong-il era, there were two people with a medical degree or medical certification, and that was when Germany was divided. And in West Germany back then, there was a state that was noted as the best in terms of massage, as a masseuse. There were somebody that was in West Germany, and I've heard that if you go there to be trained of such, you would get full clothing from your underwear to the entire attire. But if you want to be sent to West Germany for the training, you would go through a identity screening for 6 months. So every 6 months, you would go through that identity screening, and I found out that my grandfather has been noted as an individual with an issue because of a comment made by my grandmother. So I wasn't able to get on the plane, and I was sent out to a different location and appointed at a different location. And that was when I was 21. And just the fact that I was able to get on a plane, but then it was at the end of the day in vain. Everything, the dreams that I had, it was just shattered all of a sudden. And always in my dreams, I thought, I really want to get on a plane. I really want to ride an airplane. And that basically, the fact that it was shattered was a huge trauma for me. And back then, Kim Jong-il had a car. Ko Young-i also drove. And in Pyongyang City, I know that there were about 100 automobiles, and about 50 were driven by women. So I thought, I really hope that I have my own car. But of course, that's not possible in the north. So my dream was to get on a plane before I die. And I was slightly different from politicians. I wanted to really own a car. That was my dream. And I think that was one of the motives to defect. But yes, also regarding your son, do you know the whereabouts of your son?
I have no knowledge. When I first came, I had nothing, and I wanted to make a living. And my son was arrested then. I wanted to commit suicide, I think, almost every day for the next 3 years. It's just a bit exaggerated to say I wanted to kill myself on a daily basis, but frequently I did think about committing a suicide. But I wanted to find my son, so I hired many brokers. I tried to get in touch with my son, and no one knew whereabouts of my son. And if you go to a political prison camp, I knew that there's no way of finding out about whereabouts of an inmate. My father was a regional party secretary, and he was acquainted with the women's secretary of an official, but she was criticized and she was sent as a political prisoner at the time. My father told me that this family, this person was sent to the political prison camp, and because he was a party secretary, the regional party secretary, I knew that the son of this woman was doing all he can to find out whereabouts his mother, but there is no way to finding it out. I spent a lot of I made a lot of efforts for the next 3 years trying to find out the whereabouts of my son, and no one knows about my son. And I think to myself that he may have died already. Do you mind if I speak longer? In 1973, the concept of the MSS first came up, and those reactionaries by word, those who made wrongful statements, they were all sent to political prison camps. And I don't know what happened in between, but those reactionaries by word, they have been released from political prison camps. Not all of them, but some were released. And we heard about their stories, and their stories began to leak bits by bit. And those who made wrongful statements, they're forgiven. But if they take actions, certain actions, usually they are not forgiven. And whether it's it's scientifically correct thing to do, there's been some disputes over it. But I tried to find out whereabouts my son. I gave up. This is my last question. This is your open testimony against North Korea and Kim Jong-un. Do you foresee some kind of threat you may be faced with in the future? Well, I think I've lived long enough already, and I had the opportunity to live in a city, in a society that I dreamed of. So I have no regrets whatsoever. I lived a good life. But my family members and my relatives suffered because I came to South Korea. And my son, I have done nothing for my son. And many people tell me, many witnesses said that before me, many North Koreans live with all these pains in their hearts. They want justice being done to Kim Jong-un. They think about their friends and relatives. But I think to myself, my son is probably gone. And what can I do for my son? In retrospect, I feel that I led a relatively good life. And I believe that people like us should be speaking up. I think if more of us could make more efforts, maybe we'll come closer to reunification. There are so many slaves. I can only say that they are slaves. There are so many slaves trying to make a living under Kim Jong-un. And I want them to stop being slaves. And that requires efforts from people like us. I want to make the small contribution that I can with my efforts. Thank you very much. The prosecutor ends the question session.
Slee, thank you so much for coming and for your bravery in telling your story. I have only a few questions. You told us about the time you found the two documents with the quotes in the office of Kim Jong-il. What year was that?
네. 그게 제가 그쪽으로 간 게 77년도예요.
Yes, I was sent there in 1977. And when Kim Jong-un came to the house, I can't remember the date, but I can remember that the year is 1977. When Kim Jong-un came around, there are sometimes documents coming in. Sometimes the documents are not sent to this house. So because he's around, we need to make sure that the documents are piled up properly. I'm not able to see the details, but I can see the cover. 2 or 3 times, Kim Jong-un was very upset. He shredded the paper down and threw it on the floor. Because I wanted to put that into the machine shredder, I picked up the documents, the torn documents, and I saw the document myself. There's no way that I can, under my job description, go through the documents, but I was very curious. I was young, so I looked into these documents, although I wasn't allowed to do that.
Ma'am, what year did you come to South Korea?
I came to South Korea a month after they did the currency reform.
So 2009?
2009년이 된.
아니
December, the 1st to 6th was the currency reform for 2009. So I defected from 2010.
Because not everyone may understand, how did the currency reform affect your life? Why did that motivate you to defect?
The currency reform had some underlying incidents you have to pay attention to. Underlying factors. If you think about Kim Jong-il, he may be a wild person. He's not really smart. He's not tall enough. He's not handsome enough. He doesn't outsmart people. But it may be a little childish thing to say, but if you think about the portraits if you've seen about Kim Jong-il, the portraits of Kim Jong-il is very different from the actual person. That's what I thought as a younger person. And I came to this understanding that our fate is determined by this one person who is not really that smart or great. When we did something wrong, he would be very vicious. He would say very bad words. He said that I don't keep roof over your head, and I don't give you the food for all these small bad things that you do. And I think that kind of memory stuck with me. And I was once talking to my father, and the party cadres or the high-level officials, they know more about Kim Jong-il, the leader, and the Kim Jong-un. The realities of the politics of the great leaders, Kim Jong-il or the father, or Kim Jong-un, the son. My father used to tell me that I should be very careful. He said that I'm trying to be careful all the time. If you're not careful, you may have the black horn, meaning the bullet in your mouth, meaning that I'll die. But I'm still a human being, and I had a lover. I had a boyfriend who was a teacher, and I was enjoying a drink with him one day. And there was this armchair that he took out and put that out. I could see that over the armchair, there's a lot of the torn papers. And I was very angry to see that. The Kim Jong-un put all the torn papers over the ground. I had to clean it up. So I was talking to my boyfriend. Over a drink, I talked about it. This is actually a real life situation. And my father, he told me that I should follow him. I was working in my office, and he said that I should come to him. I told him that I need to work in my office, and he told me that I need to follow him. He actually hit me, and I followed him home. And I just stayed home the next 3 months. And I think I was confined to a so-called house arrest because my father was very good friends with the MSS official, but my boyfriend was punished. My boyfriend actually leaked this information to his friend, who turned out to be an informant of the MSS. So this informant reported to the MSS superiors, and it was traced back to me. So he told me that 5 people dressed in black came, knocked on the door at midnight. And he was blindfolded first, and then he was put into a vehicle, and he was taken to some tree outside, and he was bonded to a tree. And over a flashlight, he was shown this gun, and he said that he was told to promise to stay quiet, otherwise he will be beaten to death. And he actually was beaten. He said that he couldn't sleep for the next few days. So any harm that can be done through a statement by the leader is punished. But he wasn't sent to the political prison camp because my father was a close friend of the MSS official. If he's sent to the political prison camp, I should be sent there as well. So the MSS official decided to let me go. So my boyfriend wasn't punished. And I think many of you may find this very surreal because you have not experienced it. This is like having one slave owner. I've read many Russian novels. I remember that this is like a serfdom of the Russian Empire days. I think our life closely equates to the life of serfdom in the Russian Empire days of the 18th, 19th centuries.
Question? Anybody redirect from prosecution? No further question? Okay. 수고하셨습니다.
Thank you very much. We're done.
Could you call next witness?
Your Honors, we call Ho Man-ho.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do. Good afternoon. Could you please state your full name? I am Ho Nam-ho. Ho Man-ho. Yes, so could you share with us your expertise in the area of the political prison camps in North Korea? I'm sure that it's the same case for anyone, but I am a bit embarrassed to call myself an expert because I've never... You really need to have first-hand observation of the camp, but I haven't been able to do that. But based on satellite pictures and experience, whether it be direct or indirect experience, from the North Korean defectors via interviews, I've heard from their testimonies. And in addition to that, other political prison camps in other countries have engaged in comparative research on those camps and those at the DPRK. So there are some universal or common ground as well as some unique features. So that's basically all I know. I'm not sure whether I can call myself an expert. You're currently are you a professor at Gyeongbuk National University? Yes, that is correct. From 1994 to 2022, I was with Gyeongbuk National University, and I've retired in August in 2022, and I'm now Professor Emeritus. So then your research area, what was your major research area? Well, I had two areas of research. First was based on my original major, polymology, to look into after the Korean independence, and then the Korean War, and the peace regime. So that's my original major. And the other area is from 1996 and onwards, so the human rights issues in the North. That was something that I've researched. And from 2003, at the UN Human Rights Commission, the resolution to have that tabled and to have that passed or adopted was my key area of focus, to lobby to make sure that that happened. And with many UN institutions having the resolution be tabled and to make sure that there's desirable discussions underway, that was an area where I've it sent me to Geneva and New York to lobby the relevant stakeholders. So I can see that the witness for 30 years have been looking into the political system of the North, as well as the sheer reality of human rights situations of residents. So as a professor of a university and as a scholar, have you studied these fields? Yes, that is correct. So regard the political prison camps and the system, could you give us an overview on that? So this could be a long, winding answer, but I'll try to be as succinct as possible. So the political prison camp system in North Korea, well, if we compare with other communist countries, there are some areas that are common, but there are also some unique features. So let me go into the areas that are different. So typically, so as the result of a rank or status struggle, you see these camps forming. But in August of 1950 in the North with that incident, so in other words, there were the enemies of Kim Il-sung, and it was about rooting them out from the society, and that was, as a result, this prison camp was put together. So the socialist regime, ever since its stabilization, maybe it came out of their confidence because it has stabilized, or maybe they thought it wasn't effective or efficient. We've been seeing the political prison camps disappear. However, in the case of DPRK, it was slightly different. It was basically a 70-year dictatorship amongst 3 generations, and in order to maintain their authority and power, this was, I think, one way to do that. And we can divide this situation into two domains. We've heard from the defectors their direct experience, but we do have a special dictatorship zone as well as a revolutionary zone. So in the case of this special, total control zone, basically, you would lose your citizenship, and even if you do die, your body will stay there. Basically, you will stay there without any citizenship, and you'll be buried on that spot. And the fact that you don't have citizenship, what does this mean? So in the Western world, it means that you have no citizenship. So any legal rights, protection, all of that would disappear. You no longer would have any of that. And what would happen is this would be the case throughout your life, and it's just a matter of time, but you'd basically die in that zone. In the case of the revolutionizing zone, you do have citizenship, and you don't know how long it will take, but there is a possibility of you being released from that zone. However, in South Korea, we do have about 10 or so survivals of the camp here today, and most of the survivals were those that stayed at the revolutionizing zones. But the issue here is that the revolutionizing zones is with the number 18 and number 15 Yodok camp. It was a part of these camps. But you can see that the revolutionizing zones are decreasing in number, and most are sent to the areas under special dictatorship or the total control zone. So we've been seeing the range of the total control zone increase and the revolutionizing zones decrease. So you can see that it's a two-pronged approach by the North Korean regime, and I think it was based on intention. So in the case of the total control zone or the areas under special dictatorship, these are those that are noted as being rooted out from the society. In the case of revolutionizing zones, I'm not sure if this is the right word, but it's for individuals that may have a possibility of rehabilitation, or basically being that they do have a possibility of changing their mindset. So for the stability of their regime and for the maintaining of the regime, one way or a way to do that was this type of system. And as a scholar, if I may add one more comment, on Earth, in this world, if we see that North Korean residents amount to 22 million, in October 2000, during the ASEM summit in South Korea, what they have acknowledged was that 100,000 people died. So at the Johns Hopkins Hygiene Graduate School, there was a research team that surveyed the situation in the north, and maybe the sample is not too broad, so it's a bit difficult to generalize, but as far as we know, 960,000 died out of hunger. It was either malnutrition or hunger, where it took the lives of 960,000 residents. And also, at the Buddhism sect, there was a survey team that was dispatched 4 times, and it looked into the 1,470 defectors in the 3 provinces of China, and based on their survey, at least 3.5 million have died out of hunger or malnutrition. So under this situation, how would that regime be maintained? There's of course a reason why they were able to maintain their regime, and I believe that there was normative control and physical coercion. So with normative control and physical coercion, these 2 factors has basically let the regime live on. And if you think about physical coercion, sometimes the political prison camps was 12 at a maximum, and when it was decreased, it was 4, but now I think it's about 5 or so. So you can see that there were 200,000 at peak, and when it decreased, it was about 50,000, but they do say that there are about 100,000 that are currently imprisoned there. So basically, 0.5 or 1% of the Korean residents would be imprisoned in the political prison camps and really threaten them, so that the remaining 99% or the 99.5% remaining would have to just comply with the regime. So I believe that the camp is playing that role. So if I may sum up, the political camps can be divided into 2. One would be the revolutionizing zone, and the other would be the areas under special dictatorship, or AKA total control zone. But we can see that the trend is that the total control zone is gaining ground. It's increasing in number versus the other revolutionizing zone. Yes, but I think that it's better to say that 100% basically now is all total control zones. So then, the system, I think you've mentioned that this has been maintained for decades, if I recall correctly. Is that correct? I think, can I elaborate? Yes, if I may. The political prison camps, for it to be run, so it actually starts off with the Gulag of Soviet Union. So the Gulag of the Soviet Union basically was the reference group or the reference point. That's what people do say. But I believe that it actually starts off with the roots of the regime itself. So in 1945, on August 24th of 1945, Soviet Union and their forces dominate Pyongyang, and in just 2 days after, the Soviet forces there's a military commander office. I think this is one way to put it in the translation. So a military commander government was put together.
So after they set up the military government, they made a pro-Soviet government. They wanted to create actually pro-Soviet government, civilian government. So those who did not collaborate, they were detained and they have been persecuted. So during the Korean War, which happened afterwards, the U.S. Army entered Pyongyang. They seized documents in Pyongyang, and it was revealed that at the time of September to October timeframe of 1950, there were 47 political prison camps at a nationwide scale. Then unofficially, after the Soviet occupied North Korea, they, in secret, they detained the political prisoners, they imprisoned them, and they killed many of them. So this is a historical experience. And in 1965, there was a purging of the faction members. And in 1966, because of this purging, North Korean regime decided to set up political prison camps. This is actually the foundation which allowed for the political prison camps to be set up at the time. So the political prison camps, they exist, and those atrocities continue. On what grounds do you make such assertions? Yes, I think the biggest reason is that this is a socialist system, and they want to uphold the socialist system. And even if they uphold the socialist system, they can also realize that democracy within the party. Democracy is only promoted in a party when there is a transfer of power. This leads to changes in domestic policy. This is what happened to previous communist countries. It happened to Soviet Union, it happened to Vietnam, it happened to Mongolia, it happened to, but it does not happen to North Korea. There was a witness who made the statement. The names may be different from Kim Il-sung, Kim Jong-il, and Kim Jong-un, but they are the same body, they're the same regime, the same government. The witness before me did not say this, but what I'd like to say is that if you think about the reform and opening of China, Doi Moi of Vietnam, and the transitory of Mongolia, these are basically the policies that have been established to rectify the wrongdoings of the internal, external human rights policies of the previous regime. So there was a harsh criticism before such policies, the market reform and opening, and Doi Moi, and the opening of the Mongolian the government came about. There's been succession of power on two occasions, from grandfather to the father to the son. But there was no criticism placed on the policies of the previous the generation, the father and the grandfather. Kim Jong-un may have, well, the father may have purged and the loyal members of his fathers. It's not a criticism of the policy of the father. So it continued for 70 years. And to maintain this dictatorship for 7 decades, they need some physical the suppression mechanism, which is what political prison camp is. The Soviet Union closed gulags because of the pressure of Western countries, yes, partly, but more importantly because the Soviet Union lost the rationale of operating such gulags.
법들 가둬놔놓고 그들을 계속 일하게 하려고 하면 의식주를 챙겨줘야 될 거 아닙니까? 거기에 들어가는 비용에 비해서 그 피수용인들이 만들어내는 생산성은 너무 열악하다는 것이죠. 그래서 코스트 베네핏 레이쇼를 놓고 봤을 때 비합리적이기 때문에 없앴다는 거예요. 베트남의 경우는 더이머의 정책을 채택할 때 그 바로 전에 있었던 경제 정책이 실패했는 이유가 서방 세계의 압력 때문입니다.
In the Vietnam, it failed because the political prison camps, were the advice to close down. The Vietnam was advised to close down the political prison camps. For the Doi Moi to succeed, the Vietnam government decided to close the political prison camps. It took like 2 years for them to phase out the political prison camps. In China, the money came from the overseas Chinese. So reform and opening policies actually it has led to a lot of money coming in from outside world. So the Chinese authorities were able to maintain the Laogai, or the political prison camps in Chinese terms, for the 30 years. But North Korea is an isolationist country, so they are able to continue with the political prison camps it wanted. And the over efficiency of the system, social system, is down greatly. And therefore, even if you look at the cost-benefit ratio of operating at the political prison camp, it's not really a loss-making venture from North Korea's perspective because the productivity is already very low. So, because of the 2 or 3 reasons, I think that the political prison camps may continue well into the future. And the development of the satellite systems allows for the political prison camps to be monitored. You can see that some of the camps are closed down, some of them open up again, some of them are being remodeled as well. So you can see that the camps are being operated. Have you also looked into the internal operating system of the political prison camps when it comes to the food and the clothing and the living the conditions? Do you have some specific cases to refer to? I think it could be well explained by the former inmates. But if I could just resort to the study that I've carried out, I could make the following statements. Even if I don't talk about the specific norms, it will be clear to you that UN has special regulations on setting the minimum living conditions for the inmates. First of all, it's wrong to place the inmates in the political prisons. This does not exist in a normal society. For political reasons, you're not arrested for political reasons, and even if you're detained, the life in a political prison camp is, as you know very well, even if you're a criminal, there are certain things that must be secured. Your human dignity must be upheld at all times. There is a North Korean defector by the name of Kim Hye-suk. She says that her grandfather, whom she has never seen, her grandfather is defected to the South during the Korean War, and because of that reason, when she was in grade 5, she was sent to the revolutionary zone of the 18th, number 18, Kwangil. She spent 27 years and 6 months at the prison. And the wards were responsible for the prisoners. They were so mean. The wards what they do to the inmates are really sadomasochistic. You can see that how people can deviate from the human trajectory if you look at the political prison camps. If you look at the internal regulation, the wards are titled as sirs, and the inmates, when they encounter the wards, they should turn their back to the wards and they should be kneeling down on the floor, which she did, Kim Hye-suk did, when she came across a ward. And the ward decided to become so mean to this lady, and the ward told her to open her mouth. And the sputum, he spat on the lady's mouth. I don't think there's a lot of mention about Mr. An Myung-chul. Mr. An Myung-chul is a person who worked as a guard at 4 political prison camps, and he worked as a truck driver for the camps in 3 of the Kwangil. And Mr. An Myung-chul gives the most versatile of the statements ever because he's been around in many different places. He said that people did not have enough to eat. I couldn't believe what I was looking at when I first read the testimonies. Mr. An Myung-chul said that the inmates took in like one handful of maize for the day, and they did not have enough to eat, so they looked at the food for the pigs because they had very little to eat themselves. They looked at the feedstock. So he was very shocked. Mr. An Myung-chul was very shocked to see that actually the inmates were taking the food from the concentrated feed of the pigs. And sometimes the fish should be fish when they're thrown out. Would be not be fresh, okay, and they would sometimes come to the close to the fermented stage, and then people would look into the trash and take the fish and mix it together with the maize that they were rationed with and eat. He felt actually sorry for the inmates that he decided to leave a lot of the trash, the fish trash, leave them over without taking them out of the concentration camp. And there was also an individual inmate who died because he was hit in the face, and this inmate had was died instantly. And even if a prison officer guard would kill an individual, an inmate at the camp, he would not be charged as a crime. And obvious to say that there is a very little foreign currency. Excuse me. I like to talk about the guard dogs at the political prison camps. The German shepherds would be typically the guard dogs that are used, but in North Korea we don't have enough of import dogs, and therefore the Pungsan dogs would be used. And the Pungsan dogs and other mixed types of dogs would be used, and they'll be very aggressive. And there have been cases where these guard dogs would kill and eat the inmates. That sometimes happens. It's unthinkable, but it sometimes happens. And the person responsible would sometimes be punished. Should be punished, but actually instead the guard was admitted to the Kim Il-sung University in appreciation of his service at the political prison camp. That actually happens. And the living conditions of the inmates have been really harsh. I don't think it's a livable condition. It's unthinkable for the city dwellers like yourselves. But I grew up in an agricultural village. I remember these houses in the past. They were built with clays. The sheds, it was like a shed, but they were actually built with clays, and they would use the newspapers for the flooring material. But in North Korea, they don't even have enough newspapers. So in the sheds, people would really sleep over the clay instead of having a floor covering. I have many more examples. I just want to say that the concentration camps the security level is very high. They have barbed wires. And the barbed wires would also have the electricity, the defense system. So high voltage, the system. So if you come close to within the range of the 50 meters to the wall, the barbed wires, you'll be punished because you'll be regarded as escapee or the fugitive.
So if you're out for food and if you're out in the hills and mountains, and if you're close to the border, well, in many cases you'll have to work near the border, near the fences. But then sometimes if you faint, for instance, because of malnutrition, and then if you remain there until the sun sets, you'd be noted as a fugitive. But after sunset, that body remained there, and then you would be punished. One individual by the name of Kim Jong that has experienced both zones of the revolutionary zone and the total control zone, and his mom, what she did and what she had to go through is all sorts of pain and suffering. And Kim Jong decided to escape and flee because of his mom's recommendation. So I'll share with you more if you do need more information. Yes, so I do know that there are different types of forced labor that has to be conducted, and also on the conditions. Could you also give us more information on the forced labor? So with regard to labor, it takes on different form. So the well-known would be working in the mines, the coal mines, and then the other would be specific agricultural grounds or fields where you would have to work within the zone. But the biggest problem to all this is that compared to the forced labor and the amount of labor that you would have to provide, the amount of food is much too little. If I talk about food, sometimes it would just make me cry. It just brings tears to. It just brings tears. So I really don't want to talk about this a lot. But yes, let me give you the example of Kim Hae-suk and try to do the calculation. So there are 6 members of the family and sometimes 8 members of a family on a monthly basis. You have 20 kilograms of maize, and to have 3 meals with 20 kilograms of maize. So how many meals would that be for a month? So in the Western world, it may be difficult to calculate, but what about in Korea? If we want to have lunch at a Korean bunshik restaurant, for instance, if we, let's say, ordered a soup, a sundubu soup, a tofu soup, and then you can see the rice that you get is 100 grams, that single rice that you would get for that meal. But based on the interviews with Kim Hae-suk, if you do the calculation, the 100 grams is not rice, and it's maize, it's corn. And that amount would be what you would have to live with for the day, the 100 grams of not rice but corn. So when she was 16, when she turned 16, she had to go to the coal mine, and she worked at the lift. She operated the lift. That brings up the gang car. And then for lunch, we don't like, Vietnamese rice, but rather we like sticky rice. Koreans prefer sticky rice. So in the case of the rice of Southeast Asia, it does not really befit the Korean cuisine. It seems like all of the rice would just, fly away. But it's cheap. And there is a way to call it. We call this Vietnamese rice in Korea. And it's 100 grams of Vietnamese rice in a lunchbox consisting of this 100 grams of Vietnamese rice. And the lunchbox with 100 grams of Vietnamese rice, and there's also a type of greens. So it's dried radish greens, and you would cook soup with that. And the dried radish green soup and the 100 grams of Vietnamese rice is what you get. And since she turned 16 and until she was 30, as she was doing that work, she said that she's never actually had that lunchbox. She never was able to eat that lunchbox because back at home, she had two little brothers, and she did not have the heart to eat that lunch because there were two little brothers that were starving. So she just had the dried radish green soup, and then she left the long grain rice, the Vietnamese rice, and she brought that home every time. So she'd never had that rice. So some do say that those that are in the revolutionary zone, they're better off, relatively speaking, versus total control zone. And those in the revolutionary zone would have to go through that. So what do you think would happen at the control zones? According to Kim Yong, there are actually just 2 episodes that I would like to share with you in lieu of time. So in Korea, we do see wild chestnuts in the mountains and the hills. And these chestnuts, what we used to do was we would think that we would be really lucky if we find these wild chestnuts and we can have them to eat. But in North Korea, there was one political prisoner that was running the gang car, and he found that wild chestnut. And he stopped the car, and it was just at a cliff, and he got off of the gang car, and he decided to pick the wild chestnut. And then a prison guard saw that, and he was shot to death right on the spot. And in this total control zone, as mentioned, they have no citizenship, so this isn't an issue, even if you're just shot dead on the spot. And there's also another example. Out of one of the guards, there was an individual, the guard, that was managing all of these prisoners, and there was this one very atrocious person, and he had a particular nickname called Opasi, and what this means is a dialect in Chungcheongdo province that would call bumblebees Upashi. So it was noted to be the bee. And what he did was he would use the tail of an oxen and use this as a whip to hit the prisoners. And one day, he used this oxen tail and he left it there, and then he left the office. But then out of the political prisoners, there was a national volleyball athlete amongst the prisoners. And, he is probably heavy set because he was an athlete, and, just with the food that was offered, that would be just so little for him. So what happened was he decided to dunk this in water, and he ate that whip up. And then this person, the so-called bumblebee, came to get his whip back. And he brought the prisoners together and asked who took the cowtail. And then, because others were being punished because of him, this volleyball player said and confessed that he ate the cowtail. And then, do you know what happened? Via another prisoner, so they went to the bathroom. Another prisoner went to the bathroom and brought maggots from the bathroom, and the guard, brought the volleyball player and beat him basically close to death. And he basically fainted, and he was on the ground. And then in his mouth, he had maggot skewers that another prisoner brought from the bathroom. And then he said, "This is also protein. This is meat. You should eat this as well." And he shoved that in his mouth. And then in just a couple of days, that volleyball player died. So that was a testimony from Mr. Kim Yong. Yes, and based on the testimony that you have submitted, you've also indicated the torture that's prevalent. So could you also talk about the torture that's underway in the prison camps? And if there is a specific example that you found quite tragic, please share that with us as well. Yes, just a couple of shocking examples. So Kim Il-sung, it was in 1968 and 72, there was a specific order by Kim Il-sung. In 1968, there was a directorate by Kim Il-sung. So it was just recently when the political prison camps were put together. So it's been just about 2 years or so. And back then, there wasn't a clear system in place in the North Korean society back then in 1968. And there were prisoners in the prison camps, and there were about 2,000, and they've actually engaged in a riot. And then, in order to suppress the riot, there were the military that was sent to guard the prisoners, and this still continues on. And of course, those those soldiers do not wear military uniforms. They're out seeking guard in the borders in different security uniform. And the reason why I say this is because as a human being, you have the right to love someone, and whichever situation it may be, an opportunity to fall in love always does come pass. And Kim Man-sun, this was a youth, and he was actually a guard for the number 22 camp. And because he was young, of course, sometimes when you're out to guard, you tend to get bored. And he decided to use his gun to hunt a wild pig. So he he met with a prisoner under the name of Choi, a woman, and they basically fell in love. And Miss Choi got pregnant. And the person that, the organization manages the political prison camp directly is Unit 1 at MSS. Of course, the name would change from time to time, but basically at back then, it was Unit 1 of MSS. And Ms. Choi was tied to a chair. She was pregnant. And then they asked, who's the father? But Ms. Choi, because she loved Kim Man-soo, she did not want to utter a word, because if so, Kim Man-soo would also become a political prison or would be under severe punishment. So she resisted. She did not say. So through all of the difficult and the sufferings and the torture, she didn't say his name. But then that day, Kim Man-soon hunted a huge snake, and he was so happy, and he was boasting this huge snake that he hunted. And when Ms. Choi was being investigated, and one officer of the MSS that was investigating Ms. Choi took the snake from his hands, and he tried to shove the snake into his sexual organs, but Ms. Choi was so afraid of that, and then he could not resist, and then he shouted, and she uttered the name Kim Man-soo, and of course then he was of course punished in the process. And in addition to that, Kim Il-sung, in 1968 there were these directorates, but in 1972 there was another directorate by Kim Il-sung, and it was about the enemies of the classes. And then also the factionalists. So those that went against the August faction incident, those from Soviet Union and the Risk and Ruskovo, we call this the Galo, those that were against the regime. So the Soviet faction, and then the Yeonan faction, the factionalists. So what happened was those were the individuals that went against Kim Il-sung, and them and their relatives, their families, their colleagues, their friends were all isolated, and was about having them sent to the camps. So it was about the factionalists or the enemies of the classes, whoever that person may be. The three generations should be rooted out from the society. So within the political camps, getting pregnant in the camp basically would be another severe crime. So sometimes you fall in love and you get pregnant, and you would be raped by the prison guards, and you would get pregnant. And in that situation, if you were identified or noticed by the MSS, then you would go through atrocious sufferings and pain. And another case was having an iron stake up the genitals of a woman, and what would happen is sometimes they would just open up the stomach of the abdomen of a pregnant woman, take out the fetus, and then give that to the dogs. So this was all indicated in the memoir of An Myung-chul. So as this was a testimony and memoir titled "They Are Crying." And Mr. An Myung-chul came to Korea, the South, and he mentioned that always in his dreams he would relive the pain, the suffering back in the North, and that it was really painful for him.
Going back to what he said, based on the testimonies, I just gave you some examples. Yes, you talked about the torture and you talked about human rights infringement, and this occurred after 2011. Do you believe that it continued well after 2011 when Kim Jong-un came into power? Yes. What happens in the political prison camps? It's very difficult for outside to know about what's happening inside the camp. But I think we can make some guessing there. For the general detention facilities, for example, labor training camps, 우릉단련대, holding centers, 집결소, political prison labor camps, 교화소, and 교양소, another form of detention center. If you think about what happens in those detention facilities, we know about what's happening in those facilities. So you can imagine that it's going to be only more harsh. Most of the political prison camps, 관리소, are now defined as special dictatorship zones. So the kind of anecdotes that we know about, the instance that we know about, I think it can only be more harsh in those special zones. Yes, now, for the political prison camps, the inmates are deprived of citizenship. So even if the inmates are killed, the wards, the guards will not be punished. And we can assume that, we can imagine that there are a lot more people being killed in the political prison camps that we know of. Yes, I could add this comment. Ever since Kim Jong-un came into power, we have seen that the official, the legal, the procedures are followed. On top of that, we have other legal institutional frameworks that allows for other measures to hold someone, detain someone in the prisons. A good example would be Reactionary Ideology and Cultural Reaction Act, and also the detention-related laws which have been established after the outbreak of the COVID-19. Many people have been sent to political prison camps because of these acts, new laws. And more recently, we have seen a relatively high-level official who worked as an informant for us, and they tell us that to develop uranium mine in North Korea, North Korea wants to make sure that information is not leaked to outside world, and therefore they set up a special prison camp dedicated to developing uranium mine. I think this happened in 2022 or 23, And there was an instruction from the superiors to make sure that this is completed before May. So we have an informant, high-level government informant of North Korea who tells about these things. So in the Kim Jong-un era, I don't think situation has improved, even if a bit, by a bit. They have deteriorated, which I'm quite sure of. And also I want to say that for the general public, do you think the situation has improved? No, I don't think so. More recently, we've been looking at natural disasters, including severe droughts, and there's a strong control over the border, so the illegal import of grain is not possible. So life quality is deteriorating significantly. People have been risking a lot to secure food, and then sometimes they are sent to prison camps. And people with bad todae, which is the family background, those offenders, those with the bad todae would be sent to the political prison camps. And looking at the current political situation, I think the situation has deteriorated significantly. If you think about the human rights infringement which occurs in the political prison camps, do you think North Korea's supreme leader is aware of what's happening in the political prison camps? And do you think he should be held responsible for the wrongdoings at the political prison camps? Many witnesses have said this before me. It's more than just knowing about it. I think Kim Jong-un may give instruction on each and every action that should be taken at the political prison camp. Think about the days of his father, Kim Jong-il. Kim Jong-il is known to have said once to his acquaintances that he wanted to shoot a film, and the actresses, they need to get changed on the side of a movie set. They need to go somewhere to get changed. So the actresses wanted to have a bus within, and they want to go into a bus and get changed. What happened is that the directors and producers reported to Kim Jong-il. They asked for approval of Kim Jong-il to secure a bus for the actresses to change their clothes in. Such trivial stuff had to be decided by Kim Jong-il at the time. So it's quite natural to assume that major decisions are made by Kim Jong-il, but even the detailed aspects, such as relocating inmate A from the facility 1 to 2, has been decided by Kim Jong-un. So when it comes to the overall, the big picture, he was involved in making decisions. He signed the documents, and on the execution in particular, I'm very sure that he gives direct instructions. As an example, before Kim Jong-il died, he left the MSS director, the minister position, vacant because he wanted to directly control the MSS. So the MSS was without a minister for many years. Kim Jong-il wanted to be the person in charge. Without the minister in place, every document had to be signed by Kim Jong-il. I think this trend, this position has remained unchanged in the Kim Jong-un, the son's era, because Kim Jong-un, compared to Kim Jong-il, the father, had relatively short period preparing to succeed the regime as an heir. He succeeded in December 2012. Beginning in the early 2012, he executed many high-level officials of North Korea. The numbers are quite large, 30 in a group, 40 or 50 in a group. He wanted to instill fear inside North Korean people. He wanted to get rid of his enemies, political enemies. At the same time, he wanted people who are not actively supporting Kim Jong-un to feel fear. he wanted to threaten people who are not actively supporting him. So I think it's natural to conclude that many people have been sent to the political prison camps. At the end of Kim Jong-il era, the father's era, we believe that the number has shrunk to 50 or 60,000 persons. But in the Kim Jong-un's days, the number has increased quite sharply. As the number of inmates in the political prison camps have risen to 110 or 120,000. Kim Jong-un, I'm not sure I have time to elaborate on this, but he's a psychopath. Because he's a psychopath, Kim Jong-il did not hand over his power to his other sons, such as Kim Jong-chol. Kim Jong-il chose to hand down his power only to Kim Jong-un. Why? As an example, as an evidence, as an example, I just like to say that Kim Jong-un was sent to study in Switzerland. He's a child out of wedlock. So Ko Young-hee wanted to let people know, his father know about the presence of his son. So actually, he was sent to the Soviet Union. He went to an elementary school in Soviet Union, but he couldn't just adjust to life in Soviet Union, so he was sent to the Switzerland. He didn't speak a word of German, but he was sent to a German-speaking part of the Switzerland. After 3 years, he became quite adjusted to the Swiss life. And what happened is he was engaged in bad deeds. Kim Jong-un was hanging around with his friend, classmate. Kim Jong-un was driving his Mercedes-Benz vehicle. He said that I have a cat tied to my car's tail. Now set fire on him when I give you a signal. And I would be doing the so-called foncé, which is driving at a full speed with my vehicle. And this cat, a fire was set on this cat, and the cat was running to save his life. And Kim Jong-un actually laughed at that situation. This is too much to be called a boy playing with things. For many decades, Kim Jong-un was engaged in very sadistic deeds, as is the case with this cat on fire. And there was a witness who made statements about the execution by a fire squad using the machine guns that would put anyone into shreds. Kim Jong-un actually made the people record this execution scene, and he played that during his dinner that he was throwing, and he made the guests watch the execution. This is the kind of leader that is now ruling North Korea, and we don't know what he will do. We can only imagine the kind of bad things that he'll do to the people of North Korea. This has been my last question. You made an open testimony about North Korea and Kim Jong-un. Are you aware that some kind of threat you will be placed under some kind of threat because you made such a statement? I think I'll be fine because I'm a South Korean national. But when I went to China, there was someone who made this advice to me. I should not be walking in the main street. He said that I should be not standing very close to the paved road because I may be hit by an unknown vehicle. I think there's a possibility, but for now, in Korea, I don't feel the threat. Well, this ends the Q&A session by the prosecutor.
Sir, thank you for coming here today. My name is Michelle Ammer. I'm defense counsel with Mr. James Connell. I'll be asking you a few questions. To confirm, you have never visited the political prison camps that you've spoken of. Is that correct?
예.
And
Is it correct? On this topic, I don't think I had that many chance to talk to other experts about this. So I'm not really aware about the level of the expertise that other experts may have on this topic.
your research relies heavily on defector accounts and satellite images, correct?
That is correct.
What time period does your research mainly focus on?
저는 가장
So for me, in terms of the recent literature, at the Korean Bar Association, the KBA, there was a North Korean white paper that was released. And it was 2022, the white paper on human rights in North Korea by the Korea Bar Association. And I was in charge of putting together that white paper. And the main comments of that white paper, I believe that there were about 40 pages or so in the white paper, and all of these testimonies are included in that white paper. And if you do need or want, you can send me your email address. And there are, of course, other stories. And, of course, in Korea, you have to be humble and modest. You shouldn't boast yourself. But I have 99 thesis papers that I've authored, and I've published 41 books. So if you do need or want, I have in English as well as French. I've actually pursued my graduate studies in France. So I do have a French and English papers mostly that I can send to you via email address, via email.
I'm very grateful for your generosity. Just to ask again, the research in your career, what time frame does it focus on? And who was the North Korean leader at the time?
Yes, of course, in the case of the recent stories, of course, that white paper, we focused on the recent stories. But in order to really come up to that the recent situation, in 1945, after World War II, with the Soviet forces dominating the North and occupying the North, and it was a satellite regime that Soviet was trying to put together, and it started off from that point onwards. So from 1945 to 1966, until the prison camps were put together, and the changes until recent, and then the actual situation. So all of that was, or the actual cases were covered. And as was emphasized a number of times, the political prison camp, and amongst the political prison camp, the total control zone or the special dictatorship zone, there isn't much information on these zones. So I do have to talk about the past if I want to talk about what's happening right now. So for instance, Kang Cheol-wan, An Myung-chul, and An Hyuk, we have these individuals and their experiences, and what for them, what they have experienced was something that happened a generation ago, 30 years back. But you can see that what happened 30 years back and now, if you think about what things got better, well, no, it didn't get better. And I still believe that this information 30 years back is still quite valid.
Your affidavit describes human rights violations that occurred decades ago. Can you provide evidence that these conditions persist today under Kim Jong-un's leadership?
예,
Yes, I do believe that it's still continuing on, as was mentioned, the leadership of Kim Jong-un. And under the leadership of Kim Jong-un, I've mentioned that he's a psychopath, and his cruel demeanor and the leadership that comes from such attitude and the current situation in the north. If I may elaborate on that to mention how it's still continuing on. So yes, of course, I research quite extensively on the political prison camps. However, I also look into the changes of this communist regime of the north. And I try to really gain an understanding, an objective understanding of that. So what I have been doing is a comparative research study on communist regimes, because communist regimes also change. Once a regime is established, and if you compare the initial years of really putting together the foundation, and then you have that era of stability, and then you have what you call a late communist stage. So at this late communist stage or late communist society, so when it comes to communist ideology or totalitarian dictatorship, maintaining that dictatorship, but there are second social sphere that does exist, and this is something that's the same for any communist regime. In 1978, with opening and reform of China, in 1986, the policy of Vietnam and Mongolia, it was, I believe that it was December of 1986 when they have adopted a new policy. And the only reason why they had to do that was because of the second social sphere. And because this was overtaking the first society, and there was the only way to do about this was to introduce this as policy, and it's the same case for the North as well. But then you can see that a democracy of the party or a change of leadership is something that would have to follow. However, in the case of DPRK, of course, that cannot be done. So then, what happens is we have the economy or the society that includes the economy, and the society would change. And it would be about breaking away from the totalitarian dictatorship, because the second social sphere would surpass the first society. So whether it be socialist or communist ideologies, it basically cannot be controlled. The sphere cannot be controlled with this ideology. But in the case of the DPRK, there are about 460 or 500 or so comprehensive markets, and there are about 200,000 individuals that are involved in these markets. So the society, the economy is changing. However, if you look at the regime, the leadership, the system, this is not changing at all. And it's only natural that it's unstable. So for this regime to control the entire society, there is normative controls, but this, of course, will be limited, and that's why you need physical coercion to complement the situation. It's getting stronger and stronger in order to maintain the regime. And if I may just add one more point, if you allow me, my greatest concern here is that the existing ideology or the existing values, and even if you want to control a society with such values, the society is completely different. It has a different face. And what happens is there is a dynamic movement that would take place to find a new balance. And this would, of course, be a huge threat to the regime. And if you want to control this, you would need, a great massacre. And one of that incidents would be the Tiananmen incident. So, yes, that's all for me.
Claim that the camps serve as tools of political control. I want to ask you what evidence directly ties this assertion to Kim Jong-un's personal decisions or policies. And when I say what evidence, I don't mean for your findings. I mean to ask what research methodology have you adopted? Like, what is the building blocks of your research that makes you state these findings?
So if you think about the Kosovo incident, there wasn't rightful punishment, and the reason for that was because there was no evidence or hard evidence on the actual orders that were made or the direction that was imposed. So Kim Jong-un, having him say to kill someone, to have someone sent to the camp, well, in the case of the order in itself, it may be the case that we will never be able to find that evidence per se. However, if you refer to the proceedings that have been distributed today, it indicates the over-organization that manages the political prison camps and also on the supreme leadership and the chain of command. And this is indicated in diagram in the booklet. The DPRK is a totalitarian society, a dictatorship, and it's a one-man dictatorship. So in other words, it's basically a privately possessed type of dictatorship by this one-person rule. And this indicates that it hasn't been able to enter into the post-Stalin phase or era. So in other words, it means that this one-person dictator, based on his decisions, everything would run. So that's why we believe that he is the ultimate person that is accountable. However, at this current point in time, to have something as evidence and to be submitted to the court, a specific document on the orders, it would be very much difficult to actually get that right now.
Two further questions. Firstly, when there are discrepancies between the defectors that you speak to for your research, for example, if different defectors testify different matters regarding the size, the structure, or the operations of this camp, how do you deal with these inconsistencies?
I did mention this, I think 2 times or so, but with regard to the revolutionary zone, there are about 10 or so survivors in South Korea, so we can engage in a cross-check of the testimonies. However, in the case of those in the total control zone, we have An Myung-chul, and we have somebody by the name of Mr. Choi, and Mr. Kim Yong. These 3 individuals are the only ones that can testify. And it's true that there are some challenges along the way. What I mean by this is Mr. Choi is the son of Ms. Lee Sun-ok, and he was a guard. And all he knows is just that area or unit where he was the guard of. And that's the only area that he's acquainted to. And in the case of Mr. Kim Yong, according to his statement, he was in number 14 total control zone. Then he was moved to number 18 revolutionary zone, and then he fled. But because this is the only example of experiencing both zones, it's impossible to cross-check. However, once, he lived in the States, he also lived in South Korea. And if you look at his attitude, his diligence, his way of attitude in his everyday life, we can see that he's not somebody that would exaggerate or offer or talk about any lies. But of course, there's nobody else that would be able to cross-check what he said. But in the case of Mr. An Myung-chul, he was a truck driver, and he was traveling across, has been witnessing, observing so many things, and it's true that he is able to provide various diverse testimonies. So I may be repeating myself here, but within the political prison camp and what happens within, there's only limited information. And that is something I can't do anything about.
Sir, my final question is that during the course of your distinguished career, it seems that you have collaborated with organizations that are very critical of North Korea. Do you believe this collaboration and this working relationship has influenced your research and your findings?
예,
To respond to that question, from 1996, I been involved in an NGO on North Korean issues, and they've of course wanted me to be more active in human rights related movements and activism. But I said I drew the line. I said that I want to be a scholar and I just want to donate my talent as a scholar. So I wanted to focus on my scholarly work. And the reason why we were able to maintain this partnership or this relationship is because in terms of donating my scholarly talent or my expertise, I'm doing that, I'm sharing that, but based on this relationship, it allows me to meet with the defectors, and it allows me to interview the defectors. It gives me access to the defectors, which of course would be a precious resource for my work and my research. So yes, I think I did boast the fact that I had a lot of papers and books. It wasn't indeed humble, but I believe that all of this, the literature, this was possible because of my partnership and relationship with the NGOs and the civil society, the CSOs. And in addition to that, the Korean Bar Association with the KBA, I have great gratitude to the association as well.
For your time and your insight. Thank you. No further questions from defense.
Thank you. Oh, sure.
Thank you, Mr. Hyo, Professor Hyo, for your comments. I just want to ask you a few additional questions.
네, 말씀하시죠.
Yes, please go ahead.
How frequently does Kim Jong-un and the North Korean government allow representatives of foreign governments to visit North Korea and to see anything they might want to see across the country?
I'm not quite sure I fully understand your question. But if I may respond, even if a foreign government official goes to North Korea, they don't get to see what they like. It's because in North Korea, they only show what they want others to see. For example, I'm a pastor. I'm a Christian and I'm a pastor. And I lead a church in United States. And I joined the Association of Korean Pastors in the United States to visit North Korea. I want to go to a church in North Korea, and I want to take a part of a service. North Korea would typically say that it's not possible this week, but maybe they can work something out next week for the service. And they would say that because they're going to spend a week preparing for the service. I'm assuming here. And for example, for number 22, the political prison camp will be in Jongseong. Maybe visitors want to see this Seoul, the political prison camp. They would just say that it will be located in a specific place, and they would just locate this very specific place. And they would just say, for example, they would want to go to a certain point by the longitude and latitude. But the military, they would say that this is a military base and it's not open for the public to see. At the UN, UNDP.
Interrupt you. That was very helpful.
Yeah.
Let me just follow up on a couple of related points. How often does the North Korean government allow international human rights groups to visit North Korea and to visit any part of the country?
To my understanding, It's been a while since I read the documents, so it's not really clear. I'm not very clear about the dates, but at the UN, with regards to the children's rights, there was a study mission that visited North Korea. North Korea allowed the UN children's rights surveillance team to visit. So these are very special occasions. I think it's been once or twice that North Korea allowed for such visits. General visit, I would say, is not allowed.
North Korea allow independent journalists to come to North Korea to see what is happening there and to report on the situation there?
Rarely, I must say. But on a very few rare occasions, the journalists are allowed. I remember there were like a couple of the German journalists that they wanted to see North Korea. They applied for a visit. Their visit was granted, and the German journalists were only shown places where North Korean regimes approved. And the public, the official, the translator would accompany the journalists for all of those visits. One day, the German journalists decided to go to places that they wanted to on their own. And early in the morning, they sneaked out of the hotel, and they were immediately found and they were brought back to the hotel. So for a regular, say, human rights mission to visit North Korea, do the surveillance, it won't be possible.
As you can tell from the questioning of the defense, the position the defense seems to be putting forward is that no expert can be considered credible to report on gross human rights abuses unless they are witnessed firsthand. Would you agree that it is impossible to know what is happening in North Korea because you have never actually been there yourself?
Well, I would agree that
Sorry, let me try to clarify. What I was saying was you clearly believe that without having been to North Korea to visit the camps, that with your research methods, your interviews, satellite photos, and so forth, that you can understand what is happening in North Korea. Is that correct?
예, 그렇습니다.
Yes, I would agree.
And are you aware of the position of the United Nations when it comes to reporting on human rights abuses? For example, specifically, is it the position of the United Nations that it can only issue reports on human rights abuses that officials of the United Nations have seen with their own eyes?
I think it's quite, it's absolutely, I consent to that because it happens with the UNCOI. I think it happens to the UN Human Rights Office in South Korea. They want to see with their own eyes for compiling a report. They made the request to local authorities, which North Korean regime did not accept. It doesn't mean that they should give up because they were rejected.
They can credibly report, the United Nations can offer credible reports on human rights abuses in North Korea, even if they have not been able to go there themselves.
예, 왜 그러냐?
Yes, I believe that they can write credible reports without going to North Korea because it could be South Korea, it could be China, it could be Japan, it could be the United States. There are many defectors now residing in these locations. If they are just such small in number, the credibility of the report may go down. But you have to bear in mind that the North Korean defectors who now reside in South Korea is, at the time of the COI report, it's more than 15,000. It's coming close to 20,000. If you include the overseas North Korean defectors, there could be even more. I think surely the facts can be cross-checked. And as you can see in the Kang Cheol-hwan's statement, satellite images can be used. and they could just give you the vague ideas. But it can become more concrete when supplemented by statements, testimonies of these first-hand experienced witnesses. There are merits of taking the first-hand witness statements, but there's a limitations to what the kind of information you can obtain in political prison camps, because their information is confined to the location where they have been working or detained in. So instead of, you could have a situation where people have ample time to do a study on their own, going to the sites. But if you have if you're only allowed to visit where you're only in places you're only allowed to go, I think making such reports, as you mentioned, could also be quite credible.
Are you aware that there is a United Nations Special Rapporteur on the situation of human rights in North Korea?
Yes, special rapporteur. I know this person who first started it.
Right. So there has been a special rapporteur on North Korea human rights going back to 2004 to present, so over the last 20 years. And that person has issued different people over time, but 40 reports to the General Assembly, the Human Rights Council, and the former Commission on Human Rights. Are you aware of how many times the special rapporteur has been allowed to visit North Korea when preparing these reports?
None of them visited North Korea. Every time the special rapporteurs requested for them to be allowed to visit, and the North Korean regime never allowed anyone to visit.
And did that stop them from issuing detailed reports based on their interviews with defectors, meeting with human rights groups, and traveling to neighboring countries?
If they could visit North Korea, better reports may have come out, you could say. But given the current situation of North Korea, even if they were allowed to visit, North Korea would only have shown the places where they wanted the rapporteur to see. A full investigation would not have been possible.
And I'm sure you're also aware that over the last 20 years, there have also been 20 resolutions before the UN General Assembly on North Korean human rights. I just want to read you a quote from the 2023 resolution that was adopted and ask you a question about it. That resolution says, that the General Assembly expresses its very serious concern about, among other things, quote, the existence of an extensive system of political prison camps where a vast number of people are deprived of their liberty and subjected to deplorable conditions, including forced labor, and where alarming violations of human rights are perpetrated. Are you aware that this resolution was adopted by consensus and without a recorded vote?
Well, in 2003, I believe it was by a vote.
The last time there was, yes, so the resolution in 2023 was adopted by consensus, and North Korea did not call for a vote in the General Assembly and allowed the resolution to proceed to be adopted unanimously. The last time there was a recorded vote in 2015, actually, which had similar language condemning the Gulag system. Do you remember the vote from 2015?
I do remember each and every one of the votes that occurred at the General Assembly. I remember from 2003 to 2005, I was in Geneva. I was part of the lobbying group. And I was part of revising a task force to revise a task. But afterwards, after 2005, I've just read the newspaper articles covered in newspapers.
Was to condemn North Korean human rights abuses, including the Gulag system, was a vote of 119 countries in the world in favor, 19 countries voting no, and 48 countries abstaining. Why do you think North Korea was only able to get 19 votes opposing the resolution condemning the Gulag system and North Korean human rights abuses?
It shows that the human rights situation is that much deplorable. And that deplorable status is known as a common sense in the international community. And of course, there are many ways of describing it. The media coverage and so on. Between 2003 to 2005 at the UN Human Rights Council, it's not just me and a group of people that I was with, we met with diplomats. We explained to the diplomats about the human rights situation in North Korea. And in many cases, many of the diplomats that we met agreed to our point of view. Even for China, we talked about North Korean defectors in China and women in particular. When they are found to be pregnant, they are criticized for bearing the seeds of the dirty Chinese, and they are put into abortion, forced abortion. And the Chinese diplomat was quite shocked to hear it. But they always they operate based on the mandate from their home country, so they did not make an open statement about it.
And in the case of the Cuban diplomat, he was quite frank. So he said that, yes, we fully understand. We will send that message. However, we do have a relationship with DPRK, so unfortunately we cannot support. So that was a very candid response coming from the Cuban diplomat.
For you is, are you aware with respect to the DPRK Commission of Inquiry report in 2015 that after hearing from 80 witnesses and experts in hearings in Seoul, Tokyo, London, and Washington, conducting over 240 confidential interviews, and receiving more than 80 written submissions, and reviewing reports from the UN, governments, NGOs, and the media, that the DPRK Commission of Inquiry concluded that the DPRK had in fact committed crimes against humanity for, among other reasons, its operation of the political prison camps, or the Kwangil in North Korea. Are you aware that this was their conclusion?
Yeah.
Yes, I am aware.
Aware that that conclusion was also supported in a consensus resolution by the UN Human Rights Council and in the next resolution in the UN General Assembly. Are you aware that that conclusion was embraced by both the Human Rights Council and the General Assembly?
Yes.
Much.
Your Honors, may we request a 10 to 15-minute recess?
Oh, sure. Okay. Any more questions? No. No. Okay. 수고하셨습니다. 고맙습니다. Thank you so much, Professor Witness. Thank you. Prosecutor, call your next.
No, we're going to, they've asked for a recess for 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay. Then let's have 15-minute recess. And after that, we are going to continue the examination of witness. You have one more witness. Okay. 15 minutes recess. Okay.
All right, please.
네, 확인합니다.
Yes, I do. Good afternoon, Ms. Kim. Thank you for coming. Can you state your full name, please? Good afternoon. Well, I have actually changed my name, so I cannot disclose my North Korean name. The name I go by in South Korea is Kim Jong-un. You have submitted a testimony and you have served in the military. Can you tell us about your experience in North Korea in military? In 1993, in August 8th, I have entered the military service, and I was a minor there, and I was I have to say that we are recognized as an adult after graduating from the high school. It's not as we come of age that we are recognized as an adult. And my school graduation ceremony was on August the 21st. And I joined the military earlier on August 5th. And the 19th, the brigade, which is located in Hamhung City, this is the military, the unit that I was placed in. With regards to the political, the prison camp, have you visited Yodok political prison camp, and why? In 1997, in the month of October, I visited Yodok. From 1996 to 1997, I was attending the Lee Jae-sun's military college, and I was trained. And I participated in the parades, and I suffered from malnutrition and the lower body paralysis. So I failed in the physical inspection. So I graduated from the Lee Jae-sun Military College. And in February, two of my colleagues were assigned there. One of the two men assigned at the UN ward, actually a boyfriend of my friend, and that is the 7th Corps. And we have a separate division. Let me speak a bit slowly. In 1997, this is the 5454 General Bureau of Border Security. And the General Bureau was subordinated to the Ministry of Armed Forces, and there was a major reformation to the command structure. And that's at about the time that I graduated. The Lee Jae-sun Military College covered the air, the navy, and the land defense, including the railways. So this is a specialized the college, and they trained officers in tactics related to border, coastal, railway security. And we were a part of the armed forces, assigned to the armed forces, and we're not really part of this, the tactics, the officers' position. And two of them were assigned to the Yodok training camp. And so what happened is that the boyfriend of my friend was missing. I went missing because he was assigned at the Yodok College. And I was dispatched to different parts of the college because my stepfather was quite powerful. So I was free to visit places. I went to the visits, and therefore one of the platoon commander made a special request. And because at the Lee Jae-sun College I was sick and I was in the hospital, and the platoon commander who made a special request to me was a close friend of mine. She was very good to me when I was in hospital, so I went to the Yodok.
I'm supposed to be a platoon officer responsible for the Coastal Guard. Well, this person was actually supposed to be a Coastal Guard platoon officer, but my friend's boyfriend was assigned there. So my friend had no knowledge about the Yodok concentration camp. She thought that he may be a prisoner or a ward. So Hwasun, Cheongjin, and Sinpo are the three places that I was related to. I visited these places very often, so I decided to visit Yodok. Yodok is somewhere between Pyongyang and Hamgyong provinces. Yodok station is the first stop in the junction between the Hamgyong and Pyongyang. So between my business travels, I decided to visit Yodok by the request of my friend. So what did you find at the Yodok? What findings did you come across? Yodok, I just passed by Yodok in the past. In the train that I took, many people said Yodok is a very scary place. I liked traveling at the time. I like going to new places. It is a hobby that I am very accustomed to since from the very early age. I came to know that the family members of the prisoners were placed in the Yodok. I had a very good family background, so I have never really come across the prisoners or prisoners' families. I was only 21. I was admitted to the Legious Military College in 20, graduated from 21. At the Yodok, the prison camp, I came to the family members of the prisoners for the first time. At the time, I don't know where the kind of route I should take from Yodok Station to the Yodok prison camp. I asked people there. I was in officer's uniform, and the station staff said that this is a scary place and why I should be visiting there. So I said that I'm visiting someone. And as I was riding this vehicle, I was given a ride. I looked at the family members, and I traveled with these people. I think I traveled by about 2 hours by that vehicle, and I thought that this is like a fortress, a natural fortress. Because I was military officer, I was well aware of it. It has a very peculiar landscape. I think this is a natural fortress. There are cliffs. You have to pass by a cliff to arrive at the Yodok concentration camp. So I remember the landscape very clearly. So it was about 2 hours ride. I passed by a village, and I came to the main gate. I think about 100 meters or 300 away from the main gate of the Yodok concentration camp. And there are about 3 to 5 houses that formed a small village. And the vehicle had onboarded all of us. And I was a military officer, so I just could find myself to the guard post. And I named the platoon officer, the platoon commander that I wanted to meet, and I told them that I'm a military officer. We went to the same college, and I identified myself using my card, and the platoon officer was brought to me. Actually, I went back to the small village and I met the platoon officer. The platoon, the commander was of the same age as my elder brother. He thought of me as a younger sister. He was angry to see me. He said that I should be crazy to come here. He said that I was too brave to come here. He was really angry at me for coming to see him. And to this platoon commander, I told him that his girlfriend wanted to see him. And the platoon officer, he responded that he just didn't have any time to contact anybody. He was given this notice and he had to pack immediately. He had no time to contact anybody, and he also signed a lot of documents to keep confidential about the things that he saw. He said that he had no idea why, of all people, he was assigned to this job. And the platoon commander that I met there actually came from a very good family background. You remember that the parade is only participated by people with good family backgrounds. The family background checkup goes up to the extent that we look at, for example, my aunts, the children. So all the investigation goes to my cousins. And there was a cousin of the same age to my aunts, to my mother's family, and also to my father's family. And they told me that they had to go through a security checkup because of me. So you see that they be very detailed in the security check. You can't participate in a parade unless you pass the security check. So we are all verified people. And he was very upset that he was assigned to the Yoda concentration camp. And I asked him what he does at the camp. I was young, so I asked a rather innocent question because I didn't know what a concentration camp is. And he said that he is responsible for the guard work. And in the Hamhung region, he is part of the 7th Corps. And by the command of the 7th Corps commander, he was assigned to the Yodok, the political prison camp. And I arrived at the lunch hour, and the platoon commander told the village people and he gave instructions to the village people to give me some food. So the village head was given the instruction, and the platoon commander was quite adamant that I left the village immediately. So he wanted to assign a vehicle for me. And the village head had said to me, first he asked me how old I was. I said, I'm 21. And he's never seen a 21-year-old officer, military officer. And he said that I was crazy to come here. And people would come with bribes to see a platoon officer like that. And if they're not able to have to meet the platoon officers, the platoon commanders, then they would just stay in a shed. They would just sleep outside, stay for many days. But the village had said that I was very lucky because I was just able to meet with the platoon commander. And the platoon commander was very kind to give instructions to a person like me. Actually, it's actually the first time that he made a request to me. And I said I went to college with him together. There are many people who come to see the platoon commander. Not many people succeed. He said that I was fortunate. And after lunch, the platoon officer assigned me to a vehicle. He said that I should not speak to others about coming to this place. He said that I should not even consider coming back. I had no idea what this place was about because I was raised in a party cadre's family. After my parents died, my stepfather vouched me. So my stepfather has given me the credentials. And he was a cadre officer. He was actually part of the 5454 military unit. And he was part of the 9th Corps. And therefore, he was very protected. I was very protected. I had very little information about the situation like this. After I was retired from the military service, I was in Cheongjin City, and I was close to security officers there. And I met with them. I had lunch with them. I talked about the Yodok concentration camp, and the security officer said that I was crazy to go there. So it's the third time that someone said that I was crazy to visit there. I was asked why I visited. I told them I'm not allowed to speak about it, but someone assigned me to that work. So you're crazy to accept someone's request to visit Yoda camp. Were you ever investigated? I said I wasn't investigated. He said that you have such good family background without getting a approval in advance to go to Yoda concentration camp. Everybody goes to some sort of investigation. I wasn't investigated. And the platoon commander that I met, he said that I must keep a record about your visit. But despite having this record, I was not investigated. But I remember hearing that this is a very dangerous place. And I came to see the real nature of the Yoda concentration camp only after I defected to South Korea.
It was only when I started the human rights movement, and because there's so much to say about the Yodok camp, I wasn't aware of what this place was. But then, as mentioned, 3 people called me crazy for going there, and I finally acknowledged why everybody was so surprised by my visit. Yes, thank you very much. So in the case of the Yodok political prison camp, in the vicinity were there armed guards, and also there were soldiers. So that's what you've observed. Is that correct? Well, yes, that I did observe. So nearby, I saw the military facilities, and I also saw the inmates carrying logs, timber, and I've also saw armed guards that engaged in a security check. I've spoke with them, and then that's how I brought out the platoon leader or the commander. So I've seen that. And through the person that I've met, I was able to see that there was one company of resources or soldiers there, but because it's a huge range, it was, well, basically a battalion, but there was a company that was involved that would be doing that, the military company, and I've also heard that there were several military companies there. And there were soldiers currently serving the military from the 7th Corps, but there was something interesting. I've heard that all they do is just guard, and therefore I believe that the colleague from Lee Jae-soon College was dispatched there. So then what happens inside? They said that that's beyond their responsibility. There's so much more inside, but that they've heard that it's only under the supervision of MSS, and it's beyond ground. So then I thought that maybe it was because of a different type of armed situation, depending on who's doing what. And then after I was retired as a civilian, I've actually was in charge of the ammunition for a specific brigade, and I was an informant back then, and that was when I have worked at a different position or a different status. And as you know, MSS is in charge of public security and public safety. And there was an armed system for MSS, and the military, the armed system was completely different. So there was a different type of armed system. So then, in the case of those that would guard, it would be the military soldiers of the 7th Corps, and most of them were dispatched there. So it was about 500, a battalion. It's basically 500 to 600, and it really depends on the troops and depends on the geological situation and depending on where you're in charge, it could be 500, 600, or 700 soldiers that would be in charge. So then 500 or 700, so basically a battalion, and the current service military soldiers were guarding the camp, and you found out that it was a political prison camp. But when you did pay the visit, you did not know. I only thought that it was just a place for inmates, and many people told me that I shouldn't say and I shouldn't talk about the fact that I was in Yodok in itself. So I didn't mention that. So then what about the soldiers of the 7th Corps? I believe that they would be all under the supervision of the Supreme Commander. Is that correct? No, could you repeat your question? So the 7th Corps soldiers, so those that would be guarding the camps, so about 500 or 600 or so, the battalion, are they under the supervision or command of the Supreme Commander, leader? Yes, of course. So we do have the Supreme Commander of the Korean People's Army, and we do have the Ministry of People's Armed Forces. In the case of the 7th Corps, it's under the Ministry of People's Armed Forces, so of course it would be under the control of the Supreme Commander. And then there is an armed battalion And without the approval of the Supreme Commander, that in itself would not be possible to be dispatched, because if you look at the weapon system, if you lose, let's say, one bullet, that region, the entire district, and all of the armed troops there, and whether it be anybody with civilian status that are in charge of the armories, unless we find that single bullet, there would be a special guard status, which means that the resources would be increased by twofold, and that would mean that it is a contingency. So it's a contingency guard situation that would kick in, and it's not only about a single bullet. While you're engaging in this firing training, and if there's anything that goes missing, any tools or equipment, it would mean that it's a contingency. And what's critical here is that in the case of the key number one events, so for instance, if there's a supreme leader that would be coming in, all of the armed troops will be completely replaced by new resources. And in the case of the ammunition, the storage, that would be replaced, and the key would go to the MSS. And then for that specific district or unit, the guards and there are specific troops in the vicinity, they would be all armed. And what would happen is with the supreme leader, they would be turned around to a different direction, and all of the armed soldiers back then in that area would be switched or replaced to specialized troops from the MSS. So you can see that in terms of the armory and the overall weapons system, how the troops are armed, and the dispatchment of the armory or the weaponry is completely different. And one more thing that I would like to mention is, of course, it's a dictatorship. DPRK is a dictatorship. So for the 70 years of this divided situation, we had the dictatorship of 3 generations. And what's most important and what's most clear, and what we can say is that in terms of weaponry or ammunition, one single bullet cannot be approved to go out anywhere. So it's all based on approval. That's something that cannot be tolerated. And you can see that without approval, if it's used for any other purpose, it's noted as anti-revolution. It would be that you'd be a dissident, and it would not be forgiven. It would not be basically tolerated, and the entire corps will be completely replaced. So there was such situation where an entire corps was completely banished with that situation, with the situation where it was completely replaced. So yes, I think I'm speaking too fast, but yes, I'm trying to slow down, but my apologies. Yes, thank you very much. So at the DPRK, you've also was a part of the brigade. And based on that, even a single bullet would be completely controlled. So then, let's say we have one battalion of 500 and 600 soldiers, all armed, and are guarding the Yoda political prison camp. What this means is that the supreme leader or the commander, of DPRK, without the approval of that individual, it would be impossible to have so many people guarding the camp. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. And also in terms of how the soldiers are dispatched, and I've also mentioned about the platoon leader. He was also a part of the military parade, meaning that he had a full security background check. He has the right songbun based on DPRK standards. And you can see that it's quite complex in terms of how the officers are dispatched. And in the case of the 7th Corps commander and the division commander, I don't know exactly which division it was, but in the case of the division commander, so the corps and division, there is a special unit that would supervise. This indicates that without the signed signature of the supreme leader, he cannot be dispatched to those corps or division. And the reason why I was able to understand this was because in 1997, the 9th Corps, I had my stepfather that was in charge of the enlisting. And in 1998, he was appointed as a committee member for the 4th Corps, and he was in charge of the enlisting, and stepfather was in charge of that supervision of the special unit. So that's why he had to work with precaution. He should make sure to be prudent with his comments. So for those that are part of the special unit, you do need the signature of the supreme leader, and then the rest wouldn't receive this signature document. And for those below, you can see that there would be a division signed document. So you can see that if there's a supreme leader and there is a special unit or supervisory unit, and then in order to prove that we're a part of this, when it comes to shells or ammunition or any evidence, it would only be approved by the supreme leader, and only with that can we say that any troops can be dispatched to the camps, the political prison camps. So then, in the case of the guarding of the camps, it was by the 7th Corps, as mentioned, and internally within the camp, you've mentioned that the soldiers from the MSS or the guards of the MSS would be in charge. So then, in the case of MSS, is the MSS under the control of the supreme leader? Yes, of course. In the case of the MSS, rather than calling this the supreme commander, MSS is about public security. It's about so it's slightly different from a commander because it's not a soldier or the military. And the reason why we have to divide up military and public security is because of the different weaponry system. I've been just talking about weapons all along, so I'm not sure whether you would all understand. But if you think about the weapons that are used for public security in terms of the fire, the capacity, and all of the shelling and the grenades, the scope is different because it's public security. However, in the case of the military, it's different. In the case of the military, within the camp, it's about prisoners, the dissidents, and they're there because they've been withdrawn of their citizenship. So if there's a riot, for instance, or uprising, there are weapons and soldiers there to kill them. And if you look at the weaponry that they possess, it's of course different. It's only natural. So let me give you the example of the AK automatic rifle and the pistol. So in the case of the automatic pistol, in the case of the MSS, per person, it's of course loaded and 30 bullets. That is all, as far as I know. But in the case of the active military soldiers are different. There are of course 30 bullets loaded, and then there's also an additional magazine or a catalyst that they have, 4 of them. And then the grenades are also different. The capacity is different, and the driving range is different when it once does explode. So whether the grenades are located in the MSS, I don't know. But in the case of the soldiers, and the capacity of the grenades are different. The weaponry system is different from public security and military. And because I was involved in the ammunition storage as a civilian, I know well. And it was a part of a brigade of the Ministry of Communications. So, of course, I was no longer a soldier, but now a civilian. But you can see that I was now a reserved forces dealing with the ammunition. So I did understand the weaponry system of the soldiers, the active soldiers, for the public security, and also for the reserved forces. Yes, thank you. So then, in the case of the guards of the Yodok political prison camps, they are fully armed, the guards, and also those inside the camp, those from the MSS, they're also fully armed. Is that correct? Yes, that's of course. That's a must, and that's an essential. So then, you can see that for both the guards as well as the MSS guards inside would be dispatched based on the approval of the supreme leader. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Yes, last question. So your public testimony today against the government of North Korea and Kim Jong-un, does that expose you to any risk or danger? Yes, I have already been threatened a number of times from 2015 and onwards. I do know that I was listed in the term and done list, and recently, due to the various international reports, I've been involved in a number of Geneva movements, and I was hacked, and my family, my personal information was all hacked, and I am at a very difficult and risky situation, but that does not stop me. Yes, thank you very much for that. Yes, that would be the end for the prosecution.
Ms. Kim, my name is James Connell. Thank you so much for your testimony today. I want to make sure that we're using some terms the same. And that would be platoon, company, and battalion. Can you explain the difference between a platoon, company, and a battalion in the North Korean military structure?
Yes, it's not much different from what we already know. So ever since my defection, so I do know that the Lee Military College and my degree has been recognized. And I'm also an advisor to the armed forces in Korea. So security-wise, I cannot talk about what's happening in the armed forces here today. But in terms of platoon and the company and the battalion, I do know that it's the same as what's happening here in South Korea. And if we may compare this with other countries, I don't know for sure. But then in terms of platoon in Korea and both South and North, I know that it's basically about 30 to 33 soldiers. The company would be 100 to 110. And then battalion, it would be 500 to, as mentioned, depending on the region. And depending on the mission, it would be from 500 to 700.
And the battalion that you mentioned that was involved in the external security at Yodok camp, do you know the number of that battalion?
As I said, it's a battalion, a typical battalion size, 500 to 700.
You talked about, for example, the 7th Corps. Designator of the battalion was.
데지기네이터가 지금 통역하신 분이 데지기네이터라는데 그게 뭔 말이죠? 그 대대 규모는 저도 모르지만
The size is not very clear to me because, but still, if you're referring to the size, it's a battalion should be 500 to 700. But I must say that within the outside the security, I have to take you to the example of the Sea Navy, the shorelines security, coastal security, and I was related to Sinpo zone, which is where the light water reactors were constructed. And usually this is a beach area, so this is a 100% size because it's only composed of women. So if you include everybody, it should be 105 to 108 in this military unit at the company side. But the Sokcho, the company, the size was 120, I think. It was well over 120. I wondered why it was different because this is an all-manned company, and therefore they are located in the mountains as opposed to beaches. So it should be where all the GPs should be facing each other, and therefore they need more people. Because all the GPs, the guard posts, should be facing each other. If I could compare this to the Yodok prison camp, Yodok is a mountainous area. I saw that it has a very peculiar landscape because there are a lot of cliffs you pass by, and then you enter into a very scary place, I told you. And therefore, to be able to guard a mountainous area, I think we need to have people closer to 600 to 700 people. But I have no actual military knowledge about it because I did not have such military information. I can make an assumption that it should be somewhere close to 600 to 700.
I think my question must not be very good, but I'm asking, is this the 3rd Battalion, the 57th Battalion? Does it have a designator?
대대 이름 모릅니다.
I have no information about the battalion name. That's military secret information. Mentioning of the Yodok was not allowed. So I have no knowledge about the battalion name. I can just give you the region. And the battalion is subordinated to the 7th Corps. Well, actually, you need to have the military, the number, designation number. I have no knowledge of that. We just call it the Yodok Battalion from the outside. So within the Yodok area, they are known as Yodok Prison Camp Battalion, not by the exact name.
So the UDOC battalion was responsible for the external part of the camp, the perimeter security. Is that right?
요독 대대가
No, it's Yodok Prison Camp Battalion. Yodok region is overseen by a different battalion, and that should be under a different division. But for the Yodok prison camp, this is a vast area. The vast area is guarded by the Yodok prison camp battalion. That's the knowledge I came across when I visited.
So, for example, the UDOC prison camp battalion handled the checkpoint.
That's correct.
The UDOC prison camp battalion was responsible for external security. That is what happened outside the camp, guarding the perimeter.
Well, that is correct. So my friend said that the platoon officer said that he only deals with things that happen outside the walls of the Yodok prison camp, and what happens inside, they have to go far in. So they have to drive, to take a ride and go inside quite significantly to be able to see what happens inside. The strategies that Moot goes through is the first generation, second generation, third generation strategies, and this is the first line of defense. The first line of defense are where my friend, the platoon commander, was guarding. So what happens inside is a different story. You have to go through many different checkpoints to go to the Yodok concentration camp from there.
What happens inside is governed by the Ministry of State Security.
그렇죠.
That is correct.
Any further questions?
Any? Okay. Thank you very much. 수고하셨습니다.
Well, thank you for your participation. Thank you very much.
Well. I'm now going to close the first day of our the first international Moot tribunal against human rights violation in the North Korea. The person charged is Kim Jong-un. We are sorry for his absence. But I'm now want to express my sincere gratitude to all the court officers and members of the Defense Council and prosecution and colleague Judge Sylvia Rose Cartwright and all the good people here in Seoul who are full attendance to make this today's hearing a successful one. Thank you so much. We will resume at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Could you all rise, please? Thank you. Please be seated. So this concludes the first day of our Moot pre-trial on crimes against humanity in North Korean political prison camps. and we look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow at 9 a.m. when we reconvene. Thank you.
We'd like to introduce you today a very special performer. He is a defector from North Korea and has settled in South Korea. He is a double string instrument player called 소해금, and this is a musical instrument unique to North Korea.
네, 그러면 박성진님을 박수로 맞이하겠습니다.
Please welcome Mr. Park with a big round of applause.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 이렇게 의미 있는 자리에 여러분들과 함께 할 수 있어서 개인적으로도 굉장히 영광스럽습니다. 저는 북한에서 왔어요. 북한에서 온 지가 꽤 됐습니다. 그래요? 몇 분들이 계시네요.
It is a great honor for me to be able to join the distinguished audience tonight at this very meaningful event. I'm a North Korean defector and I left North Korea many years ago.
네, 북한에서 온 지는 2006년도에 대한민국에 입국을 했고요. 지금 이렇게 보이는 북한 악기인데요. 이 악기를 연주로 하고 있는 탈북 소해금 연자 박성진입니다. 만나서 반갑습니다.
I've come to settle in the South Korean side in 2006, and I'm a professional musical instrument performer, and the musical instrument that I use is called 소해금.
아마 이 악기 여러분들 처음 보시죠? 네, 이 악기는 한국의 전통 악기인 해금을 북한에서 개량한 악기입니다.
소해금 is actually a North Korean instrument. It has been updated from the traditional Korean music instrument called 해금.
네, 그래서 현재는 북한의 한 대밖에 한국에는 이렇게 연주하는 사람들이 그렇게 많지가 않고요. 그래서 해금이 가지고 있는 전통적인 소리와 또 이제 바이올린이 가지고 있는 현대적인 소리를 같이 하고 있는 것이 특징이라고 볼 수가 있습니다.
And there are only the very few instrument performers in South Korea, and the 소해금 is actually an improved version, mixing the strengths of two different instruments, 해금 and violin.
네, 그래서 일단은 먼저 제가 한국에서도 좀 알려진 민요이고요, 또 북한에서도 많이 불려지는 그런 민요인데요, 옹해라는 곡을 첫 곡으로 들려드리도록 할게요.
So I'm going to play for you today. I'm going to start with this very special song, traditional song called 옹해야, which is like a saluting. And this is a very well-known folk song also in the south and the north.
아, 네, 감사합니다. 잘 들리시나요? 여기서 하나도 안 들려가지고 제가 반주를 들을 수가 없어가지고 네, 그래서 조금 이제 음량이 조금 올라간 것 같아서 네.
I'm hoping that you can hear me well because there's some interruption on the main stage. I can't hear myself very well.
네, 오늘 여기 김정은이 모의 재판 했다고 하더라고요.
So I heard about this Moot pre-trial against Kim Jong-un.
네, 저는 이제 고향이 평양이었고요. 아마도 이제 김정은이가 사는 곳 가장 가까운 곳에서 살다가 탈북을 하게 되었어요.
And I was born and raised in Pyongyang, and I lived in the residential area that was actually closest to where Kim Jong-un lived before I defected to South Korea.
탈북한 이유는 한국 노래 불러서 제가 그 보이부 감옥에 한 4개월 정도를 감금되어 있다가 거기에서 풀려서 나와서 내가 한국 노래를 마음껏 부를 수 있는 곳으로 가자 해서 탈출을 하게 되었습니다.
And the reason that I chose to defect to the south is that I was found singing a South Korean song one day. So I was detained by MSS for about 4 months. After I was freed up, I decided that I want to live in a country where I could sing as much South Korean song as I liked.
네, 최근에는 10대들이 한국 노래를 불렀다고 해서 공개 처형한 사건이 있었죠.
And I've heard about this shocking incident where the North Korean authorities choose to execute these teenagers for singing South Korean songs in a gunfire.
네, 제가 그때 불렀던 노래가요. 한 소절만 제가 잠깐 부를게요. 아마 여러분들께서 제목을 알 수 있을 것 같아요.
If I could sing you a few notes from the song that actually led to my detainment.
공밤에는 안악내야 배족삼이 흠뻑천 이 노래가 뭐 그렇게 무슨
This actually led me to my detainment.
네, 이런 노래를 한 번 불렀다고 해서 목숨을 앗아갈 만한 이유가 될까요?
So singing a simple farmer's wife song is not really the reason for being threatened with your life.
네, 언젠가는 이제 북한의 독재가 무너지고 김정은이가 실질적으로 국제재판소에 기소되어서 합당한 보호를 받는 그날을 위해서 여러분들께서도 많은 힘을 쏟으시기를 바라겠습니다.
I really look forward to the day that North Korea's authoritarian regime would crumble, and the day that we actually hold North Korea's leader Kim Jong-un accountable, indict him at the international court will come. I really look forward to the day coming, and I hope to see you exert a lot of efforts towards that end.
네, 식사들 맛있게 하시면서 이렇게 음악을 즐기는 시간을 가졌으면 좋겠고요. 그래서 제가 좀 잔잔한 노래로 준비를 했습니다. 드라마 동의에서 나왔던 주제곡인데요. 부용화라는 곡을 제가 직접 연주를 했습니다. 네, 부용화 연주해 주도록 할게요.
And in the meantime, I do hope that you will enjoy the dinner. So to help encourage your appetite, let me just bring you very soft tones on the music. This is the original soundtrack called 부용화 from the drama 동의.
감사합니다. 다음 곡들은 이제 외국 곡을 좀 준비를 했어요. 그래서 외국 분들이 좀 계신다고 해서 좀 공감할 수 있는 그런 음악을 준비를 했는데요. 첫 번째 곡은 헝가리 무곡이란 곡이고요. 아마 여러분들께서 들어보시면 잘 아실 것 같습니다. 그리고 계속해서 뱃삼의 무초라는 두 곡을 준비를 했습니다.
So I prepared a couple of foreign songs for the foreign guests to relate to more easily. The first one is Hungarian dance, and the second one is Besame Mucho.
감사합니다. 사실은 저희 아버지가 경상도 마산이 고향이었었고 이제 일본에서 사시다가 북한으로 귀국을 하셨어요. 네.
Actually, my father is a native of Gyeongsang-nam province in the Masan city, which is the southeastern part of Korea, South Korea. And he was raised in Japan, and he decided to go to North Korea.
그래서 저희 아버지는 늘 북한에 있을 때 고향을 그리면서 한 평생을 사시다가 끝내는 이제 고향을 밟으시고 자기 고향인 대한민국에서 세상을 뜨셨어요. 네.
He always wanted to return to his homeland, which is South Korea, and he did finally before he died. So he actually died very peacefully in South Korea.
하지만 정작 자식들인 저희들은 통일이 되기 전에는 절대로 갈 수 없는 고향이 돼버렸어요.
But for his children like us, we cannot go back to our homelands unless there is actual reunification of the two Koreas.
네, 하루빨리 김정은 독재 정권이 무너지고 또 한반도에 평화가 깃들어서 3만 4천 명이 넘는 수많은 탈북민들이 고향 땅을 밟는 그날을 그리면서 끝곡으로 홀로 아리랑 준비했습니다.
And I prepared this last final song as a finale. This is called Hullo Arirang, which means Ariranga by myself alone. With this song, I sincerely hope that the dictatorship would come to an end in the north, and that there will be eternal peace on the Korean peninsula. With the wishes of the 34,000 the defectors in South Korea, I'd like to dedicate this song to you.
네, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
앵콜을 전혀 준비를 못해서 지금 이제 앵콜을 하려면은 다시 또 USB를 가서 뭘 하고 해야 돼서 네, 그래서 식사도 맛있게 하시고요. 한반도가 통일이 되는 그날까지 여러분들 북한 정권을 또 김정은이를 국제재판소에 기소하는 그날까지 여러분들 함께 해주시기를 부탁드리면서 제 짤막한 공연을 여기서 마치도록 하겠습니다. 여러분 감사합니다.
This brings me to the end of my performance. I won't be able to play an encore because it requires some technical preparation, which I'm not able to do right now. But I do sincerely hope that you'll be together with us in support of our causes to bring justice in North Korea and to be able to indict Kim Jong-un finally at the International Court. Thank you very much.